Chapter 16. The Heart of the Conflict. "Hapana, Hapana! No, no! You wait! I'll get someone to go with you!" Joel quickly exclaimed. In surprise, I looked to see Joel's face switch from joyful storytelling to one of concern. One of his elephant anecdotes reminded me that I wanted pictures of elephant footprints just outside a camp, literally only 30 feet away. While grabbing my camera, I casually mentioned my intentions, ultimately triggering a major undertaking. Joel scurried away and came back with Musa and Mago to act as my escorts. Again, the footprints were only 30 feet from the edge of camp. What I had figured to be a 1-minute quest turned into a 30-minute production as my Swahili-speaking protectors, beaming with pride and excitement, led me to every single elephant pothole in the vicinity. Needless to say, I now have enough Tembo footprints to wallpaper our entire master bedroom. Why all the fanfare, you might wonder? Truthfully, it took only a few days for me to become complacent. Masimba Camp and its competent staff had allowed me to drop my guard. A hungry lion in the mood for a rump roast no longer filled my brain, at least not during the day. In camp, I felt fairly insulated from harm, embedded in a cloak of safety, so to speak. Another time during an afternoon break, while deep in my fairy tale bubble, I announced I was going to read my book by the hippo pond. Sitting on the rock embankment above the lounging hippos seemed perfectly safe to me. Surely the kibokos couldn't climb rock boulders if they got sick of my meddling. What I forgot to consider was that the cantankerous creatures weren't the only things to worry about. Being near water, even the putrid haven of hippos, was one of the most dangerous places to be. While lions can go for several days without water, they must eat every day. With water holes drawing in a whole host of thirsty critters, they are the perfect spot to ambush prey. Therefore, the only way I was getting anywhere near that hippo pond was with an armed escort. Since Lillian, along with her machine gun, volunteered to act as a chaperone, my plans to read took a hike. A conversation with Lillian was much more fun and educational than pages of any book. Another afternoon when returning to camp, we rounded the bend to see 3 Tanzanians walking on the trail. Thinking they might be poachers, Raphael, Rick, and Lillian readied their rifles. When it became obvious that the men had no weapons and showed no malice, we slowly pulled up to them. After an exchange of Swahili, the 3 young men jumped into the cargo hold to ride back to camp. They had been working for a different outfitter about 5 miles away in an area bordering Rungwa West and needed medication for a sick worker. When we found them, it was mid-afternoon, the most blistering part of the day. In my naive mind, I couldn't understand why they didn't make the trek in the early morning or late afternoon when it was a bit cooler. When mentioning this to Raphael, he replied in his calm, matter-of-fact manner, "It is the safest time to travel. The lions are bedded down in the shade." This simple statement hit me like a punch in the gut. Can you imagine having to consider such a thing when doing your daily chores? Simba's favorite food may be Cape buffalo and zebra, but it's understandable why one might rather sink its teeth into something a little less formidable. A domesticated cow, tame goat, or even an unsuspecting villager makes a practically effortless meal. While lions typically don't target humans, that doesn't mean they don't make exceptions. When ravaged by hunger or pushed to desperation, and sometimes just because they can, they will turn to humans for food. People in the bush are therefore always at risk. Tanzania has a history of killer lions. Between 1932 and 1947, as many as 1,500 people were killed by an aggressive pride of 15 lions near the town of Njombe, Tanzania. The pride was soon dubbed the Man-Eaters of Njombe. The attacks were triggered when the colonial government took drastic action to control a rinderpest epidemic that was killing livestock. All wild species vulnerable to the disease and capable of spreading it to cattle were summarily slaughtered. Buffalo, zebra, wildebeest, and many kinds of antelopes were exterminated. With most of their prey gone, the lions were soon starving. Faced with extreme hunger, they discovered the humans offered an easy, plentiful food source. Osama, one of the Arabic words for lion, was another famous Tanzanian lion responsible for killing over 50 people in the village of Rufiji between 2002 and 2004. He was less than 4 years old when he was finally shot. Since he was so young, some scientists believe he learned to eat humans from his mother. Others claim his preference for tender cuisine was due to an abscess on one of his molars. Of course, lions aren't the only predators to fear in Africa. Leopards are far less likely to attack humans, but they still kill dozens of people a year. Typically, the spotted felines are more opportunistic, only killing people under the right circumstances while hunting their natural prey. As with anything, there are exceptions. Google man-eating leopards sometime and you will be shocked at the results that pop up. I know I was. Fortunately, leopards seem to prefer livestock over humans. As the most adaptable of the large cat species, they can live in practically any habitat, including urban areas, using dogs and cats as a primary food source. Leopards, therefore, occupy more places on the globe than any other large cat. While their versatility and ability to exist in many environments is good, it can also be a catch-22, specifically because they can live near humans. This often poses a significant risk to livestock. In societies geared around domestic animals, it is easy to understand why leopards in the vicinity aren't viewed with any kind of affection, especially old, weak, and starving felines who look at livestock as easy pickings. How many people lose their lives each year to lions or leopards is anyone's guess. Like most statistics in Africa, getting an accurate count is like trying to squeeze water from a stone. Accordingly, statistics are all over the place. Let's just say the consensus seems to be that lions kill approximately 70 people a year in Tanzania, the country with the most lions in the world, and 250 throughout Africa overall. The number of people killed by leopards is much sketchier and far lower. Since the root cause of attacks is human interference and encroachment into one another's habitat, many sources expect the tally to rise in the future as human-wildlife conflicts increase. With detailed accounts of such grisly deaths passed down from generation to generation, it is no wonder rural people have a healthy dose of fear for carnivores. The gruesome details are etched in their minds. To them, a mauling is not just a statistic or a number. Each victim has a name with family and friends who love them. A 4-year-old tending a goat herd, a wife stepping outside after dark to relieve herself, a grandfather fallen asleep by a campfire, a farmer protecting his crops. Imagine the torment of losing a loved one in that way, either never knowing their fate or finding little left to bury. The majority of Americans simply cannot grasp that kind of danger while doing the most normal daily tasks. For most of us, hell will freeze over before we get mauled by a cougar walking to the mailbox. Mothers don't get eaten by grizzlies while taking a bath. Fathers rarely get trampled by deer when defending their gardens. Children don't get attacked by wolves while playing in their backyards. Westerners also have little to fear from property damage or loss of livelihoods as a result of wildlife. Moles digging tunnels through our lawns, bats taking up residence in our attic, squirrels nibbling on our wiring, or deer invading our garden may be inconvenient, but most of us will still have food on the table at the end of the day. Even so, most Westerners will not let fur-covered visitors destroy, eat, or harm whatever they want just because someone in Tanzania loves squirrels, deer, and bears. Instead, they will build fences, insert mesh shields, install traps, buy animal-proof containers, or use other deterrents. These things, of course, take time and money, both of which most Americans do have. One must also recognize that we aren't talking about a problem that affects a small number of people. In Tanzania, for instance, about 90% of the population lives in rural areas. Of those people, about 90% depend on agriculture or livestock for employment, and more importantly, to provide food for the country's population. Understanding the fear and dangers that rural villagers live with daily is vital to understanding their mentality. Each activity, including simple daily chores, must be carried out with forethought and prudence to avoid dangers that most of us simply can't imagine. While writing this chapter, my mind jumped to the sight of 3 distorted carcasses. Lions. Once regal, magnificent beings, now slaughtered. Claw marks and shredded dirt marked the ground, telling of their desperate struggle to break free of snares. I couldn't help visualizing the pain, confusion, and terror of their final moments. The more they resisted, the tighter the cables gouged their necks, ultimately choking the life out of them. My heart sank in despair and grief at the sight of the previously regal lions twisted awkwardly among the loops of wire. Just as Lillian and the others had explained to me, the deaths had nothing to do with poaching for money. All 3 lions, while deformed from the struggle, still had all of their money parts: teeth, skull, paws, claws. The lions were killed simply in retaliation or as preventative measure against future predations. While the mangled lions was very real and a vivid example of what I had learned from Lillian and Masimba Camp, I didn't witness the gruesome scene firsthand. The tragedy was featured on the Heart of the Conflict episode of Carter's War. Ivan Carter, the conservationist and wildlife investigator mentioned earlier, had spotted a kettle of vultures circling the sky. Upon investigating the telltale sign of death, he and his tracker Livy found a dead lion, or the little that was left of him. When questioning the people of a nearby village, they learned of a missing donkey, an extremely expensive and important beast of burden in the African bush. Carter's instincts told him the death of the lion and donkey were related, so he went searching for the lost animal. Upon finding its remains, the signs in the dirt indicated that the domesticated equine had battled not just 1, but 4 lions. Soon, the stench of decay drew their attention. Moments later, they found the 3 mangled lions, all strangled in simple wire snares. Someone, presumably the donkey's owner, had discovered the lions eating its carcass. In retaliation, the lions were driven off, allowing time to set the snares, knowing that they would return to feed. Carter was outraged by the needless destruction of the predators who, as he put it, do not understand borders. They only understand the source of an easy meal. The carnage in his eyes simply did not fit the crime. His anger sent him barreling towards the village, anxious to confront the man responsible. Along the way, their vehicle was stopped by a herd of cattle blocking the road. In furious aggravation, he demanded they move. The local cattle herder engaged him just as antagonistically, admitting that the donkey had belonged to his brother. "You get the water from a tap," the villager shouted. "Where do you think we get our water?" he vigorously inquired. Carter's body deflated in resignation as realization dawned on him. "From a dam," the man hurled back in frustration. "To haul it, we must use a Scotch cart. What do you think pulls that cart?" With a sigh of exasperation, he again answered his own question. A donkey. As distressing as it was, Carter was forced to see the scenario from the eyes of a villager. The man, who was defending the actions of his brother, had 25 head of cattle, a few goats, and a couple of donkeys as his entire livelihood. The herder explained to him that without the lions, he would have had many more heads of cattle. As mentioned earlier, cattle in Africa are not only livestock, they are symbols of wealth, status, and quality of life. That donkey was a huge expense in their part of the world. Its loss may seem insignificant to us, but as a beast of burden, it was critical to their daily life, plain and simple. While watching the episode, I was in sync with Carter, rooting for the evil killer to be found, arrested, and put in jail with the key thrown away. Gradually, I was forced to see what Carter saw. They weren't poachers killing for money. No animal parts had been taken to be sold for profit. The deaths had absolutely nothing to do with the illegal wildlife trade. The destruction had been done in retaliation for the loss of the donkey and to prevent it from happening again. With Carter's acceptance of the hopeless situation, their exchange transformed from hostile to civil. The herder switched to his other role in life, a loving father. Excitedly, he invited Carter and Livy to meet his 3 sons. As the two men gently shook the hand of each shy, bashfully smiling child, the father proudly introduced the boys as Prominent, Prosper, and Provide. It's funny how tiny things can affect you. My heart melted. In those names, the parents poured their hopes and dreams for the future of their children. A future in a hostile, often food-deprived land where a few cattle make up their entire livelihoods, and a donkey is needed to get a family's daily supply of water. Seeing the situation through the eyes of the villagers, my whole view changed. Instead of feeling only revulsion and outrage for the death of the lions, I felt compassion and understanding. While it is convenient to characterize the people responsible for such deeds as vile beings, it would be unfair as well as a lie. The hard truth is, most are desperate people. They are providers making sure their children have food to eat, water to drink, and protection against the dangerous realities of village life. We have all seen the peaceful mama in our culture morph into a mama grizzly bear protecting her kids. Name-calling, a shove on the playground, or a child not getting the starting position on the football team can send reasonable parents into an outright tizzy. How can we expect mothers and fathers across the world to react any differently against threats like these? Seeing the love and pride on the face of that father as he introduced his sons, Prominent, Prosper, and Provide, reminded me that parents, no matter where they are in the world, want the same thing for their children: safety, security, love, nourishment, quality of life, and opportunity. I'd like to say that the incident was unique, but that would be a lie. The morning I had first seen the elephant bones, Lillian had awakened me to these realities, teaching me that the illegal killing of animals was much more than simply killing for tusks, horns, and claws. Many rural Africans kill carnivores, quite simply, to make their lives safer and easier, nothing more. Knowing this, many in-country conservation organizations are working diligently to find non-lethal methods to mitigate human-wildlife conflict. Ruaha Carnivore Project is one such group. Its founder and director, Dr. Amy Dickman, is a conservation biologist and National Geographic explorer who has spent her entire life trying to protect wildlife, especially carnivores. Ruaha Carnivore Project recognizes the welfare of lions is inextricably linked to the welfare of the local people. They work with rural communities to reduce predator attacks on livestock while also helping pastoralists implement better, non-lethal livestock protection methods. Their research reveals that 65% of attacks occurred within poorly protected enclosures, or bomas, usually made of thorn bush. As a result, they developed stockades made of diamond mesh fencing that proves to be 95% effective. The reinforced enclosures require locals to take responsibility for parts of its cost, as well as its upkeep. The boma owners who devote their assets and time to such non-lethal techniques are given subsidized veterinary medicines for their livestock. Although this has been extremely successful in reducing conflict, each fortified enclosure costs around $500 for materials and labor costs. Approximately one-third of livestock predation occurred during daily grazing, away from the protection of fortified paddocks. The farmers often move their cattle from area to area depending on the seasons. Livestock is often so spread out that herders can't keep track of them to prevent threats. The Hwanji Lion Research Project in Zimbabwe is experimenting with canvas enclosures that can be rolled up and moved along with the livestock. The highly mobile barriers offer a line of defense against the carnivores. Plus, they can be situated around fallow farm ground to fertilize the spent soil with dung, thereby providing another benefit. While still in the experimental stages, there is hope that this too will lower livestock predation. Another fascinating and heart-rending method these organizations are experimenting with is the use of specialized guard dogs. These dogs, such as Anatolian shepherds, which grow to be large and intimidating, live alongside the livestock, bond with them, and become very protective of them. Unlike herding dogs, they do not move the livestock when a threat is perceived, since fleeing animals often spur a predator's chase. Instead, the protective dogs stand their ground, barking loudly against any threat. This alerts the herder who can come help drive off any carnivores. Since most predators rely on surprise for a successful attack, Once their cover is blown, most are likely to retreat. These dogs have proved very effective in successfully chasing off lions and other threats. Amazingly, no livestock attacks have occurred while being guarded by these four-legged guardian angels. While this sounds promising, it isn't without problems. Only 10 of the dogs have been imported into Tanzania so far. From these, some have died from snake bites and diseases. Another was killed by a lion while defending its charges. Just as significant is the financial cost. Each dog costs about $1,000 to purchase and support during its first year alone. That is a whopping pile of moolah for rural Africans. Even if the canine is initially purchased by outside sources and gifted to herders, local families are still finding it difficult to feed such sizable guardians. The canines can weigh up to 150 pounds. That is a lot of hungry dog to feed, especially in communities where humans eat very little protein themselves and often deal with food scarcity in general. Trials are underway to combat these issues by breeding the specialized canines with local dogs, hoping that the crossbreeds will retain their protective guarding instincts while also making them easier for economically challenged families to take care of. Even if the right dog is developed, thousands upon thousands of these amazing watchdogs are needed throughout Africa. Even when, and if, the kinks are worked out, widespread use will not happen overnight. It will take time. It's an extraordinarily worthwhile venture, yet daunting just the same. The Ruha Carnivore Project also employs local people as lion defenders and conflict officers. These villagers are trained to respond when livestock is attacked and to use their conflict mitigation skills to stop retaliatory killings. These committed individuals will even sleep outside the homes of those threatened to chase lions away to protect the people, their livestock, and ultimately the lions themselves. In addition, they help reinforce bomas using traditional means to provide temporary relief until the money can be saved to fortify the enclosure with wire. They are also trained to collect and record data digitally so that the Ruaha Carnival Project can gather baseline data to help develop appropriate conservation strategies. These local people are instrumental in collecting data and understanding the patterns of carnivore attacks and how to develop the best strategies to prevent them. Some of the lion defenders are members of the warrior societies who used to gain wealth and prominence by killing lions. Now they are showing others in the warrior community that they can gain income and status through conservation rather than killing of lions. Another successful program initiated by Ruaha Carnivore Project is community camera trapping. Game cameras are set up around the participating villages and credit is given for each animal seen in the images. For instance, lions and leopards may be worth 15,000 points, while a Cape buffalo is worth 4,000 points. Groups of 4 villages compete against each other to get the highest tally. Then, every 3 months, monetary prizes are awarded to the communities that have spotted the most wildlife on camera. The money awarded to each village must be split between health, education, and medicines for the livestock. The villagers themselves decide on what the funds are spent on. To distribute the money, a big party accompanied by food is organized to celebrate and share information so that the community can see firsthand that preserving wildlife in an area reaps a higher reward, incentivizing them to preserve animals instead of killing them. The Ruaha Carnivore Project is not the only organization working to find strategies for humans and carnivores to coexist more peacefully. There are many throughout Africa. Botswana Predator Conservation, in my opinion, gets an award for thinking outside the box. They are currently studying the effects of painting eyes on the back sides of cows. As noted, predators will often abandon the hunt once they have been spotted by their prey. Consequently, the organization worked with local herders to test the idea, hoping to minimize killings. Amazingly, during the 4-year study, none of the 583 painted eye cows were killed by predators, while 9 of the remaining 378 cattle became victims. Their concern is that the predators may eventually ignore the deterrent. As of 2020, this study was still in its initial stages, with much more to be learned. Overall, many strategies have proven successful in decreasing both carnivore attacks and carnivore killings in the core study areas. some by as much as 60%. Once they are deemed to have merit, they need to be maintained and expanded further into lion country. Even so, decreasing predation is not enough. On a 2020 This Wildlife Conservation podcast, Dr. Dickman makes the comparison that if your home is being burglarized and a burglar alarm helps cut thefts in half, it still doesn't make you fond of the burglary. There has to be more. Local people must feel real tangible benefits from living with such creatures: safety, education, empowerment, healthcare, and improving the human condition. In other words, by placing ownership and a value on wildlife, there is an incentive to protect it. During the podcast, Dr. Dickman explains that while she is a non-hunting vegetarian who views hunting as horrific, her time in the field has convinced her that well-managed hunting provides benefits that currently have no replacements. Retaliatory and preventative killings are almost non-existent in hunting concessions compared to non-hunting areas. But the most important aspect of legalized hunting is the benefit it provides to local people while also preserving huge chunks of land in its wild state, land that is unsuitable for general tourism for the various reasons mentioned earlier. Dickman's boots-on-the-ground experience has convinced her that stopping trophy hunting without first having a viable alternative will increase snaring, poisoning, and habitat conversion while depowering and harming the local communities that depend on it economically, all of which will negatively impact wildlife populations. She asks, shouldn't conservation's goal be to grow species, not further reduce them? Human-wildlife conflict is a heart-wrenching reality for both two-legged and four-legged species. It is easy to pass judgment on a reality that we can't begin to grasp. Our lives are not intertwined with a dangerous and destructive species. We adore them from thousands of miles away without understanding the truth of Africa's harsh existence. Step into the shoes of a food-insecure local villager. Would you, lacking the basic necessities of life, find the money and time to build bomas for your livestock when a snare or poison would be much cheaper and easier? Imagine your child walking to school knowing that Simba could be lurking in the shadows. Picture yourself hauling water or gathering firewood in predator-prone areas. Envision caring for and guarding the livestock that is the center of your economic well-being, as well as your social status. Put yourself in the heart of the conflict. Now ask yourself, what strategies would give your family food security, a better quality of life, hope for the future, and ultimately a reason to protect wild creatures instead of killing them? Common sense will tell you everything you need to know. Statistics are irrelevant when faced with these harsh realities. Chapter 17. The Cherry on Top. "Twiga," I announced excitedly upon spotting two giraffes stretching their long necks to feed on the leaves of the acacia trees. For once, the long-legged browsers ignored us as we passed by, allowing me to gawk in wonder at their gracefulness. A mile later, Rick calmly muttered, "Swallapala," gazing in the direction of a group of impala grazing in the distance. I glanced questioningly at Raphael. He smiled and nodded, yes. A little later, our nemesis and their grazing partners kicked up their heels, heading for the horizon. By then, naming the zebra and hartebeest was easy, Pundamelia and Congoni. How could we forget those two after eating their dust so many times? Congoni. I adored that name. It was fun and silly-sounding, perfect for such a peculiar-looking antelope. Next, we passed a dried-up mud bog as warthogs hoisted their tails in the air, sprinting to their burrows. "Najiri," Rick announced. An hour later, we entered in terrain with patches of wooded thickets. Magogo silently pointed to a small group of sable browsing in the distance. Enthusiastically, I whispered, "Hela Pela." Raphael grinned and replied in a hushed voice, "Pela Hela." Darn, I always screwed that one up. Class was temporarily over. Sable was one of the primary species on Rick's wish list, and somehow the ones just spotted hadn't seen us yet. While Raphael lifted the binoculars to his eyes, I silently uttered, "Pela Hela, Pela Hela, Pela Hela," over and over in my head. For some reason, I always transposed those two words. After a few minutes of studying the antelopes, Raphael lowered his glasses, shaking his head. No mature bulls. With a tap on the window, Mike was off again. While I loved traveling through the savannah and seeing all the wildlife, there was one problem. Rick and Raphael were like peas in a pod. Both were reserved, quiet by nature, and focused on the task at hand. Silence for them was easy. Me, not so much. Oodles of questions rattled around in my brain as we shimmied through the African bush. While en route, everyone was confined to their little station, making talking with anyone other than those two anti-conversationalists impossible. Fortunately, our frequent stops allowed for lots of Lillian time. At only 23 years old, her manner was far beyond her years. She was smart, level-headed, dedicated to her job, and generous with her knowledge and time. She was warm and friendly, essentially a much more social creature than our male counterparts. Therefore, unless questions needed to be answered en route, I saved most of my inquiries for her. Like water over a dam, questions spilled from my lips practically before the engine quit rumbling, unless we were stalking or tracking, of course. While the guys did their thing at various pit stops, we did ours. Our thing revolved around friendship and learning. Therefore, when Lillian's official duties as Tanzanian game scout weren't needed, she stepped into the role of Mwalimu and Rafiki, teacher and friend. Along with sharing her wealth of knowledge about Africa's plants and wildlife, Lillian taught us snippets of Swahili. Asante sana, thank you very much, was of course the first thing we learned. From there, we moved on to other things. Jambo, hello. Hujambo, how are you? Si Jambo, I am fine. Caribou, you're welcome. And Maji Baridi Tafadahali, cold water, please. That was an essential one. We guzzled enough water during the day to sink a small ship. Although Asante Sana was my all-time favorite, Kazi Nzuri, good job everyone, was a close second. That phrase just oozed out of my mouth like butter over a steaming hot ear of corn. It also reminded me of a superhero exclamation, Shazam! Although my view is most assuredly biased and romanticized, I felt like each of our Tanzanian hosts had their own unique superpower of sorts. Whether it be spotting a kudu's ear in the brush, determining which Cape buffalo was an aged male among the hundreds stampeding by, piloting a vehicle safely over pitted terrain, cooking bread over hot coals, or transforming strips of meat into jerky, their savvy and expertise in a foreign world deserves superhero status. Kazi Nzuri. When I said those words to our crew, they meant much more than a simple, good job, everyone. Before long, it wasn't just Lillian teaching us Swahili. With an amused smile, Raphael would correct us when we botched a word, or when I appealed to him with a big question mark in my eyes. Back at camp, all the English-speaking staff, Joel, Thomas, Michael, Andrew, and Hillary, joined in as well. My vocabulary grew to encompass another one of my favorite phrases, Lala Salama, sleep peacefully. Those two words sound just like a winsome lullaby, the perfect way to end each evening. You can't come to Africa and learn bits of Swahili without learning the names of its wild creatures. Honestly, this was more fun than a barrel of monkeys, or in this case, a barrel of tumbili. It became a game of sorts. Anytime Rick and I spotted an animal, we'd race to see who could name it in Swahili. With names like Fisi, Digi Digi, Tohi, Kongoni, Popo, Pongo, Fungo, Pofu, Kiboko, Twiga, Korongo, and Kaboko. How could you not have a blast? As mentioned earlier, foreign languages had never been my forte. I took Spanish in junior high school, but barely scraped by with a passing grade. Normally a good student, I struggled endlessly to make sense of the foreign words sprouting from the teacher's mouth. They all sounded pretty much like the teacher in the Charlie Brown cartoons, the endless wah, 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 boring the Peanuts gang to death. I dropped Spanish class like a hot potato the minute the term was over and never attempted a language again. Tanzania changed that. My eagerness and fondness for learning Swahili caught me totally off guard. I loved the playful sound of the words and the way the syllables rolled off the tongue. The real selling point, however, was the reaction we received from the staff when we used those simple words rather than our own language. That, more than anything, sealed the deal. We, of course, butchered some of the words, but that didn't matter. It only mattered that we tried. Learning Swahili was just the beginning. Once Lillian, Raphael, and Magogo knew we were hungry for more than just the pursuit of game, the bush became one giant classroom. Whenever the guys were busy, Lillian would search out nearby plants to give us mini lessons and sometimes even a taste test. After sampling the so-called fruit of the makwaju tree, however, we learned to nibble instead of dive in wholeheartedly. The brown sausage-like pods were unlike any fruit we had ever seen or tasted. The hulls crack open when mature, revealing a fibrous, sweet, sour fruit surrounding seeds that are also edible. Loaded with vitamins, the odd delicacy is used for cooking, flavoring drinks, household purposes, tea, and medicine. Interestingly, the seeds are one of the ingredients in Worcestershire sauce. While the tree and all it bears may be extremely valuable, the taste of the fruit itself must be an acquired taste. While I don't remember the exact flavor, I do remember the strange pulp-like texture, as well as my lip-puckering response to its bitterness. If Lillian hadn't taken a bite herself, I'd have thought she was pranking us. While stifling her laughter at our puckered faces, she assured us that vervet monkeys also love the delicacy. Well, the Tambili frolicking nearby had nothing to fear. There was not a ghost of a chance we'd steal their lunch. Raphael's methods of teaching were much more subtle. He was always focused on the black dot on the horizon that may be a pela-hela, or a curled branch in a thicket that could be the corkscrewed horns of the gray ghost. Since I tried not to cloud his vision with questions, he shared his knowledge bit by bit as situations arose and as features of the landscape presented themselves. Just not always at the moment one might expect. This came into play during one of our normal excursions. Oodles of termite mounds dot the Tanzanian landscape. The earth structures pop out of the ground like pimples on a hormonal teenager's face, only the monstrosities can be 40 feet high by 60 feet wide. The ones we saw were typically about half that size. Still, that's some pretty ginormous mounds of dirt. Some formations took the shape of mud-encased skyscrapers, while others appeared as intricate giant sandcastles. Most were more simplistic, with mud heaped into rounded mounds or cone-shaped bulges. No matter what they looked like, the towers of dirt supposedly housed huge colonies of termites, the notorious rice-sized insects. Yet each mound looked completely vacant, zero activity, none. We never even caught a glimpse of the voracious wood munchers. While passing another desolate-looking heap, curiosity got the better of me. I leaned over and whispered into Rick's ear, "How come we never see any termites?" Rick, exceedingly helpful, shrugged his shoulders while murmuring, "No clue." Gee, what a blabbermouth. Anyway, I made a mental note to ask Lillian at our next stop. My thoughts then jumped to the twigas we had just passed. The maker's creative juices kicked into overdrive when designing these stunning ungulates. Along with their beautiful, gold-mottled bodies, their long legs and soaring necks give them the height to nibble on treetops, the green leaves providing all the moisture they need. Giraffes can go days without a trip to the waterhole, giving them the freedom to roam into drier terrain, while much of the animal kingdom is held prisoner to the availability of daily water. Shockingly, giraffes can even go longer than camels without water. Who knew? Twiga's quality that held me completely spellbound, however, was their gracefulness. The giraffe's stretched-out torso, coupled with its elegance, made their sprints across the savanna appear as if they were running in slow motion. Their endless legs reached forward in massive flowing strides, carrying their dappled bodies gracefully into oblivion. Simply mesmerizing. The captivating scenes caused conflicting emotions. Part of me wanted them to stay put each time we saw them so that I could enjoy them as long as possible, while the other part of me anxiously awaited for them to flee, allowing me to watch their unique grace and beauty in motion. Grasping that the dazzling performance could only be seen in the wild, I was humbled and grateful every time. The confines of a zoo simply would not allow for such exquisite freedom of movement. Although there were plenty of giraffes striding across the lands of Rungwa West, overall, giraffe populations have decreased 40% in the last 30 years. It's the same song and dance, habitat loss, human encroachment, and poaching for bushmeat and its hide. In a handful of countries, civil unrest is also a factor. Sadly, giraffes are already extinct in 7 of the 28 countries where they once roamed. The IUCN has therefore recently listed the giraffe's conservation status as vulnerable to extinction. While this listing may intend to save giraffes, it may set in motion policies that ultimately undermine conservation. Africa, as you well know, is honking huge. On top of that, it is extremely diverse. Applying a one-size-fits-all strategy to a continent 3 times the size of America may not be the golden ticket. According to studies performed by the Giraffe Conservation Foundation, there are 4 distinct species of giraffe and 5 subspecies, not all of which are threatened. For example, Namibia and South Africa, as a result of well-managed conservation efforts, have nearly doubled their giraffe populations in the last 30 years, using legalized hunting as a strategy. Interestingly, and possibly no coincidence, 6 of the 7 countries where giraffes went extinct had no form of organized hunting. The fear is that a blanket policy will hamper the conservation efforts of countries with stable and growing giraffe populations. This same scenario plays out with other species as well. While my thoughts were still absorbed in the graceful magnificence of twiga and the nightmare of determining sound conservation strategies, Raphael, out of the blue, interrupted my daydreaming, going into a fascinating explanation of termites. Rick and I glanced at each other in bewilderment. Over the bumping, grinding, and din of the motor, he had heard the question I had whispered into Rick's ear earlier. Again, I repeat a line Rick's grandma used to use. Raphael could hear an ant peeing on cotton. That was quite a feat in itself, but why had he waited until the termite mound was ancient history? We still shrug our shoulders over that one. Apparently he had been focused on more critical things at the time, like fresh tandala droppings splattered on the ground or footprints in the dirt. Or maybe he was just putting his thoughts together in English. Raphael's feedback may have been postponed, but we did learn where the termites were. Remarkably, they were right there in front of us. Well, kind of. Up to 3 million of the gnawing insects live inside each one of those mud-baked structures. They are full of air shafts and elaborate tunnels, leading them directly to dead wood and plant roots for food. The hidden passages allow them to bring home the bacon, so to speak, without exposing themselves to danger. Under the cover of darkness, some of the workers venture out to feast on vegetation above ground as well. From deep underground, the industrious builders gather mud, haul it to the surface, and use their saliva and feces to bond the dirt into cement-like fortresses. Now that is ingenuity. Like bees and ants, termites have a strong social structure, emphasizing the power of the group over that of each individual. They too have a queen. While we may assume she rules the roost, in reality, she is no more than a slave, a captive ovary responsible for laying up to 30,000 eggs a day. The grueling effort to build and sustain each mound can last up to 15 years, essentially until the egg-producing servant dies of her labor, literally. Aside from the queen, the colony is divided into workers, soldiers, winged elates, also known as the reproductives, or kumbi-kumbi. These specialized winged termites know which group the colony is lacking, fertilize the eggs accordingly, and tend to the eggs. Periodically, they swarm from the mounds, ditch their wings, and form new colonies. We missed out on this phenomenon since the kumbi-kumbi don't take flight during the dry season. They wait until the rains when the ground is softer and easier to penetrate, enabling a mass exodus of fleeing insects. Leaving their mound in a swarm increases their chance of survival against the gauntlet of predators waiting outside. Termites, or machiwa, are a valued food source for all kinds of predators, including humans. Since the flying termites are easily snagged by a host of predators, they suffer the most risk. The kumbi-kumbi, packed with proteins and healthy fats, are considered delicacies by the local people. Supposedly, the scrumptious treats have a delicious nutty flavor, savored whether roasted, fried, or eaten raw. Even so, I prefer mine hidden in gobs of chocolate. While the land-based termites aren't as valued as human food, plenty of insectivores feel differently. The aardvark has powerful claws capable of breaching the mud-plated armor, while aardwolves wait to feast on the ones venturing out at night. Both of these termite-loving species can consume tens of thousands of insects in just one night. Their protein-rich bodies also make them a favorite among other insects, including ants. Not only do termites offer nourishment to a host of insect eaters, but they are also critical to the African habitat. Their elaborate tunnels and storage chambers used to transport, break down, and cache plant material for later consumption, as well as their digging ventilation systems for heating and cooling the colony, are extremely beneficial to the ecosystem. All the dirt movement changes the soil texture, creating porous topsoil, which plays a key role in rainwater absorption. Along with retaining moisture, feces and food scraps from the creatures feeding on the mounds offer further nutrients to the soil. All of this allows for a dense collection of assorted vegetation. Healthy, diverse plant life attracts a wide variety of herbivores, which in turn draws the meat-eating predators. Wildlife, both predator and prey, also use the tall structures as observation posts. Even the smallest of species can scramble to the top, allowing them a great view of the grasslands. Once the architectural marvels are abandoned, they become useful for a whole other purpose. The caverns and intricate tunnel systems offer shelter and burrows for at least 18 different species, including warthogs, porcupines, spotted hyenas, mongooses, and snakes, just to name a few. All the life-giving aspects of the termite towers make the lands surrounding them some of the most biologically diverse in the entire habitat. The further you go from the amazing feats of nature, the more wild populations and reproductivity decline. Who could imagine such an inconspicuous insect could be so important? By then we had passed scads of the termite-filled sandcastles. It was their sheer size and unique formations that had piqued my interest, not their vital role in the ecosystem. We had thought of them as lifeless mounds of dirt, yet they were teeming with vitality. Thanks to Raphael and his slightly deferred lesson, we came to view the dirt cathedrals with awe and gratitude. Nevertheless, one troubling fact did come to light. Snakes. The slithering reptiles understandably are also drawn to the abandoned networks of tunnels. Most notably, the snake of my nightmares. The long empty shafts are favorite hiding spots for black mambas. Essentially, don't go blindly fishing in a termite mound hoping to discover a coveted porcupine quill, not unless you have a death wish. We were warned to keep a safe distance from termite abandoned mounds. Fortunately, the gaping holes in the dirt made them easy to spot. No one had to tell me twice. It will be no surprise that much of our schooling from Raphael had to do with snakes. After all, my fear of Africa revolved largely around the reptiles. I was obsessed with knowing everything about them. Tanzanians often referred to black mambas as ropes due to their long, rope-like appearance. To me, that name seemed much too innocent-sounding for such a lethal being. Raphael also informed us that the black-mouthed serpents tend to smell like rice. Basically, if you get a whiff of the fluffy white stuff, it's time to skedaddle. Fortunately, Raphael reminded us that while they are among the fastest snakes in the world, traveling up to 12.5 miles per hour, they are also very shy. The speed demons prefer to use their swiftness to escape threats rather than attack. I latched on to that tidbit like it was a life raft on the doomed Titanic. Our discussions didn't end there. Plenty of African snakes will kill you deader than a doorknob pretty directly if left untreated. As I touched on earlier, puff adders are responsible for more African snakebite fatalities than any other snake. Weirdly enough, this is also the snake that I feared the least. The puff adder's perfect camouflage, wide distribution, potent venom, tendency to bask on footpaths at night, and slothful nature creates a perfect storm of conditions for unwary villagers. Ironically, it was the very fact that they are short, fat, lazy, and nocturnal that made me less fearful of them. There was not a chance in hell that you'd find me traipsing around at night like so many of their victims were forced to do. Fortunately for villagers who do fall victim to a puff adder's bite, it is not an automatic death sentence. Their venom causes severe tissue damage, but with treatment and/or large doses of antivenom, their bites are highly survivable. The key words here are with treatment. In the African bush, there is little and limited access to medical treatment. Appropriate healthcare facilities are few and far between. You can't just call an ambulance and race to the emergency room a few miles away. No life flight helicopters are going to pluck snakebite victims from the savanna floor, buzz through the skies, and take them to the life-sustaining medical treatment they need. Without proper care, the puff adder's potent venom will cause the necrosis to spread throughout the body, causing a loss of limb or loss of life. An untreated healthy adult may die in as little as 12 hours. By the time many Africans get the help they need, it is either too late to save their lives or an amputation must be performed to stop the continued loss of tissue. Rick and I would probably not die or need amputation from such a bite. Unlike most rural Africans, we had the resources to purchase a global life flight insurance policy. If tragedy struck, the cavalry would arrive on a white horse to save us. The white horse being an airplane, of course. That safety net, or insurance policy, barely cost us the price of a new pair of Nikes. Yet for many impoverished villagers, you might as well ask them to fly a spaceship to the moon. According to the 2020 National Geographic article, snake bites kill tens of thousands of Africans a year. An estimated 30,000 people die each year from snake bites in sub-Saharan Africa. Another 90,000 survive with amputated limbs and permanent disabilities. Those, of course, are just the ones reported. Doctors and snakebite experts feel the real toll may be double that. Not only is there a huge global shortage in snake antivenom, but most of the ones required for African snakebites need refrigeration to stay stable and effective. With frequent power outages, even in cities, this is a nearly impossible task. In addition, many victims lack transportation to get to treatment facilities or don't get there in time. When and if they do arrive, the staff are often insufficiently trained or not equipped to treat snake bites. Even if the drug is on hand, it is too expensive for many victims. While the snakebite crisis and lack of antivenom are already disturbing, it is even worse when learning that a disproportionate amount of snakebite victims, especially of puff adders, tend to be women and children. Their smaller body mass and lighter footsteps create less intense earthly vibrations, warning snakes of their approach. With little time to react, the sluggish snakes are unable to move quickly enough to avoid itty-bitty, often barefoot feet. For many people in rural Africa, footwear is a luxury, not a given. To make matters worse, the smaller the person, the more dangerous the venom is to their systems. Joel's older brother came to mind. A black mamba had killed him when he was only 10 years old. His pint-sized body didn't stand a chance against such a lethal serpent with no antivenom or medical care available. It is simply heartbreaking imagining the helplessness and anguish Joel's parents must have felt upon losing their firstborn. Being so young himself, Joel had few details to offer. I couldn't help wondering why the supposedly shy snake hadn't fled. Had his brother reached into a termite hole? How did he catch the snake unaware? Did the snake not feel his vibrations? Even though Joel's brother was a nameless, faceless child to me, the thought of his final moments still haunts me. Fortunately, our discussions with Raphael didn't include snakebite statistics. The staggering figures didn't come to light until researched further. For that, I am very grateful. Sometimes the less you know, the better. My favorite bits of information from Raphael came when I didn't even know enough to ask a question. Suddenly he would tap on the cab telling Mike to stop. Excitedly, Rick and I would scan the terrain searching for an animal. Instead, he'd rattle off some Swahili to Magogo, causing him to lunge from the cargo hold on a quest of some sort. On one occasion, Magogo whipped out his machete as he hopped off. Whoa! Our eyes opened wide, wondering what in tarnation he needed a 20-inch blade for. He then carefully grabbed a nearby spiked caveman-like limb from a supersonic-sized thorn bush. Barbs the size of pencil ends jutted from its inch-thick stems. After slicing off an 8-inch chunk of the weaponized tree, he handed it to us to inspect. Raphael explained that the tree is referred to as the medicine tree. While it may look like something from a torture chamber, it does the opposite. Some perceptive Africans learned this eons ago by watching injured lions heal themselves by chewing on the medicine tree's spike-covered limbs after suffering gashes in their hides from battles over territorial disputes or breeding rights. Mimicking the lions, humans found that boiling the bark into a tea offered a pain relief while helping to prevent bacterial infections. Although we didn't always know what triggered Raphael to share tidbits of knowledge, we didn't have to wonder when it came to the baobab tree. The beloved whimsical tree, also known as the tree of life, is as much an icon of the African continent as the elephant. Anyone who has seen The Lion King or Avatar knows exactly what tree I'm talking about. The prehistoric species is easily recognizable from its root-like branches sprouting from an immense trunk. Its appearance gives rise to one of its nicknames, the upside-down tree. It looks like the tree was flipped on its crown with its roots growing into the sky. The baobab tree, for me, conjures images of Medusa, the snake-haired monster from Greek mythology. No matter what label it goes by, the tree makes you feel like you are in the presence of divinity. It has an almost magical aura, partly due to its distinctive shape and partly due to its sheer size and prominence in the landscape. Reaching heights of up to 90 feet tall, the Titan towers over the acacia scrublands below. Its thick trunk can reach a diameter of 50 feet wide, having a circumference of up to 154 feet. The inside of the monstrous trunk often becomes hollow, forming cave-like openings that wildlife and even people can live in. In tourist areas, small bars and gift shops are sometimes located inside these vast caverns. The ancient trees, amazingly, can live well over 1,500 years. Some, according to carbon dating, are even 3,000 to 5,000 years old. Such longevity in a habitat as hostile as Africa simply boggles the mind. Aside from the baobab's enchanting beauty, its significance to the habitat is worth its weight in gold. Every single inch of the tree is incredibly valuable to both humans and wildlife. The tree's fibrous flesh is used by animals for food or by humans for making ropes, cloth, soap, rubber, and glue. Their leaves can be eaten by both two-legged and four-legged species or pressed into a powder form for use in flavorings and thickening in soups and stews. The oblong fruit is high in fiber, has 6 times the vitamin C of an orange, twice the calcium of milk, and 6 times the potassium of bananas, all while containing one of the highest amounts of antioxidants of any fruit in the world. Besides its nutritional benefits, it is quite tasty and a favorite among locals and animals alike. As the icing on the cake, the tree acts as one living, breathing pharmacy. The bark, leaves, and fruit, powered by their high antioxidant and vitamin content, offer multiple health and beauty benefits. The women of Africa have been using the tree as a natural source of beauty and health for centuries. The baobab even sustains its own ecosystem, providing food and shelter for a myriad of species from the tiniest insect to the mighty Mr. Tembo. Thousands of creatures find sanctuary as they scurry in and out of its many crevices. Birds nest in its branches, baboons devour the fruit, bush babies and fruit bats drink the nectar and pollinate the flowers as well as find shelter in the hundreds of hiding places within the tree. The tree's numerous cave-like hollows also create perfect spots for larger critters as well, snakes included. Of all the tree's merits, there is one in particular that blows my mind. The baobab is composed of almost 80% water. Essentially, it's a humongous, gnarled, living sponge. During the rainy season, it soaks up gobs of water, storing it throughout its bulbous body. Later, when the land is arid, these vats of moisture enable the tree to produce water-packed, nutrition-filled fruits smack dab in the middle of the dry season. This extraordinary feature provides fluids and nutrients to multiple species exactly when it is needed most. A single tree can hold more than 30,000 gallons of water, essentially 171 gallons per cubic meter of tree. No wonder it's referred to as the tree of life. The baobab's worth doesn't stop there. With all its amazing health and beauty benefits, it may hold the key to social and economic improvements for Africa's rural people. Its fruit is the only one in the world that dries naturally on its branch. Instead of dropping to the ground and rotting, it remains fixed to the limb. Baking in the sun for months turns its velvety coating into a coconut-like shell, while the nutrient pulp dries within, thereby needing no refrigeration, critical to land like Africa. It only has to be harvested, deseeded, and sieved to produce a ready-to-use superfood. The pure powder is packed with nutrition, antioxidants, and medicinal qualities. The trees exist scattered amongst the driest, remotest, and poorest parts of rural Africa and are wild harvested. There is no such thing as a baobab plantation. Approximately 10 million rural households can provide this fruit from the crops of already existing trees. In many areas, the fruit is so abundant that much of it goes to waste. National Geographic estimated that if there was a global demand for the African superfood, it could be worth $1 billion a year for the rural people. That is billion with a B. There is one major problem. Over 95% of people have never heard of this superfood. I, too, was clueless about its existence. If its health benefits were known the world over, the tree of life could potentially be another piece of the puzzle in sustainably providing food security, economic opportunities, and a better quality of life for the local people, thereby protecting wildlife as well. Elephants may not know of the baobab's superfood status, but they know of its existence. Its fruit is one of their favorites. Interestingly, the two giants, both icons of the African continent, have a symbiotic relationship with each other. By eating the fruit, running it through their digestive system, and depositing the softened seeds in huge piles of dung, the ideal conditions for germination, elephants greatly help in spreading the baobab tree far and wide. Unfortunately, there is a downside to their relationship. In times of drought or elephant overpopulation, the pachyderms use the tree like their very own water tank. They rip off huge chunks of bark or tear off entire branches to access the water stored inside. The ancient trees are resilient, thereby withstanding quite a bit of abuse from the destructive giants. Yet even their hardiness is limited. If elephant populations cause too much damage, injured trees will wither and die. Termites and other insects will quickly devour what is left. Within 1 year, an icon of Africa will be returned to the earth like it never existed, completely and utterly gone, a victim of a habitat out of balance. This phenomenon is especially prevalent in some of the national parks throughout Africa where elephant populations run unchecked. My heart sinks when thinking of losing the ancient symbols of life, such magnificent specimens that survived thousands of years, performing their own checks and balances before we interfered. Aside from sometimes getting water from the baobab trees, Tembos will use their tusks and feet to dig in dried-up riverbeds for water during the dry season. When finished drinking, they will fill the holes back in so that other animals can't use them. Initially, I was shocked when Raphael mentioned this little fact. From my human perspective, it seemed pretty selfish. Why not let the little guys have a swig, I thought. My surprised expression must have warranted further explanation, because Raphael added, "Where there is water, there are carnivores." Enough said. Throughout our journeys, we not only learned about Tanzania, we learned how truly blessed we were to have Raphael as our professional hunter. As mentioned, Raphael was quiet, reserved, and unassuming, yet he also exuded skill, confidence, and command. As PH, he was in charge, but it was his leadership that created such a cohesiveness among our little group. He led with subdued, respectful grace, appreciating everyone's worth. With tons of bush experience, he could have rambled on about his past exploits, but unless specifically asked about something, he never did. He also wasn't too proud to rely on Magogo's expertise. Not only was Rungwa West essentially in Magogo's backyard, but he had worked with the hunting concession for many years before Hillary took over. Raphael would, therefore, confer with Magogo from time to time. Although I couldn't understand the Swahili, it was obvious that he wasn't too big for his britches to listen to advice from someone who knew the area like the back of his hand. Unlike many of the staff, Raphael had only one wife and several children to provide for. During the off-season, he worked a small farm like much of the staff. The respect and admiration I have for this humble, gentle, skilled man simply cannot be put into words. Maybe everyone feels the same about their PH, but as far as Rick and I were concerned, we hit the jackpot when Raphael crawled aboard our Land Cruiser that first day. Magogo may not have spoken English, but he too jumped on the Educate Rick and Sue bandwagon. We'd be motoring along, and suddenly he'd utter a few words to Raphael. Next thing you know, he'd jump from the cargo hold and saunter off after something of interest. One time he came back with a coconut-looking fruit from the makoshi tree, a type of palm tree. Once again, his 20-inch machete or panga came out. After pounding it against a tree to break it open, he cut pieces of fibrous orange flesh for the whole crew. The inside of the fruit neither looked nor tasted anything like the white, milky coconut heaven I think of when seeing a palm tree. Amazingly, there are over 200 varieties of the tropical tree that we equate with pina coladas. After trying other such fruits on our excursions, Rick and I were pretty hesitant about taking our first bite. Our apprehension paid off. The stringy cantaloupe-looking delicacy was just as mouth-puckering as the fruit the Tumbilis love. Again, it must be an acquired taste. Either that or our new friends were simply enjoying our entertaining facial expressions. Raphael admitted that the local people enjoy makoshi fruit only to a certain degree, but Tembo, on the other hand, absolutely loved the bitter-tasting nastiness. We were learning that there wasn't much the gentle giants didn't love. Magogo not only joined in our education, but he was also warm and giving, always ready with a smile, and always a gentleman. He regularly presented me with small treasures he found during our treks. A tuft of lion hair, lucky beans scattered on the ground, and my favorite, mega-sized porcupine quills. By now, you get the concept that almost everything in Africa is supersized. For some reason that I can't exactly put my finger on, I had a soft spot for Magogo. His skill and expertise in the bush were undeniable. It also didn't slip my attention that after exhausting hours on safari, his day didn't end. Instead of lounging, he was knee-deep in processing meat into jerky to take home to his family. During the off-season, he also farmed a little plot of land in his home village. All his efforts provided him the wealth to have 2 wives and 4 kids. That kind of dedication to family is endearing. It was more than that, though. Magogo was almost always paired with me during our stalks through the bush, so basically I considered him my protector of sorts. Although I like to think of myself as pretty self-sufficient, there just may be a little bit of damsel in distress hidden deep down in my bones. Magogo, the strong silent type, was the perfect knight in shining armor. Perhaps it has nothing to do with that. Maybe it was just the simple but priceless African treasures he presented me. Even Rick, quite a thoughtful husband, never gifted me tufts of lion hair or giant porcupine quills. Whatever the reason for my attachment to him, one thing was very clear to me. I liked Magogo, or, as Jewel would say, oh, I liked him a lot. No matter how well protected and vigilant, unforeseen perilous situations can burst forth at any time. Even so, being surrounded by such competent, skilled individuals as Raphael, Magogo, Lillian, and Rick gave me peace of mind. Therefore, most of the time I felt pretty insulated from harm. Everywhere, that is, but in the long grass. Until you are actually in the wilds of Africa, I don't think you can get the true gist of Peter Capstick's book, Death in the Long Grass. Those 5 words are not just a catchy title. Grass is by far the most abundant plant in the savanna ecosystem. With nearly 75 species, it comes in a whole host of sizes, textures, colors, and heights. For simplicity's sake, let's just say that many grasses are supersized, like everything else in Africa, easily reaching 10 feet tall. The tips of some specimens brush the shoulders of adult giraffes and elephants. Such habitat is, no doubt, seventh heaven for many beasts who depend on it for food and shelter. For humans trekking through the lofty thickets, it is quite another story. Unless you are clinging to the neck of a giraffe, there is no way to see what is hidden within the towering grasses. Elephants, lions, snakes, any creature, fanged, elephantine, or slithering, could be less than a stone's throw away and you would be clueless. When slipping through the long grasses, we were normally tracking, not stalking. Consequently, our typical formation went out the window. Instead, Magogo was front and center reading any signs. Right on his heels with his rifle ready was Raphael. Rick was next with his gun also in position. Basically, I planted myself in Rick's back pocket. In an insane situation, he was my only tie to sanity. Abdallah and Lillian followed close behind. Her AK-47 was no longer casually flung over her shoulder. It was cradled in her arms. Quite simply, slinking through lofty foliage was a nerve-wracking endeavor. During these excursions, I felt relief the moment we exited the blinding maze of foliage into shorter grasses where our views were reinstated. Once in the open again, surrounded by so much experience and firepower, I blissfully entered back into my little bubble of safety. Fortunately for us, there was no death in the long grass, or even any close calls. Still, after experiencing just a taste of the dread it inspires, Capstick's title now hits me viscerally. In other words, I get it. Luckily, those nail-biting episodes were countered by moments of lightness and levity. 1 minute I'd have butterflies in my stomach, and 30 minutes later I'd be chuckling as all 6 of us looked like ostriches, with our heads tucked in the ground, bent over searching for water in hollows in the ground. During the dry season, discovering even small sources of the liquid gold was like hitting pay dirt. Where there is moisture, there are wild things. Consequently, almost every day entailed some sort of hunt for the precious commodity. Places that were once muddy bogs in the rainy season were the perfect places to explore first. The previously wet meccas turned into dried-up dust bowls littered with pits, indentations, and caverns that could still hold life-saving puddles. Such areas also tended to have water that trickled up from the subsurface. Breaks like these, searching for liquid gold, educational pit stops, and unsuccessful stalks, were as much a part of our safari as anything. They allowed precious time for social interactions and friendships to develop, ultimately opening the door to knowledge and awareness. We had expected to see lots of wildlife on safari, and of course for Rick to harvest some species, but neither of us had imagined such memorable and gratifying in-between times. To me, that aspect of our safari was the cherry on top of the hot fudge sundae. Although I've said it before, I must say it one more time. We felt truly blessed that these particular people were placed in our lives for even just a few short weeks. Weeks that changed us forever. Raphael, Lillian, Magogo, and all of Masimba Camp will forever live in my heart. Our Rafikis and Walimus, friends and teachers. Chapter 18. Cries of the Savannah. Simba! We spotted our first lion. His tawny coat blended perfectly with the golden grasses that partially concealed him, lounging 40 yards off of the trail. The dappled shade added to the camouflage effect. Looking like he had not a care in the world, his eyes followed our slow-moving vehicle. We expected him to leap up and run like most species we'd seen. Instead, the lion remained rooted to the spot. The rolling chunk of metal with its human cargo appeared to be little more than a small distraction from his afternoon siesta. Raphael assured us this was typical behavior for the king of beasts. Apparently, lions in the wild tend to look at vehicles and the souls on board as one large entity, not as an object with a smorgasbord of dinner options plopped on top. This was good. Call me crazy, but I preferred not being viewed as an afternoon snack. Instead, we were regarded as a hulking creature too big for Simba to waste his energy on. Suddenly, it dawned on me why photo safari vehicles, overflowing with tourists, could stream by lions in national parks without being molested. If we appeared too sizable to tangle with, the larger vehicles, oozing with humanity, must have seemed even more formidable. Viewing us as a risky meal wasn't the only reason the lion seemed disinterested. It was mid-afternoon, and it was hot, scorching, searing, sweat running down your back, Africa hot. This is the time of day when lions pretty much put their stomachs on hold. This isn't just for comfort, it's a necessity. Lions have very few sweat glands. As a result, they most often rest in the shade, staying cold during the heat of the day, saving their heavy hunting for nightfall and early morning. This preference is not exclusive. If prey is available, they aren't about to look a gift horse in the mouth just because it's broad daylight. The Simba in front of us was a young king. According to Raphael, he was probably about 3 years old and most likely had only recently been booted from his pride. The size and scope of his mane were a dead giveaway. The distinguishing feature begins growing at about a year old, then continues to grow throughout his life, often darkening with age. We may look at the lion's golden halo of hair as a regal adornment, but to the lion, it may mean the difference between life and death. The bigger the mane, the more intimidating he looks to enemies, while also protecting his neck and throat during territorial fights. Male lions are considered mature at about 3 years old, which is about the same time, not coincidentally, that they are ousted from the maternal pride. It isn't until they turn 4 or 5 that they would even dream about challenging an adult male in an attempt to take over the kingdom. The lion we saw lounging in the shade, watching us in apparent boredom, had a while before he was ready for that bold move. Raphael figured he'd been on his own for just a short time. Being a loner meant he had to hunt on his own without the help of teamwork. Solo lions are successful in their own right, but they must depend on ambushing prey and bursting forth in surprise attacks instead of working strategically with a pride. Young lions often form small bachelor groups or coalitions, frequently made up of related males recently ousted from their birth prides. Usually, the expelled nomads move at least 16 miles away from their natal group and wander 100 square miles of territory. Bachelors may have to spend years in this mid-phase before they are fierce enough to take over a pride. Prides, both males and females, are typically very hostile to outsiders who enter their domain. Once in a while, a lucky loner might chance upon a lioness in estrus away from her pride, thereby allowing him a little loving. Lions are the most social of all wild felines and the only cat species to live together in a close-knit family group. The pride usually consists of a couple of adult males, related females, and their cubs. Their natal bond does not tolerate outside females. While a pride typically consists of around 15 individuals, it can grow to as many as 30, basically an army of lethal fangs, power, and skill. Once a pride gets too large, the youngest generations of females may be booted out and forced to find their own territory. On occasion, females will leave a pride entirely and become nomadic like their male counterparts. Lionesses start reproducing at about 4 years old, giving birth to 1 to 4 cubs in a secluded den, thicket, or other secure location away from the pride. The newborns are born blind and helpless for the first few weeks of their lives. Consequently, for up to 8 weeks, the cautious protective mothers will hunt solo, fending for themselves to keep their defenseless babies away from the pride. You've heard the saying that it takes a village when it comes to raising young'uns? Well, lion prides are totally on board with that philosophy. Once cubs are integrated into the family group, caring for them is an all-out community effort. The cubs build strong bonds with most members of the pride, even suckling from any or all nursing females. Females work together to protect the cubs and teach them how to survive. Often 2 or more females give birth around the same time, allowing them to raise the cubs together, forming even tighter bonds. Like the young of most beings, the cubs are extremely playful, practicing their hunting, social, and caregiving skills early on. Typical of human toddlers, most cubs aren't content to cause a ruckus simply with their peers. They attempt to draw adults into their games as well. Lionesses who have their own cubs are much more tolerant of the antics, including from the offspring of others. Females without their own youngsters are a little less forgiving. Sound familiar? The entire pride works together to defend their territory and hunt prey. While both males and females are perfectly capable of assuming either duty, a division of labor tends to develop, allowing each individual to fall into their specific roles. Any male lions leading a pride didn't just waltz into that position. They had to fight for it. Winning such an honor doesn't mean game over. To stay king, lions must continually defend their standing in the pride as well as against rivals who want to take over. According to National Geographic, those lucky enough to become rulers typically only last 2 to 3 years before being dethroned. While adult males attached to a pride must constantly battle to keep their status, they usually get off easy when it comes to hunting. Growing to 7 feet long and weighing nearly 450 pounds, their powerful, stockily built bodies are better suited for defending and patrolling their hard-won territory. Lionesses, on the other hand, are about a foot shorter, weighing closer to 280 pounds. Their slighter, more agile build makes them better suited for hunting. Consequently, the females tend to do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to bringing home the bacon. As with the males, the females tend to assume precise roles in the pride as well as in hunting. Some will stalk the quarry, while others advance from the wings. Other lionesses will be stationed to attack the fleeing prey. While all this mayhem is going on, somebody's got to keep an eye on the cubs. Consequently, there are some lionesses, and even males, who take on the role of babysitter. A lion's arsenal of weapons includes muscular bodies capable of 36-mile-per-hour bursts of speed, razor-sharp claws, powerful vice-like jaws, and canine teeth up to 4 inches long. On top of their brute strength and savagery, they have terrific night vision, 6 times better than humans, giving them a distinct advantage over species whose vision suffers in the dark. Their gel-like padded feet and hide color allow them to creep silently, almost invisibly through the savanna, earning them the nickname Silent Snipers of the Wild by the National Geographic Channel. Even oozing with stealth and death-dealing weapons, the king's pursuit of prey is not a slam dunk. Thanks to the Creator's infinite wisdom to give each species a fighting chance, lions were given one pitfall. Compared to their body size, lions have relatively small hearts. This rather compact muscle limits their stamina, preventing them from long-distance chases. Much of the lion's prey, on the other hand, is equipped with speed and stamina. Since lions rarely pursue their quarry more than 100 yards, many targets are free to graze another day. For this reason, lions try to be within 50 feet of their mark before bursting forth in pursuit. Getting within striking distance of vigilant flight animals, accustomed to having a bullseye on their backs, is not like taking candy from a baby. Simba must lie in ambush, stalk silently through the savanna, or use the cover of darkness to get within range. The instant the intended victim is close enough, they spring forward, covering yards in a blink of an eye. Their jaws, which are 5 times stronger than humans, are the perfect weapon for strangulation, their preferred method of killing. The lion will use his powerful jaws to clamp down onto the animal's neck, effectively shutting off its air supply until suffocation occurs. While this works great for smaller victims, lions must sometimes resort to more ghastly methods when it comes to larger wildlife. Aside from lacking stamina, lions tend to suffer from tunnel vision. Once lions choose their target, they become so locked on their mark that other potential victims pass within easy reach, without Simba so much as batting an eye in their direction. While this attribute may save some quarry, it is easy to see how the lion's dead-on focus prevents them from darting back and forth after multiple fleeing animals, like balls in a pinball machine, quickly depleting their limited store. Even for the most skillful lions, hunting is hard work. Therefore, compact species such as dik-diks, vervet monkeys, hares, and the likes are typically spared from the lion's menu. Quite simply, there is not enough meat on their bones to make the effort worth the payoff. While many creatures depend on their minute size, speed, or endurance to survive in the world of the deadly carnivores, some rely on their power and might, most notably elephants, hippos, and rhinos. Lions typically avoid confrontations with the jumbo-sized pachyderms. Not only are such species a daunting chunk of flesh, but their brawn and tusks also make them extremely dangerous. Being trampled under the feet of an elephant or impaled by the incisors of a hippo can cause instant death or serious injury. A crippled lion is, most likely, a dead lion walking. Having said that, the infants of these massive beasts are fair game. Lions will seize any opportunity to take down younger, less threatening members of the behemoths. One lion is deadly. A pride is deadly times 10, 20, or 30. Since they aren't equipped for long-distance runs, lions work as a team, taking turns chasing their fleet-footed targets to tire them out. The lion's coordinated efforts not only allow them a much higher success rate for antelopes and zebras, but enable them to tackle the more fearsome game as well. For every victim that falls to the mighty lions, there are many more that escape. With an overall success rate of only 10 to 30%, life is not guaranteed, even for the king. Life is brutal for all wild creatures, predator and prey alike. Successful hunts aren't the only concern for a lion's survival. Other predators are a threat as well. Lions kill other carnivores, especially leopards, cheetahs, wild dogs, and hyenas at every opportunity. Conversely, those predators respond in kind. These slaughters have nothing to do with hunger. The sole purpose is to destroy their opponents, wiping out the competition. While this may seem cold-blooded, it makes perfect sense in the animal kingdom. All of these predators exist in basically the same ecological niche, competing for the same food sources. Any predators eliminated increases the chances of their survival. The lion's biggest adversaries are spotted hyenas. These two are mortal enemies. The dog-like creatures may look nothing like the majestic lion, but they have many similarities, making them a huge threat. They eat the same prey, have strong social structures, and are skilled hunters that hunt as a team while also being opportunists. Most of us tend to think of lions as stately hunters who kill all their food. While it is true they are expert killers, it is also true that they'd much prefer to lay in the shade and let other critters take on the blood, sweat, and tears. In other words, lions are also thieves and opportunists, stealing much of their food from other predators. Most of us view hyenas as the scavengers of Africa, assuming they survive by plundering the kills of others. This is far from the truth. They are skilled killers who hunt in groups. A pack of hyenas can easily bring down targets much larger than themselves. Also, scavengers of all kinds know that a parade of circling vultures signals death. It doesn't matter which predator gets there first or which one did the killing. First come, first serve is not a mantra in the animal world. It only matters who is more powerful. Surprisingly, lions steal more booty from hyenas than the other way around. Some lions exist almost entirely on the victims of the less prestigious hunters. Hyenas are extremely bold and will feed right alongside lions if the situation allows, often diving in to grab chunks of meat and retreating, always keeping just out of reach of the larger predators. If the hyenas' numbers are in their favor, however, they will challenge lions and even force them off of a kill. While confrontation between the two enemies, one-on-one, would be a fierce battle, the king would typically prevail. With that said, all bets are off if a lion finds itself outgunned. The same holds true for the hyenas. Essentially, it's all about numbers and circumstances. The bitter adversaries are always looking for a fight and willing to assault each other even when food isn't present. This bitter rivalry is most detrimental to the younger generation of each. Slaughtering one another's offspring is child's play. Any predator snuffed out in the early stages of life is an adult that the other species won't have to compete with later. Consequently, the pursuit to destroy one another's babies is an ongoing battle raging throughout the wilds of Africa. Lions kill 70% of hyenas overall. The competition between lions, cheetahs, and leopards is a little less contentious, primarily because lions tend to dominate these two felines. While lions will kill a full-grown leopard or cheetah if the chance arises, rarely can the smaller cats reciprocate unless a lion is wounded or sick. Lions aren't particular about who they steal from. They are just as happy to confiscate the kills of spotted felines as they are any predator, and there's little the smaller cats can do about it. Since leopards often have time to get their kill high into the treetops to avoid their bulkier relatives, they fare better. Cheetahs are much more vulnerable to losing their hard-earned booty. As the fastest land mammals in the world, they are built for speed, not climbing. Having dog-like non-retractable claws greatly limits their ability to scale a tree. Thus, dragging their spoils into the treetops is not an option. Once a lion pride has acquired its meal, there is a distinct hierarchy involved among the pride members. The cubs eat last and therefore suffer the most in times of scarcity, making them prone to dying of starvation or abandonment. Even so, most cubs die as a result of other carnivores. Only about 20% of lion cubs will survive until the age of 2. Knowing that lions require a pile of food to sustain them didn't help as we slept, or tried to sleep, behind the thin canvas shield of our tent, listening to their vocal cries. There is nothing in the animal kingdom that will send shivers up your spine quite like the lion's blood-curdling, low-pitched, thundering roar as you lay like pigs in a blanket behind a veil of fabric. Learning that these prolonged calls could be heard up to 5 miles away allowed me to imagine that they were nowhere near our tent. Simba 5 miles away was hunky-dory. Simba outside our tent was not. The lion's roars were different from the long rumbling sounds instilled in my memory. Typically, several longer, thunderous vocal displays were followed by a series of increasingly shorter grunts. Either way, the lion's cries were easily distinguishable. Almost like clockwork, they shattered our sleep between 2 and 3 a.m., the bewitching hour, so to speak. Aside from the roars that most people are familiar with, they have a whole language. Grunts, moans, growls, snarls, hisses, meows, purrs, hums, puffs, and woofs, each with a variance in volume, intensity, tempo, and tone. Our time at Masimba Camp didn't offer us the pleasures of hearing Simba's entire vocal collection. Mainly it was their low, guttural grunts, or oomphs, that penetrated our slumber each night. The lion's status as king of the kingdom is well justified. Lions are apex predators as well as keystone species. Put in layman's terms, they occupy the top of the food chain and have a large effect on their habitat, even though their numbers are small relative to other types of animals. Lions have a unique function within an ecosystem, critical to keeping the ecological community in balance. Without Simba, habitats would differ dramatically or cease to exist altogether. On top of their critical role in Africa's biological community, lions are charismatic species who have been revered throughout history for their power and fierceness, symbols of strength, courage, royalty, and stateliness. Unfortunately, their iconic nature has not prevented them from undergoing dramatic declines in both their range and numbers. A century ago, over 200,000 lions roamed throughout Africa. Since then, lions have vanished from over 80% of their historic ranges while becoming extinct in 26 countries where they previously reigned. Today, fewer than 25,000 lions are remaining in the wild. Tanzania contains 40% of that number, along with a quarter of all their remaining territory. Ruaha National Park alone holds 10% of the global population. Tanzania is, therefore, the most important country in Africa for lions and lion conservation. The lion's demise came to worldwide attention in 2015 with the death of Cecil, a magnificent 13-year-old lion who lived primarily within the boundaries of Hwange National Park in Zimbabwe. Many of you probably know the story, or at least a version of it. The incident was broadcast throughout the globe, sparking an international outcry. The National Geographic article, "Cecil the Lion Died Amid Controversy, Here's What Happened Since," considered it to be possibly the biggest response to a wildlife story ever seen. Cecil wasn't just any wild lion. He was a study subject of Wild Crew, or Wildlife Conservation Research Unit. Being a wild lion, he did what wild lions do. He went hunting. On that pivotal day, Cecil crossed outside of the park's border and into the line of fire of a bow hunter legally hunting lion in the adjoining area. Being that wild lions rarely reach 12 years of age, Cecil, at 13 years old, was well past his prime and nearing the end of his natural lifespan. According to hunting regulations, this made him a perfect candidate for harvest. With the lion's collar hidden by its mane, the hunter had no idea he was shooting a studied animal. To make matters worse, his arrow wounded the lion instead of killing him instantly. This not only caused suffering for the lion, but it also made him extremely dangerous. Accordingly, the hunter did as ethical hunters do. He, along with his PH and trackers, pursued the injured beast for 18 hours, ultimately putting an end to its suffering and preventing it from harming others. If he hadn't, circumstances could have ended worse. The hunter did what was right, confirmed by the article above. Investigations found the hunter had hunted legally and ethically without breaking any laws. As a result, he was never charged with a crime. None of that mattered. Few people waited for the facts. Because Cecil had been given a name and was known to some visitors at Hwange National Park, his death made the headlines. Instantly, the news spread worldwide, making the hunter a target of international contempt among ordinary people, celebrities, and TV hosts. Before the facts were known, and without justification, the hunter was raked over the coals, and his wife and family were threatened. They were not alone. Trophy hunting in general was pummeled. Trophy hunting, or selective hunting, was and is not the cause of plunging lion populations. Again, the truth was irrelevant. The furor over Cecil's death created a cash cow for many organizations. Fact or fiction, many charities were happy to exploit the incident, even though it generated sentiments that could ultimately hurt lion populations. Panthera, a team of biologists, law enforcement experts, and wildcat advocates, put out a report entitled "Beyond Cecil, Africa Lions in Crisis." The report states, quote, "Contrary to popular belief, trophy hunting is a small factor in the fate of the African lion, a relatively minor battle in the larger war on lions," unquote. The report points to habitat loss, agricultural expansion, and human population growth as the biggest threats to lions. The report also acknowledges that bushmeat poaching is a severe threat to lions. Even lands in the largest protected areas are seeing vast regions emptied of large ungulates, such as wildebeest, zebra, buffalo, and impala, all of which the lions depend on for food. According to Panthera, tens of thousands of wildebeest are killed each year in snares. The traps are also indiscriminate, and lions are caught and killed. Wire nooses account for 52% of all lion casualties in Mozambique's Niassa National Reserve. The IUCN supports Panthera's report. The premier conservation organization recognizes that trophy hunting did cause declines in poorly managed areas at times, but overall, trophy hunting, quote, has a net positive impact, unquote. Although hunting has proven to be a great tool for conservation, the industry is not without its thorns. Nothing is 100% sunshine and roses. Hunting for conservation requires that wildlife is managed using accurate scientific data and sustainable quotas. In some areas, not enough of the money goes to the local people. Also, some nations have had issues with corruption, leading to unsustainable animal allocations or awarding hunting concessions based on factors other than qualifications and bid price. Thankfully, the scrutiny thrust upon governments in recent years has helped reduce these types of profiteering. These issues in the pay-to-play system were noted in a study done by a group of international scientists led by Enrico de Minin. Even with its hiccups, they found that hunting offers revenue to developing countries that would otherwise turn natural habitats into people-oriented land uses. In addition, they concluded that if there was an outright ban on lion hunting, or even restrictions on trophy transport and lion products, most of the 8,000 lions on privately owned land in South Africa would cease to exist. Poachers would then fill the gap with lions from national parks, and their numbers, too, would plummet. Therefore, instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, they recommend changing policies to become more effective. Panthera agrees that progress is being made. Many countries, recognizing that poorly managed hunting was unsustainable, enacted reforms, including reducing their lion quotas. While some nations need improvement, others have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt the effectiveness of good policies. Again, we go to Namibia as a shining example. As lion populations in other countries dwindled, Namibia used hunting tourism and ecotourism in conjunction with each other to increase its lion population by 700%. Other data analysis conducted by researchers from the University of Pretoria indicated that if lion hunting were to end in Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia, almost 15 million acres of conservation areas would lose value, thus becoming vulnerable to other uses. That is an area 7 times larger than Yellowstone National Park. Even with all the statistical evidence, there are high-profile campaigns to ban trophy hunting, prohibit lion and elephant trophy imports, and list them on the Endangered Species Act. The research indicates that banning the import of legal trophies has the same effect as banning hunting altogether. As the director and founder of the Ruaha Carnivore Project, Dr. Amy Dickman is a non-hunting, vegetarian, carnivore expert and Kaplan Senior Research Fellow at Oxford University who has committed her life to save wildlife. In the March 2021 edition of Science and Story, she offers this heartfelt plea.
I have spent more nights in my tent crying over lion deaths than I wish to count. Given my lifelong passion for this incredible wildcat, each death cuts me to the core, but some stand out more than others. The lioness whose hind legs were cut off and whose swollen teeth suggested she'd only recently given birth. I spent days agonizing about what was happening to those newborn cubs, almost certainly starving to death where she had carefully hidden them. 3 other tiny lion cubs speared and piled up in the bush, with a wooden stake through their fragile bodies. A young lion, perhaps only 2 or 3 years old, whose ravaged paw showed the agony of hours in a wire snare before it died from multiple spear wounds. A big lioness in the prime of life, one of our collared females, whose poisoning led to utter carnage, with the bodies of 5 other lions and over 70 critically endangered vultures scattered around her in an orgy of appalling, indiscriminate death. A heavily pregnant poisoned lioness, who we cut open in some vague hope that we might have reached her in time to save the cubs. But no, we instead found the still bodies of 3 perfect, full-term cubs, never able to play their role in the continuation of the species. And it goes far beyond lions. The horror of a leopard who died in agony, its right paw trapped in the unforgiving steel of a gin trap. The hyena we found decapitated in the bush. The beautiful tawny eagles sprawled lifeless on the ground after being poisoned. We see countless deaths, but they still emotionally impact me every time. None of those animals were named or globally loved like Cecil the lion, but their deaths count at least as much, if not more, because their very anonymity shows they lived in wild areas, which receive little attention. They died because they had no perceived value to people in those areas. And the sadness I feel for every one of these deaths is awful. I know without a shadow of a doubt that I am deeply, passionately, and emotionally committed to the conservation of these incredible animals and the landscapes they live in. The same goes for all our team, who work tirelessly to protect them, and for every field conservation scientist I know. That is why it is always surprising when, For example, in a recent science and story post, we are portrayed somewhat robotically, apparently surprised that the science does not outweigh emotional or moral considerations in conservation debates, such as over trophy hunting. This fits within a wider narrative, which portrays those of us who warn about the risks of banning trophy hunting without viable alternatives as heartless and uncaring about wild animal killing. Literally nothing could be farther from the truth. There is good scientific evidence that banning trophy hunting without better options ready to protect wildlife, habitat, and livelihoods risks amplifying major threats such as land conversion and poaching. But my colleagues and I who engage in these debates are very aware that science is not enough to win hearts and minds. We have no problem with people getting emotional about wild animal killing. We want that passion. It would be an appalling world without it. Importantly, we feel it strongly ourselves. I am deeply fearful that hasty bans would lead to far more terrible wildlife deaths, like those described above. We also have no problem with having celebrities involved in conservation, if well informed. They can raise awareness of major threats and mobilize positive global action. But the frustration comes when complex conservation topics are presented as simple sound bites and fragmented snapshots of reality, without discussing the wider context or the risk of extremely serious, unintended consequences. We all know that simplistic narratives do very well on social media. It is easy to generate global outrage against an obese trophy hunter grinning over a dead lion, or a woman holding up a giraffe heart on Valentine's Day. These images are extremely powerful and, crucially, have a clear villain that can be used for campaigning and fundraising. But, in truth, conservation is immensely more complicated than it first appears. The science and story post suggests that we might be able to connect with the emotions, morality and aspirations of millions by telling the full story of how conservation fails and might succeed. But this is the absolute core of the challenge. How do we, as conservation scientists, tell the full story when it is complicated and messy? How can we reach people, and would they actually be prepared to listen to that full story, especially if it goes against their preconceptions? The fact that trophy hunting, even if it turns our stomachs, can help protect vast areas of habitat, guarding against land conversion, poaching, and terrible conflict-related killings, simply doesn't have immediate power on social media. Facts and statistics, as we all know, usually don't change minds. Even when we post photos of the killings I describe, which are usually far more damaging for conservation than trophy hunting killings, there is a startling lack of public interest or concern, as if those deaths somehow don't count in the same way. And this is for lions, one of the most loved species on the planet. The chance of generating public passion for entire healthy ecosystems, or conserving the myriads of less publicly appealing species such as invertebrates or reptiles, seems impossibly low. Most of the true conservation threats just don't lend themselves well to campaigning. When conflict-related wildlife killings do hit the headlines, the backlash against local people risks actually intensifying conflict, not reducing it. The reality is that field conservation is complicated, with dizzying minefields of unintended consequences, but no one wants to hear that. It's just not sexy, simple, or compelling, unlike the simple, albeit usually false, narrative that trophy hunting is a major conservation threat, and that banning it will automatically make things better. Oh, how I wish it were that simple. In the field, we see the very real consequences of well-meaning but poorly considered actions. Trophy hunting blocks are increasingly laying vacant. This might be a success for some campaigners, but once you actually spend time in them and see the degree of poaching, habitat conversion, and wildlife killing in vacant blocks, you realize it is often far from a win for wildlife. Yet the pressure is only growing for bans, although I am unaware of evidence for viable alternatives ready to avoid many more vacant blocks. So we know that the evidence presented is not winning the battle. That is painfully clear to us as conservation scientists, as well as to millions of affected rural people who get virtually no voice in these debates. So, what to do? I'm not sure, but I know what I would like to see as an important step in the right direction. Far from scientists having a disdain for emotion, marketing campaigns and celebrities, I would love to see all those things used to safeguard wildlife habitat and to deal with real conservation threats such as prey loss, poaching and conflict with vulnerable local people. I want us, at the very least, to agree that our aim should be to work with local people to reduce overall wildlife killings, rather than only caring about animals killed by trophy hunters. To do otherwise risks hugely increasing the silent loss of much more habitat and wildlife. Most people won't see those impacts. Land will gradually be cleared, savannas will fall silent, and we will respond to many more appalling deaths of nameless but vital wild animals. So this is an unashamedly emotional plea, including to celebrities. If you truly care about reducing wildlife killings, then please make space for hearing that full story of messy, real conservation challenges. Listen to the perspectives of field conservation scientists and local communities. Work with us as well, and together we can take action and reduce the despair we feel about the destruction of our natural world.
For those who are looking for even more scientific evidence, you can read the 2019 Science article entitled Trophy Hunting Bans Imperil Biodiversity, written by Dickman and 128 additional wildlife specialists. It essentially says the same thing in a more matter-of-fact, unemotional way. Each signatory, along with their qualifications, is listed at the end. Cecil's death, the media firestorm, and the worldwide outrage are proof that citizens of every country are impassioned about preserving the lion for future generations. To do this, however, the warriors of lion conservation must accept the real challenges facing the iconic species and embrace tactics, both hunting and non-hunting, that are proven to succeed, even if some of the methods go against every fiber of their being. If not, we are just putting another nail in their coffin. An Africa without Simba's majestic but menacing allure would lose much of its mystique. The African symphony, deprived of the lion's guttural calls and blood-curdling roars, would be amiss, void of a presence that makes your spine tingle, fills you with awe, and compels you to feel resolutely alive. Chapter 19. The Big Picture. Uzi and Guke, Magogo, don't fall, I cried out nervously. 20 feet above me, our head tracker scooted across a barren branch, his legs encircling the limb to prevent him from sprawling to the ground. My anxious appeal, spoken in Swahili, caught Magogo so off guard that it had the exact opposite effect. His stable grasp wavered just slightly as a grin spread across his face. Magogo had already scaled the pool-like trunk. No ladder, no shoes, no climbing gadgets, just feet, legs, arms, and hands maneuvering skillfully up the limbless tree. It seemed like the perfect time to add "don't fall" to my vocabulary, since Lillian, my impromptu language teacher, was safely planted on the ground beside me. Raphael, holding a rope with a chunk of Rick's Duggaboy attached to one end, waited below. Once Magogo was in position, The empty end of the line was thrown up, allowing him to grab it and launch it down the other side. Using the setup as a pulley, the ground crew hoisted the piece of meat into the air until it rested against the limb where Magogo sat. Through a series of loop-de-loops and various maneuvers, the hunk of flesh was soon anchored securely to the limb of the tree. Once tied in place, Magogo attached green-leafed branches to it, totally hiding it from sight. The bare limb suddenly looked like it had sprouted a leafy shrub from its midst. Now the all-consuming question: why? Why on earth, after so much effort to attract an animal, did they hide the bait? That was a question burning in my brain. Raphael didn't miss a beat. Recognizing my puzzled expression with a smirk, he offered, "Vultures." Expanding on the one-word answer, Raphael went on to explain that the flying scavengers have keen eyesight, enabling them to spot carcasses from up to 4 miles away. If they saw the bait, it would be picked to the bone within minutes. Vultures are ravenous. They can eat up to 2 pounds of food in a single sitting. When a meal is sighted, the highly social birds circle the sky, signaling their kinfolk to join in the feast. It's therefore not uncommon to see one carcass feeding up to 100 birds, a swarm that can devour 100 pounds of flesh in less than 3 minutes. Africa has 11 varieties of vultures, 8 of which live in Tanzania. The most prevalent species, by far, is the white-backed vulture, common to the savanna and woodlands. Weighing up to 15 pounds, they can reach 40 inches long while having wingspans almost 6 feet wide. Since the scavengers' sharp beaks are not designed to tear open the thick skin of large victims, they must wait their turn to feast on the leftovers of others, ultimately reducing a carcass to a mere skeleton. While vultures are regarded as repulsive, fierce, and barbaric, they have a vital role in keeping wildlands free of decaying remains and disease. Their stomach acid is so corrosive that it allows them to digest meat at any stage of decay, as well as tolerate nasty diseases that might kill many animals. Their insatiable appetite is responsible for eliminating up to 70% of all decaying flesh within their ecosystem. They are therefore essential in protecting the health of all other species, including humans and their livestock. Although vultures are critical to the African ecosystem, they are the fastest declining groups of birds in the world. Recently, the IUCN lowered the white-backed vulture's conservation status to critically endangered. Sadly, poaching of other game is the biggest reason for their drastic decline. The wide-open savannas, which allow hordes of the scavengers to locate a feast from miles away, are also their downfall. Just as a carcass can be spotted from miles away, so can the soaring birds, a sight that signals death as clearly as a blinking neon light. This instantly alerts any nearby rangers, outfitters, and legal hunters of potential poaching activity. Poachers cannot have this. Consequently, many illegal killers poison the birds in mass numbers to lessen the chance of being discovered. One large poison-filled carcass can kill all the vultures that feed upon it, basically massacring hundreds of birds at a time. An example of this played out in Botswana in 2019 when 500 of the threatened birds fed on the tainted meat of 3 poisoned elephants. Sometimes they aren't even intended targets. As mentioned in Dickman's essay, the poisoning of 6 lions due to human-wildlife conflict also killed the 70 vultures that fed on the poisoned carcasses. Aside from poisoning, vultures suffer from habitat loss and reduced prey. Many, too, are poached for the use of their body parts and traditional medicines. Finally, their extremely slow reproduction rate is partly to blame. Not only are the ghastly-looking birds monogamous, mating for life, but they also produce only 1 egg every 1 to 2 years. Who could have imagined a bird with such a distasteful reputation would have such a strong sense of loyalty? Until spending time in Africa, my view of vultures had been one of indifference, neither hating them nor loving them. The homely birds had simply been the bearers of the misfortune of others. I was utterly clueless about their value in keeping ecosystems disease-free and how their tattletale behavior put them in such peril. Recognizing the assault upon the scavengers of Africa, as well as my own indifference, was troubling. How many people like me are only concerned about the cute, endearing, or majestic species and dismiss the ones that are aesthetically challenged? Each has a critical role in the overall scheme of things. Each has great value, yet there is no doubt that most of us tend to dismiss the creatures who are short in the looks department. Suddenly, the muffled thud of Magogo's feet hitting the ground snapped me out of my reverie. Although vultures couldn't smell the rotting meat, most assuredly plenty of other critters could. That was the point, to pervade the area with the lovely scent of putrid flesh. As an extra enticement, Magogo tied a juicy piece of entrails to the end of a rope and dragged it hundreds of yards through the surrounding bush, forming a large perimeter around the bait tree. No doubt, plenty of opportunists would pick up the foul-smelling stench. I was just hoping that Magogo, towing the tempting morsels, didn't return with a lion on his tail. Not only did I want our tracker to come back in one piece, but lions weren't the intended targets. Our crew's goal was to attract leopards, specifically mature males, hoping that one would be unable to pass up a free meal. Leopards, or chui as they are known in Swahili, are extremely agile climbers. Streamlined bodies, packed with powerful muscles, allow them to negotiate the canopy of trees with little effort. They prefer spending most of their time, including eating, in the security of treetops rather than exposing themselves to the dangers on the ground. Leopards, therefore, carry their victims high into the limbs to stash them out of the reach of other predators, much like Magogo had done, not coincidentally, with a chunk of buffalo meat. Simba can climb admirably, but his skills are nothing compared to a leopard. Lions are stronger, but they are also heavier and less nimble, so they prefer the ground. Besides, they don't have much need to climb trees. As kings of the animal world, they can pretty much eat wherever they want. Still, lions aren't above a little pirating. A tempting, almost effortless treat nestled a few feet above the ground can send them clambering to the heights. Consequently, Raphael and Magogo did not choose bait trees randomly. They selected specimens that had long trunks with no low branches, basically lessening the chances of Simba's success while increasing the chance of Chewy's. Any higher protruding limbs had to be strong enough to hold the weight of a leopard, but not sturdy enough to maintain the bulk of a lion. By now, you have put two and two together. Rick was hunting leopard as well as plains game species. In the decades that Rick had dreamed about our once-in-a-lifetime adventure, he had plenty of time to pin down the aspects that were most important to him. He was firm that the experience should resemble an old-time African hunt as much as possible, essentially camping deep in the African bush where animals remained wild. Once those conditions were met, his top priority was a place where he could hunt the elusive spotted feline. Fundamentally, Rick's entire hunt revolved around this primary species. The license one gets corresponds to the number of days on safari. Typically, 7, 10, 14, 21, or 28-day licenses are available to hunters. Essentially, the longer the safari, the more game the client is entitled to hunt, both in terms of variety of species and overall quantity. If certain animals are abundant, more than one of that type may be available to hunt. For example, Rick could have legally harvested 2 zebras, 2 impala, and 3 Cape buffaloes if he wished, paying the corresponding trophy fee for each. Just because an animal is listed on quota, however, doesn't mean it is hunted. After Rick harvested 1 zebra, he had no desire to hunt a second one. There were also other game animals on the permit that Rick chose not to hunt for various reasons. In addition, there are no guarantees. It is hunting, after all. A hunter may pursue a specific species the entire time, but never have an opportunity for a harvestable animal. A well-managed hunting system works like basic economics, supply and demand. Each species is assigned a trophy fee that corresponds to its perceived value, ranging from a few $100s to many thousands of dollars. The more limited and in demand a species is, the higher the value that is placed on it. The more abundant or less desirable the species is, the lower the trophy fee. For example, an elusive and coveted East African greater kudu will require a much higher trophy fee than the prolific impala, seen around nearly every bend in the road. In addition to the safari license fee, The trophy fees for each animal harvested are apportioned for the benefit of the Tanzanian government, the local community, and the hunting outfitter. Trophy fees and animals available for harvest are not randomly drawn from a hat. Each year, the Tanzanian government performs a census to determine wild populations and distribution, as well as other factors. Based on the government's findings, they determine what can be sustainably harvested and assign quotas for each safari area accordingly. Often when hunters are pursuing dangerous game, such as a leopard, the outfitter hires an additional PH for added safety and success. Hunting carnivores is very labor-intensive. Baits must be put in multiple trees which are checked and monitored daily. Once a desired feline is determined to be feeding on the bait, a blind large enough to conceal up to 4 people is built. All of this requires extra personnel, as well as large blocks of time dedicated to just this one species, making this the primary reason for the 21-day requirement in Tanzania and the corresponding jump in price. Truth be told, if it would have been financially feasible for us, Rick's ultimate dream would have been to hunt a lion. With that said, the trophy fee for a leopard, along with all the other associated expenses, was a big enough stretch for our budget. Fulfilling a dream requires walking a tightrope, so to speak, balancing the weight of future responsibilities with that of seizing the here and now. Rick's hunting leopard, rather than a lion, was our way of seizing the day while still keeping our financial equilibrium in check. The quest for Chewy was the primary reason we chose Tanzania over so many other wonderful destinations in Africa. Tanzania has plenty of leopards and provides an authentic, remote experience in the African bush that is second to none. The first few days of our safari had been geared towards hunting plains game to supply the camp with meat and baiting material. Once that goal was accomplished, Raphael decided it was time to focus on Chewy. The common strategy for hunting leopard is to attempt to bait one of the elusive nocturnal cats out of the darkness and into the daylight with the promise of an easy meal. This is much easier said than done. Leopards are very intelligent and extremely wary while having acute senses that can detect danger from afar. Aged leopards even more so. Like all wildlife, leopards don't grow to a ripe old age by being stupid. The longer they live, the smarter they become, making them much more difficult and dangerous to pursue. Just because bait is set doesn't mean it will be hit, and if it is, chances are the cats will wait until after dark. Therein lies the problem. In Tanzania, it is only legal to hunt Chewy during daylight hours. Their nocturnal disposition, along with their acute senses, makes them one of Africa's most difficult animals to hunt. Once a leopard is interested in a bait, a blind is built. The enclosure, often made entirely of native vegetation, must blend seamlessly with the surroundings, while also being large enough to conceal the hunter, game scout, and up to 2 PHs. After that, it's a waiting game. Hunting leopard requires sitting statue-like for hour after hour after hour, sometimes day after day, waiting, waiting, waiting. Imagine sweat running down your back in the stifling heat of the cramped blind. Although it tickles, you can't even twitch. Your eyes burn as salty perspiration trickles into your eyes. Just pray you don't have a heat stroke. Next, the cramped position causes your butt and your back to start throbbing incessantly. Doggone it, just try to forget your aching muscles. Then, surprise, surprise, a tsetse fly lands on your nose. Too bad, suck it up. Suffer in agony as the angry little devil gorges on your blood. If you swat the nasty bugger, it's game over. Any leopard in the neighborhood will spot you dead to rights. Now, after sitting semi-paralyzed for countless hours over multiple days, Chewy suddenly glides on the bait branch seemingly from out of nowhere, just as dusk descends over the restless bush. Here's your chance. Your heart is pounding. Your body is trembling. Somehow you manage to force your eye to the scope and struggle to align the crosshairs on the one rosette you've picked as your target. Now he's clearly in your sights. His lithe silhouette is backlit against the colorful hues of sunset. Whoa, wait! Utter disappointment washes over you. No gonads. There's no question. It's a female. Better luck next time. This whole scenario sounds excruciating to me. If I had to sit mute and immobile for even 1 hour, I would go bonkers. Listen, I said I understood my husband, brothers, and many hunters, but that doesn't mean I don't think they are a bubble-off plum at times. The torment hunters are willing to endure for the opportunity to hunt is utterly mind-boggling. No matter how ludicrous and wretched this all sounds, hunters pay big money in the hope that a mature male leopard will drop its guard just long enough for a few seconds of opportunity. As I said, part of the reason they are so appealing to the hunt is that they are so challenging. Why, you might ask, did I wait so long to tell you that Rick was also hunting leopard? As you may be aware, the hunting of leopards, lions, and elephants is a hot-button issue that incites passionate emotions, often not good ones. Quite frankly, I'm scared to tell you more. With the intense anti-hunting sentiment so prevalent in today's polarized world, we fear this book could cause serious backlash. Aside from the outrage over Cecil the lion, some radical people mount vicious social media campaigns against hunters, even when hunts are perfectly legal. Non-hunters, biologists, and wildlife officials aren't in the clear either, not if they support well-managed ethical hunting. My social media accounts are already a target for threats and harassment. Yet the verbal bashing I've received is nothing compared to the vile way I've seen others attacked. In an earlier chapter, I spoke of Claude Kleinhans, the PH and family man who was gored to death by a Cape buffalo. Below an online article detailing his death were the following comments. The hero bull delivered justice to the evil, cowardly human trash. I hope the hunter died in agony. A fitting, miserable death for a trophy hunter. Good riddance. Trophy hunters are human garbage. I sure hope it was a slow, painful, and undignified death as befits the lowlife of humanity. I wish I could have seen the buffalo strike. Beautiful shot, right in the femoral. Would have bled for a while, but the outcome was great. While these most horrid remarks are probably the result of a very few extremists, it is still unsettling. You can see why I might be apprehensive about exposing our hunting safari. Hateful sentiments like this are all over the internet anytime the topic of harvesting wildlife, especially the most beloved species, is involved. Even people who condone other types of hunting can have intense emotions against hunting lions, leopards, and elephants. People like me, for instance. Before visiting Africa, I existed in the middle ground, essentially acknowledging a gray area. I accepted subsistence hunting, and, as much as I hate to admit it, I felt some species had more value than others. Still, I had no ill will towards the hunters themselves. Growing up immersed in a world of hunters, who I know to be upstanding citizens, enabled me to have a completely different perspective. Taking the emotion out of it, I was able to see the big picture. Placing a monetary value on wildlife, especially dangerous destructive species, is critical to their survival. Part of the problem is that many well-meaning people have fallen victim to the hype of the media and anti-hunting groups. Many groups are experts at spreading disinformation that is emotionally based and extremely biased while providing no facts to back up their claims. Facts don't lie. Well-managed hunting's success in growing wild populations throughout the world is undisputed. Most of the arguments provided by anti-hunting organizations accidentally or conveniently fail to acknowledge the statistical data. As far as Africa is concerned, they also fail to address the reality of rural people living with dangerous destructive beasts. Rarely, if ever, do such articles mention habitat loss as the most significant threat to Africa's wildlife. Over and over, phototourism is touted as the saving grace, but they fail to mention that most areas suitable for ecotourism have already been tapped. Seldom do they address the fact that rural villages see very little, if any, of non-hunting tourism money. Anti-hunting groups berate putting a cash value on a species, but neglect to disclose that in doing so, remote, lackluster lands remain valuable in their wild state. They portray trophy hunters as foul human beings because they choose to keep the memory, but don't mention that all the meat is consumed, much less of the animals wasted, and only a few old males at the end of their lifespans are sacrificed. They also fail to address who will cover the cost of anti-poaching programs, lost employment, revenue generated, and meat for local communities if legalized hunting is stopped. These groups also like to equate trophy hunting with poaching, yet comparing the two, as Dr. Amy Dickman puts it, is like comparing shopping to shoplifting. The former is legal, regulated, and generates wider benefits. The latter is illegal, unregulated, and plays a key role in wildlife decline. Truly, I believe most people's motives are pure and motivated by love. Even so, that is not the case with every organization. Some of the largest, most well-known, and vocal anti-hunting or animal rights organizations are motivated by greed. Preying on the emotions of Westerners is their money ticket. Any controversy or headline adds wads of money to their coffers. You would be appalled if you knew the small fraction of money from some multi-million-dollar budgets that actually goes to helping wildlife or preserving their habitat. According to Dr. Brian Child, University of Florida Associate Professor of African Studies, who specializes in African conservation and resource economics, quote, "In many instances, it is extremely hard to find out where the money went and what impact it had. We often just don't know. A lot of people raise a lot of money in the name of saving rhinos or lions or whatever without ever checking to see where the money goes. I rarely see it having much of an impact on the ground." Unquote. On the other hand, the benefits of hunting can be seen and documented. Don't get me wrong, there are many wonderful, lesser-known organizations backed by both hunters and non-hunters, working diligently to save wildlife. Donations to these groups improve the human condition of local Africans, offer education, introduce alternative income opportunities, find solutions to help people live safely with wild species, fund anti-poaching efforts, rescue animals, and preserve habitat. Instead of being broad-based, each tends to concentrate on specific problems and localized solutions while having boots on the ground. Even so, it must be recognized that Africa's wildlife cannot be saved simply through charity. The continent of Africa is over 3 times the size of the United States. That is a monstrous amount of land to protect, with only small areas currently safeguarded by park systems. One also must remember that well-managed hunting is self-sustaining, while donations are not. It twists a knife in my heart when I see disinformation about hunting's role in conservation, along with vilifying all hunters as cowardly, violent, evil people who kill for entertainment. They are talking about the people I love. My husband, father, stepdaughter, brothers, nieces, nephews, and friends. People who, while imperfect, are still respectable human beings. With that said, it would be remiss to say that all so-called hunters live by the standards set by the majority. It is doubtful that anyone becomes more infuriated with unprincipled killers than hunters themselves. Not only do they hate unfair pursuits, inhumane treatment, and disrespecting the creatures they love, but the rare unethical hunters sully the name of all hunters. Each bad apple gives anti-hunting groups the ability to put another nail in the coffin. If all the emotional and greed-driven hype wasn't hurting wildlife populations, the slander could be overlooked. Hunters, hunting organizations, or anyone who supports them will survive the nasty words. Africa's wild species may not. It is also interesting to note that few people, when casting judgments on huntings and hunters, recognize their culpability in killing animals. Death is a byproduct of our mere existence. The food we eat, the homes we live in, the fuel we use for our comfort and transportation, and the industries producing these necessities all exact a toll on the environment. While I detest the thought of killing an animal myself, I am an omnivore. In my 20s, I attempted living as a vegetarian for 3 long months before caving in a weak moment to the lure of a Sharpie burger from the local burger hut, putting an abrupt end to a plant-based lifestyle. My not wanting to kill an animal, while at the same time being a meat eater, is a bit hypocritical. Although I may help with the work involved in processing the kill, I let someone else pull the trigger, thereby maintaining my sensitivities. Simply put, I let others do the dirty work. Hunters, at least, take responsibility for the food on the table. Growing up in the cities and suburbs many people are completely detached from where their food comes from. Our grocery stores are filled with sterile, cellophane-wrapped packages of meat. We plop it in the basket, carry it home, unwrap it, and throw it on the grill. Voila, easy peasy. Even so, make no mistake about it, just days before, that package of protein was oinking, clucking, or mooing. This point was made quite clear in the 2017 Washington Post article, "A surprising number of American adults think chocolate milk comes from brown cows." Aside from 7% of adults being unaware chocolate syrup is needed to make chocolate milk, a study of 4th, 5th, and 6th graders in urban California found that 4 out of 10 kids had no idea that hamburgers came from cows. 3 out of 10 were also clueless that cheese is made from milk. More than half had no idea that pickles started as cucumbers or that onions and lettuce were plants. This gives an idea of the disconnect. While the detachment may seem harmless or even a bit funny, it is hard to make informed decisions without such basic knowledge. Vegans and vegetarians also don't get off scot-free. Large-scale agriculture, with its row upon row of well-manicured weed and insect-free crops, fill our lands with chemicals and fertilizers while chewing up untold amounts of real estate, land that previously was home to native plants and animals. Organic farmers may spare the chemicals, but they still need a large patch of dirt void of natural vegetation and varmints. In addition, cultivating and harvesting crops with high-tech, mega-sized machinery is brutal for any critter in its path, slicing and dicing those too slow to escape the churning blades. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of acres of wheat and canola fields lining the roads near our home, you will see very little diversity. There are a few varieties of cultivated crops that inadvertently support mice, owls, coyotes, deer, and a few other species, most of which the farmers and ranchers consider pests, and therefore employ strategies to keep to a minimum. Before these prairie lands were cultivated, the grasslands and diversity of vegetation supported bison, elk, deer, bear, prairie dogs, coyotes, foxes, tons of birds, and countless other species of all sizes, shapes, and forms. When looking at Idaho's rocky pastures, rugged canyons, desert expanses, whitewater river corridors, and mountain woodlands, essentially lands not suitable for crops, there is still an overwhelming diversity of habitat, plant life, and wildlife. Many people with plant-based lifestyles don't recognize their contribution to the loss of habitat, and therefore the wild creatures that are displaced. Few also fail to recognize that deer and other pests were often killed directly to protect the food they eat. In Mindful Carnivore, A Vegetarian's Hunt for Sustenance, Tolver Cerulli came to the same conclusion. His statement, "We weren't eating animals, but our vegetables were," hit the nail on the head. Yet quite a few vegetarians look down or even vilify those who eat meat for doing the same thing that they do by proxy. The argument from the plant-based industry is that crops are mainly used to feed livestock. But according to the United Nations, 86% of their food is grass and leaves, crop residues, and other byproducts, all inedible by humans. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg. As Cerulli put it, quote, "We maim and kill in a million other ways, our industrial, economic, and agricultural machinery incurring a massive debt in animal lives, and worse, in habitat. But I have always found such harm, regrettable and unintended, easier to accept than premeditated violence." Unquote. His heartfelt, thought-provoking journey from vegetarianism to veganism to omnivore and ultimately to hunter will give you a whole new perspective on the toll our survival takes on other beings. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that everyone start dressing like Davy Crockett or begin a starvation diet to save the planet. There is nothing wrong with eating domestic livestock, wild game, or embracing a vegetarian-type lifestyle. Every person must do what speaks to their heart and works for their body, while also doing their best to ensure the survival of wild populations for future generations. My point in all of this is that there is a real cost to the environment and living things for basically everything we do. None of us are squeaky clean or blameless in our quest to survive. Like it or not, one way or another, we are all responsible for the killing or displacement of wildlife. Magogo came tramping toward us from the surrounding brush with the smelly entrails in tow, thankfully without sacrificing any skin to a hungry carnivore. Seeing he was safe triggered another concern I was having. So many of us take meat utterly for granted, yet in many nations it is a luxury. Despite Tanzania's large livestock population, rural people consume very little animal protein compared to other developed nations. Knowing this, it was impossible not to feel pangs of guilt when looking at the meat dangling from a bait tree rather than being made into jerky, protein that could feed Magogo's family and other villagers. Nevertheless, my misgivings had to be put aside to look at the bigger picture. After just a few days in Masimba Camp and seeing Africa's reality through newly awakened eyes, I accepted the sacrifice. Like so many aspects of hunting, I had to look past my emotions to see that the loss of the protein, as well as that of the leopard, was for the greater good of both species, humans and wildlife. I'd like to say that only one piece of meat was used and that there was no more tree acrobatics, but since you can't put all your eggs in one basket, the search for a couple more trees with the perfect leopard-sized branches began. Yet instead of the baiting process making me anxious, I found myself looking forward to them. Not only was the task fascinating to watch, but it allowed plenty of time for visiting with Lillian and the others, while also continuing my Swahili lessons. Once all the baits were in place, dropping back to check for spoor became a part of our daily ritual. To keep human scent to a minimum, we typically parked a few hundred yards away while Magogo snuck off to look for footprints, claw marks, tufts of hair, gnawing, or other signs that Chewy had dropped by. If any indication of a larger, presumably male leopard was discovered, the plan was to build the grass cocoon, sit like statues, and let tsetse flies gorge on human blood. Waiting, hoping that just before dark an aged male would slink onto the branch, letting his guard down for just a few seconds. There was no guarantee that such a leopard would find one of the baits or that he'd yield to temptation, and so the wait for Chewy began. If Rick's hunt proved successful, part of me would cringe. The other part of me would remember the words of Dr. Amy Dickman.
It is a cause for celebration that so many people love lions, elephants, and other wild animals. But we should be extremely wary of basing decisions on emotion alone, in case we worsen their conservation outlook and effectively love them to death.
I, for one, refuse to love wild creatures to their death. Chapter 20. Deeply Stirring to the Blood. The death of Cecil and the corresponding worldwide outrage occurred just 3 months before our Tanzanian safari. Amid filling out forms, stocking medications, getting poked for immunizations, and finalizing travel arrangements, we watched as the media firestorm exploded across the globe. While Rick's primary goal was hunting leopard, Rod's was hunting lion. Understandably, the implications weighed heavily on our minds. Our trip to Tanzania was Rod's second attempt to harvest a lion. He had pursued Simba several years before in Tanzania's Selous Game Reserve. After 21 days on safari and scads of hours spent huddled in a lion blind, he left without a lion, never having an opportunity for a mature male. While this may not have been the outcome Rod was looking for, his pursuit injected wads of money into the Tanzanian economy and was therefore a definite win for conservation and the local people. Many anti-hunters like to think of trophy hunters or selective hunters as super rich, entitled, opulent, revolting people born with a silver spoon in their mouths. While there are exceptions, most hunters are simply not the foul, horrid people that the media portray them to be, at least not with the hunters I've met and certainly not with Rod and Sue. Sue and her 3 siblings were raised in rural Washington state. Although their rustic home had running water in the kitchen sink, they had no indoor bathroom until she was 13 years old. Trips to the outhouse and bathing in a galvanized tub were run-of-the-mill aspects of Sue's daily life. She also spent time fishing and subsistence hunting with her dad. Though her life was filled with love, it was a far cry from the life of a child raised with a silver spoon. Only 30 miles away, as the crow flies, Rod grew up with 3 siblings on the outskirts of a small rural town. He hunted with his dad until he was 17 years old, when both parents were killed in a tragic accident. Needless to say, losing his mother and father simultaneously while so young was devastating. For the next few years, Rod floundered about rather aimlessly, trying college and a series of odd jobs. Sue came into the scene after taking a waitressing job at a local burger joint that Rod frequented. Apparently, Rod was impressed with more than the burgers and fries. Only 11 months later, the two of them were married. 4 years later, in the midst of raising children, they saw a business niche in the community and pursued it full bore. Being a top-notch team, they grew their business to over 50 employees while simultaneously raising responsible, hardworking children. Hunting is something Rod and Sue began doing together early in their marriage. In the beginning, their hunts consisted of local deer and elk. As their children left the nest and the business continued to flourish, they became more passionate about hunting and were able to incorporate guided hunts into their lives. As avid hunters, wildlife conservation is of deep concern to them. Aside from supporting local organizations and veterans groups, they contribute to various hunting organizations that focus on purchasing, improving, or protecting animal habitats. That is where our lives intersect. We were introduced by friends at a Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation benefit. Although we live several hours from each other, we connected again and again at various conservation events. Our personalities clicked and our friendship grew. And the next thing you know, we were battling tsetse flies together on the top of a Land Cruiser in the wilds of Tanzania. Why is any of this relevant? Even before the death of Cecil, big game hunters were vilified by many media outlets and animal rights groups. Since Cecil's death, emotions have escalated, especially for anyone hunting lions. Hunters are often crucified on the sheer premise that they hunt. Nothing else about them is known. It doesn't matter that they are real people with life stories that will make you laugh as well as make you cry. People who grew up in childhoods where hunting was the norm. People who give freely of themselves and their resources to help others, wildlife, and the environment. People with strong family and community bonds. I hope that by telling just a bit of their story, people will view them with humanity instead of painting them as disdainful beings simply because they chose to legally hunt a lion. Since hunting a lion was Rod's primary objective, their quest began on day one. Hunting lions using bait is similar to hunting leopards, except that the rotting delicacies are hung on a stout branch about 8 feet off the ground, still accessible to the more terrestrially minded lions. The key is to keep the bait out of the jaws of hyenas, but still entice the lions. Their elevated blind, or mashon, was 6 feet above the ground on top of a large flat rock. Made of branches and grass intertwined, the enclosure was snug but still large enough to fit Rod, Sue, 2 PHs, and their game scout. As with leopard blinds, the shelters offered safety and concealment, but not much in the way of comfort. Typically, they sat a few hours in the morning and again before dusk. Staying hidden in the cramped torture chamber during the heat of the day when lions are napping, instead of roaming, was pointless. Their first day in the mashon, both morning and afternoon, was a bust. As they approached the bait early on the second day, they spotted a male lion laying directly under the bait, but upon their approach he slipped off into the bush. Quickly, they climbed the makeshift ladder into the blind. Barely had they situated themselves when the same lion waltzed right under the mashon, only inches from their feet. The only thing separating the two species was a thin covering of parched grass. Paralyzed in fear, Sue envisioned Simba standing on his hind legs to slice through the thatching. She communicated her terror by digging her fingernails into Rod's arm for support. This nonverbal answer came in the form of a slightly raised hand, gesturing, "Be still, remain calm, it will be fine." Staying composed in the tension-filled mashon, as the lion investigated just inches below, was easier said than done. Instinctively knowing that something was amiss, the curious lion examined the mass of dried grass above him, slowly circling the entire boulder. Inside, the hunting party huddled motionless. After minutes that seemed like hours, the lion slowly wandered into the bush. According to their PH, Paul, the lion was probably about 4 or 5 years old, not yet old enough to hunt. Experienced hunters can read the telltale signs to closely estimate a lion's age. Mane development, leg markings, nose pigmentation, tooth wear, and facial markings all provide good indications of age. Other than the fingernail gashes in Rod's arm, everyone, including the lion, survived the ordeal unscathed. The morning of day 3 was again a bust, although evidence showed a young male had explored the bait during the night. During their late afternoon session, however, the same lion from the previous day came in, seemingly no longer having qualms about the Mashan. He leaped up to the dangling meat, ripped off a piece of flesh, and plopped on the ground to eat his prize. After finishing the yummy morsel, he repeated the process several more times. The safari party was trapped inside their stifling grass cell until Simba sauntered off on another escapade. Day 4 started like all the others. Rod, Sue, and their entourage left Masimba Camp at dawn, working their way towards the lion bait. Within 10 minutes, they passed 2 young male lions, probably brothers, walking across the savannah away from them. Sue's stomach was still in a knot from the first sighting when Saloom, their tracker, pointed in the distance and whispered, "Simba." Partially hidden in the distant tall grass was another male lion. Stalking to get a better look with binoculars, the PH confirmed it was a mature, harvestable male. The hunt was on. Things can get pretty dicey at this point in the game. When hunting a lion, any normal person's heart will be beating like they just ran the 100-yard dash, and their hands will be shaking like a desert dweller in the Arctic. All of this while barely breathing. Then a lethal combination of speed and strength comes charging forward while the person's heart is still doing flip-flops. A deadly blur of fur in a frontal charge offers a relatively small target with little room for error. If the lion is close, but not hit just right, his adrenaline can tear a person into something that will give even hyenas dry heaves. Anyone who doesn't hunt lion with a healthy dose of fear is suffering from soft spots in the head. Needless to say, wounding a lion is bad news for everyone: the lion, the hunter, the PHs, and the trackers. You don't want a lion to suffer. You also don't want a lion in a pained, aggravated state roaming freely where it can maul unsuspecting victims. Hunting lions is risky enough. Pursuing an injured one is treacherous. That's why 2 PHs are sometimes used for lion hunts. If an animal is wounded, it is the PH's responsibility to go after it. They may allow the client to assist, depending on the hunter's abilities and the circumstances, but ultimately it is the PH's duty to end the lion's ordeal. It's impossible to track a wounded lion and be prepared to stop a charge at the same time. It takes one person to place their entire focus on tracking, while the other, or others, depending on the situation, will cover the possibility of an ambush. Also, since lions sometimes travel in small bachelor groups, the lion may not be alone. His chums might be romping through the same dense thickets. There isn't much room for error. Just one good bite to the skull and a person's troubles are over. Lions typically give a small grunt before charging, thereby giving a hunter a split second to get their act together. Understandably, wounded lions are the cause of many human deaths and maulings to hunters. Another thing to consider is what lions tend to do to people's minds. Even the most stable, competent hunters can turn into blundering idiots when aiming their rifles at one of these amazing creatures. There are stories of clients, upon hearing the blood-curdling roar, who never even get a shot off. Capstick spoke of a client who actually threw his gun down and ran like a lunatic directly towards the big cat. While it's a tough story to sell, it's easy to get the crux of his meaning. While Rod and Sue were pursuing lion, we were off on our own adventures. Upon returning to Masimba Camp for our afternoon break, we were slightly baffled. Although the staff appeared to cheerfully greet us as usual, most were wearing weird ensembles of clothing, funny hats, pillows stuffed under their shirts and in the seat of their pants, blankets tied around their waists, and even a supersized tie reaching Musa's knees. Initially, we thought that the entire staff had been sipping on some kind of African moonshine, or that the sun's rays had finally fried their brains. But then Rod and Sue sauntered over with glowing smiles and wreaths of green leaves draped around their necks. The crazy dress-up party was a celebration. Rod had not run like a maniac towards Simba as Capstick's client had done. He overcame the fear and adrenaline that often comes with facing one of the world's deadliest, most magnificent animals. His shot had been true, and Rod had fulfilled his version of swimming the English Channel or sailing the world. Little in Africa gets the local people as excited as the death of a lion. Though some are now seeking alternatives, men in certain East African warrior societies have historically and still are expected to prove their manhood by killing a lion. A young man's ceremonial kill and his subsequent entrance into maturity are considered a cause for celebration. The same type of jubilation is triggered any time a lion is killed that has been preying on livestock. In today's world, killing a lion as a rite of passage is highly frowned upon by outsiders. Warrior cultures are being encouraged to find other ways to prove their manhood. Still, it is deeply rooted tradition that lives on in certain corners of the bush. The staff's elaborate costumes and wild displays were all part of that heritage. Although we missed the initial celebration, Sue filmed it for us. When they pulled into camp honking and yelling with both the Land Cruiser and Rod decorated in greenery, everyone knew what that meant. The staff soon appeared dressed in outlandish attire. With the wreath still draped around Rod's neck, they put him in a chair, hoisted it in the air, and carried him around while chanting in Swahili. Once back on the ground, the entire group circled him in tribal dancing. Kayumba belted out words in Swahili, and everyone repeated back. A few basic lines were chanted over and over amid dancing, gyrating, clapping, and stomping. While we didn't understand the Swahili, we didn't need to. The gist of it was clear as a bell. One might think that celebrating the death of a lion would be cause for angered, repugnant thoughts, especially since I originally had been against it. Yet strangely, I felt no outrage or repulsiveness. The moisture in my eyes were tears of sadness for a magnificent animal sacrifice, tears of happiness for Rod's success, tears of wonder for the opportunity to step into a foreign culture, witnessing a primal ritual, and most of all, tears of gratitude for the whole African experience and newfound awareness. Bearing witness to such a display, even digitally, awakened deep, powerful emotions within me. Numerous times I have tried to put these feelings in words, but I keep coming back to a memorable, but somewhat corny, line from one of my all-time favorite movies, The Last of the Mohicans. The European-born heroine describes her feelings of life in America's wilderness as deeply stirring to the blood. Although the words aren't any less sappy today, they've remained etched in my mind all these years. Deeply stirring to the blood is how I felt, corny or not. Even so, a black cloud loomed overhead. The death of Cecil was still very fresh in the media. I knew in my heart that Rod's hunt had helped the conservation of lions overall. The Ruaha Carnivore Project put it this way, quote, "For long-term conservation, local people need to recognize real, tangible, and relevant benefits from the presence of wildlife," unquote. Rod's hunt and the sacrifice of one majestic lion did just that. His hunt made Simba's habitat valuable in its natural state, while also providing an incentive for rural people to protect lions instead of killing them. Without the support of locals, the king of beasts may someday disappear from the wilds of Africa, preserved only behind the gates of sanctuaries or zoos. A fate I will fight with every fiber of my being. Chapter 21. Grouchy Little Monsters. Grrr! Hiss! Ear-piercing snarls slashed through the tent walls as I lay like a sacrificial lamb. Alone. Rick had stayed up talking with Rod, leaving me to brave the beastly symphony on my own. Surely, I thought, I could handle a measly hour without my almighty protector by my side. Besides, he was close. Surely he'd come to my rescue if I needed him. After dodging our quota of bat feces for the evening, Sue and I had decided to call it a night, leaving the menfolk by the fire to combat the goanna attack on their own. While Rick's calm, competent presence always filled me with a sense of ease, it gave me even more peace of mind in Africa. You know, a place where death takes 1,000 forms, as Capstick put it. Without Rick in the tent, I was a bit more on edge. Just moments before the terrifying screeches surfaced from the riverbed, I had been laying on my cot, exhausted but vigilant, listening to the familiar sounds of the night. Bellows, chirps, cackles, hee-hee-hees, grunts, whistles, squeaks. Slightly comforting was the lack of Simba's easily recognizable oomphs. That part of the serenade typically didn't come until later. Then, out of the blue, the harrowing, high-pitched vocals of two large cats, shattered the relative peace. Instantly, I knew 2 leopards were engaged in a fierce battle. Surely it could be nothing else. A similar ruckus had exploded just outside our bedroom window in Idaho a few years back. Thinking 2 mountain lions were fighting 10 feet from my bed, I peeked cautiously through the curtains to investigate. Instead, I saw Jinx, our panther-sized tomcat, savagely driving off a newcomer. If I hadn't seen the battle with my own eyes, I would have never believed that 2 domestic cats could create such blood-curdling sounds. Once I grasped the situation, I pounded on the window, distracting Jinx, and allowing the small intruder to make a run for it. Not only did the scuffle put a whole new meaning to the words catfight, but it also answered why our humble abode wasn't plagued by stray or dropped-off cats like so many country homes. Jinx was the answer to that mystery. As loud and fierce as that battle was, it was nothing compared to the skirmish taking place outside our tent. I jumped up and ran to the zippered screen door, screaming for Rick. No way was I stepping outside my canvas sanctuary. Rick, however, didn't show. Instead, my urgent pleas brought Joel scrambling towards me from his sleeping area behind the dining hut. Through the screen, I watched our unarmed host advance hastily towards me. Seeing that he had nothing to protect himself, I frantically cried, "Joel, go back! Go back! Leopards are fighting!" My calls only slowed him a bit. Even more urgently, I again screamed, "Joel, stop! Go back! Go get help!" As Rick's grandma Alice used to say, he listened like shit on a barn door. In other words, he didn't listen one teensy-weensy bit. He continued his approach, bypassed our tent, and skulked carefully towards the sounds of vocal murder. By that point, I was panic-stricken. I was sure that Joel, who I had absolutely fallen in love with, was going to be ripped to shreds right in front of my eyes. Like a ping-pong ball, I bounced between screen windows in the tent. One opening gave me a view of what was sure to be a leopard making mincemeat out of Joel. The other window gave me a view of the patio as I continued to scream for Rick at the top of my lungs. I dart to one window, peek at Joel, then bolt to the other scream to yell for Rick. Nothing. Back and forth again. I was beside myself, terrified to step 1 foot from my little refuge, but horrified at the possibility of watching our enchanting storyteller and comedian get torn to smithereens. Sweat, resulting from my maniacal tizzy, rolled off of me like water over Niagara Falls. Finally, Joel's shoulders relaxed, and he turned and ambled towards my tent. "Ah, it's okay, it's okay. It's only honey badgers fighting." Well, gee whiz, that was just swell. The medium-sized member of the weasel family is known for its supersized attitude. They are notorious for their strength, ferocity, toughness, and all-around meanness. Weighing up to 35 pounds with bodies up to 30 inches long, these pugnacious creatures have enough strength in their jaws to break the shell of a tortoise. Although they are mainly carnivorous, they can eat anything and everything, plant or animal, including bones, skin, hair, feathers, and flesh. Even deadly snakes, including black mambas, aren't immune to their skills, making up almost a quarter of their diet. The only thing sweet about honey badgers is the fact that they love feeding on honey and honeybee larvae. Other than that, they are pure nastiness. Related to the skunk family, they are even equipped with a stink bomb to release when in distress, different but just as rotten as its smaller relative. Although their long claws and powerful arms allow them to easily dig up the ground, tree trunks, and even termite mounds to build their burrows, they are just as happy to forego the trouble and steal the dens of others. The invasive and eager-to-fight species will even pick a fight with a porcupine. It says a lot about the ferocity of a bucket-sized mammal when their only real enemies in the animal kingdom are hyenas, lions, leopards, and pythons. Even then, they don't throw in the towel easily. It would be a brutal battle. The thick-skinned omnivores, and I mean this literally, have a dense layer of rubbery epidermis that enables them to writhe around, breaking loose from predators. While honey badgers are somewhat resistant to snake venom, their dense skin also helps prevent fangs from penetrating in the first place. According to Raphael, the honey badger is only one of the 2 species, the other being the mongoose, that will kill a black mamba. If the badger gets bit during this seemingly crazy endeavor, the venom causes him to act drunk for 20 minutes or so. After a possible hangover, he then goes about his business. To sum it up, despite its small size, the honey badger has a reputation for being pound for pound Africa's most fearless creature. Still, I was quite happy to know that honey badgers were brawling in the riverbed, not leopards. Badgers are a handful, but at least they were less likely to transform Joel into scraps from a wood chipper. Joel informed me that the skirmish had been between 2 males fighting over a den on the riverbank. Therefore, one of the grouchy little monsters would most likely become our new neighbor. In fact, it was likely that one of the quarrelsome critters had been there all along. We just hadn't seen him because honey badgers adapt easily to nocturnal behavior when humans are around. During this whole nerve-wracking ordeal, I saw neither hide nor hair of my knight in shining armor, at least not the one I was married to. It baffles me that no one but Joel heard my frantic screams. After all, I've never been accused of having a delicate voice. Yet somehow, Rick and Rod, tranquilly smoking cigars, reliving the day's events, and dodging volleys of popo feces, were clueless. The garish cries of a crazed woman and 2 battling beasts had melted in with the rest of the sounds of the night. A typical evening under Africa's moonlit skies. Chapter 22. Welcome to Chewy Camp. Slowly, we rolled out of camp, heading for our next adventure. Joel was waving cheerfully, crying words of encouragement. "Ah, you'll like Chewy Camp. It's a nice camp. Oh, you'll like it a lot." Gee, he seemed pretty chipper to see us go. Maybe he also liked it a lot that for at least a few nights he'd have peaceful slumber instead of getting woken by a lady's frantic screaming and grouchy little monsters battling over territory. Normally, multiple people were seeing us off, but this day was different. Rod and Sue were staying at Masimba Camp and were already gone for the day. Joel was the total sum of our send-off party. A good portion of Masimba Camp staff was squished into the Land Cruiser along with us. The poor old Toyota looked like a pincushion on wheels, with people, instead of needles, poking out every nook and cranny. With the remaining days of our safari ticking by, Hillary had decided it was time to concentrate wholeheartedly on Rick's leopard. The baits around Masimba Camp were only attracting females or young males. Consequently, it was time to pull out the big guns, so to speak. That big gun was Chewy Camp, a smaller spike camp situated on a different section of the Mozambique River at the far tip of Hillary's hunting concession. Chewy is the Swahili word for leopard. Hence, while Masimba Camp was prime lion habitat, the area near Chewy Camp was prime habitat for its namesake. The African leopard, with its beautiful golden spotted coat, is the most secretive and elusive of the big cat species. Primarily nocturnal, they typically spend their days lounging, hidden in the camouflage of trees or within the recesses of a cave. At night, they leave their concealment to hunt for prey, either on the ground or within the treetops themselves. There are exceptions to this, of course, especially in national parks, giving some lucky ecotourists the rare privilege of watching their magnificence in action. In hunting areas, leopards are rarely spotted during the day. Since trees and caves are their stronghold, it is no surprise that they favor rocky landscapes with dense bush and riverine forests. In other words, Chewy Camp habitat. It was the ace up Hillary's sleeve. Not only is Chewy secretive, generally evading other species, but they also have the same regard for their own kin. Opposite to lions, these predators prefer to prowl their territories alone, avoiding their own kind as much as possible, making exceptions only for a few days each mating season. Each individual has a home range that overlaps with their neighbors. Like other species, territories are marked with urine, feces, and claw marks to warn trespassers away. Leopards don't have a wide range of vocalizations like their cousin the lion, but they still communicate effectively with one another. They bark, saw, or make a hoarse, raspy cough sound when they have something to say. They also growl when angry, hiss when threatened, and like domestic cats, purr when happy and relaxed. While we didn't hear leopards nearly as often as other animals, we did periodically hear their strange barks and primal coughs telling us they were near, not necessarily a comforting thought. Leopards have the most powerful bite of any of the big cats, making them killing machines. The honey badger holds the title of being Africa's most fearless creature, pound for pound, but Chewy holds the title of being the most powerful mammal, pound for pound. A female leopard usually weighs less than 130 pounds, while the male, much stockier with a large head and claws, weighs closer to 165 pounds, growing up to 7.5 feet long. Leopards may have a slighter frame than lions, but are capable of speeds of up to 36 miles per hour, leaping 20 feet forward and springing 10 feet in the air, making them just as deadly. Like other cats, they are primarily ambush predators who depend largely on sneaking close to prey. Their spotted coat allows them to blend perfectly with the dappled shade and leaves of the trees. Once their prey is spotted, they crouch low, slink silently within striking distance, typically 15 to 30 feet, and pounce before victims can react. Typically, the graceful but ferocious felines kill the prey with one swift bite to the throat or neck, often breaking the victim's neck instantly, crushing its spine or severing an artery. Smaller prey, such as birds or mice, often receive one powerful fatal blow from their paw. As the strongest climber of all the big cats, they can easily haul prey 2 times their size into the safety of the trees, sometimes carrying them 30 to 40 feet high. Perched aloft in the canopy, the leopard can eat in relative safety, well away from the reach of Simba and Fisi. The leopard has another huge advantage. They get the essential moisture they need from their prey, making drinking at waterholes unnecessary, although they do prefer to drink at waterholes when possible. Hunting leopards is dramatically different from hunting most African species. With most game, hunting amounts to tracking and stalking them to get close enough for a shot. The leopard's elusive nature and acute senses make it practically impossible to sneak up on them, effectively nullifying the spot and stalk technique. Hunting leopards demands that you do the opposite. You have to make an immensely shy, mostly nocturnal animal disregard his normal habits and come to you instead. That means he must be lured into an open area of a tree that he would normally shun. This magical spot must also be located within 60 yards or so of a blind to allow for a single death-dealing shot, so that he doesn't escape, wounded and savage, into thick cover. A wounded leopard in the bush is one of the most dangerous creatures in the world. They do not kill as many people as lions, but more professionals, hunters, and safari staff are injured by leopards than by any other wild game in Africa. An injured cat will slink off into the bush and snuggle up under some cover until a person is within striking distance. Unlike a lion who will give a warning roar as he charges, Chewy explodes from his hiding place in total silence, making mincemeat of whoever is in his path, slicing and dicing until his final moment. One of the hosts of the television show Tracks Across Africa put it this way: being mauled by a wounded leopard is like being thrown into a clothes dryer with an activated chainsaw. To decrease the chances of getting anyone shredded, it may be tempting to let some time pass if Chewy is wounded, hoping the cat will die on its own. Not only is it inhumane to let an injured cat suffer, but it also increases the chances that the cat will never be recovered. Bay trees also draw other predators. If hyenas are in the area, they can devour an injured leopard within minutes, leaving little, if anything, to retrieve. Aside from selecting a bait tree less suitable for lions, its branches should be slanted in a way that will silhouette the leopard as dusk sets in. Every second of light is precious. The bait must also be securely fastened so he can't take it with him. Better still if it frustrates him enough to draw him in even earlier the next evening, when there is enough light to shoot. This is all for naught, however, if the tree isn't situated in heavy cover. To entice a cat to approach during the daylight hours, he must be able to sneak in unseen. Leopards don't like to be spotted by anything, two-legged or four-legged. Once a leopard is discovered by potential prey, cries of alarm sound off warning others of its deadly presence, thereby ruining his hunting. Therefore, you can have the best tree in the world with the juiciest piece of meat, but a cat will not cross open ground to get to it. He will instead wait until darkness. Providing a location offering concealment is innately the problem. Giving him cover to approach unseen also gives an injured leopard the cover to escape. If the perfect tree is chosen, the blind is as close as it should be, and Chewy is enticed into a daylight visit, the shot should be relatively easy. Still, hunters who can typically shoot the bullseye out of a 500-yard target are known to miss completely. Imagine sitting for hours in a cramped blind, peering blearily through a tiny peephole at bait fastened to a tree, waiting. The anticipation, adrenaline, fear, pressure, or even exhaustion can cause even the best of hunters to make mistakes. There is another problem as well. Just like lions, leopards tend to do strange things to the most put-together people's demeanor. Rick's military and hunting experience keep him attuned to his surroundings, looking for the storm, so to speak. His calm in the face of peril allows me to bebop through life without carrying all that weight on my shoulders. Nevertheless, this was a leopard hunt, his dream for so many years. There was no guarantee his calm, cool, collective manner would hold true. Thoughts of the deadly spotted feline clouded my brain as Rick and I hastily packed our few belongings for our stay at II Camp. We had no idea of how long we'd be there, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Presumably, we wouldn't return until Rick had harvested a leopard. If and how long that might take was anyone's guess. Rick was cramming clothes into his pack with much more gusto than the task warranted. I, on the other hand, was a bit torn. Part of me wasn't ready to leave the comfort and familiarity of Masimba Camp, yet my thirst for adventure and different scenery also tugged at me. By 9 a.m., we were loaded and ready to go, crammed like sardines in a can. Chui Camp was a smaller camp, but it needed staff as well. I was only slightly exaggerating when I said that most of the staff was with us. Since hunting leopard was the most important aspect of Rick's hunt, Hillary was even part of our excursion. He squeezed up front with Mike and Lillian. Raphael, Rick, and I had the bench seat, the best seat in the house as usual. Magogo, Abdallah, Kayumba, and Mago were all in the cargo hold, along with packs and tons of camp supplies. The Land Cruiser was full to the gills. Rungwa West Game Block was composed of approximately 540 square miles of a huge T-shaped mass of land. Masimba Camp was located on the extreme tip of one end, and Chui Camp was located at the other, basically a 4-hour jaunt across the savannah. Seeing new countryside for the first time is always exciting. Then throw in a herd of elephants, lots of giraffes, another hyena, kudu, steinbuck, impala, warthogs, zebra, orby, and 2 lions to get your motor really running. Both lions we saw were male. One was a huge black-maned older male, and the other was younger and smaller. Just like the other lion we had seen, they were lounging comfortably, partially hidden in the dappled shade under a small grove of trees plunked in the middle of a vast stretch of open savanna. Neither gave a whit about the Land Cruiser chock full of humans rumbling by. Neither did they care about the lunatic jockeying for the perfect camera shot, which I never did get. Meanwhile, their regal eyes just casually followed the roving sardine as it motored through their little slice of the kingdom. A few hours after seeing the lions, we experienced déjà vu. Chui Camp was essentially a smaller-scale version of Masimba Camp. It had a messy patio area, kitchen enclosure, skinning shed, and sleeping huts, all sitting along a different section of the Mozambique River, still bordering Ruaha National Park. Other than being nestled in the trees instead of along the riverbed, our sleeping quarters were practically identical. A secure, zippered tent underneath a thatched shade shelter with a grass enclosure for a toilet, sink, and shower. To keep us in the lap of luxury that we'd become accustomed to, Thomas, the tent attendant, and Andrew, the other PH, had come a couple days earlier to set up camp and prepare. I'm not sure how many days or weeks the camp had sat vacant since its last guest, 2-legged or 4-legged, but it was immaculate and fully operational when we got there. Barely had we stowed our gear before a delicious heart-to-beat spaghetti lunch was served in the messy. As is often the case, full bellies seem to be synonymous with disappearing acts. While I can't speak for others, Rick most assuredly snuck off for a power nap. Within minutes, Andrew and I were the only 2 remaining. Like Raphael, Andrew had worked with Hillary for almost 19 years, starting as the camp's water boy, progressing to a tracker, and then earning his PH license. As he was a native Tanzanian with tons of bush experience, our initial chit-chat quickly turned into an afternoon lesson on how the country's land management program worked. From his pack, he pulled out maps showing me detailed views of Rungwa West, the Ruaha National Park boundaries, and the whole of Tanzania. He explained that land is broken down into different categories: hunting game reserves, also known as game blocks, game control areas, open areas, wildlife management areas, and national parks. Each one is slightly different, permitting different activities. National parks, for instance, only allow ecotourism, while some areas allow hunting, grazing, and farming. Still others allow the harvesting of honey and timber as well. The wildlife management areas are managed by the local people. Consequently, those areas vary depending on the management tools chosen for each community. These locally managed areas also have their own village game scouts in addition to the Tanzanian wildlife rangers such as Lillian. Once I got the gist of all that, our chat turned less technical. Spellbound, I listened to story after story of his experiences in the bush, typically accompanied with some sort of cautionary warning. When the conversation turned to snakes, as it so often did, the subject of bushfires came up. Intentionally setting fires to sections of the savanna is a common practice in Africa. Typically, people will fashion a circle around the potential burn area before using a torch to ignite the perimeter. Forming a ring allows the fire to eventually burn itself out. These fires are often fast, spectacular blazes that not only destroy much of the habitat where snakes hide, but also destroy some of the snakes without doing much damage to the larger trees and plant life, many of which have evolved to survive such wildfires. Aside from making the savanna a safer place for humans, many wild species are equally fond of the burnt terrain. The fires remove dead plant matter, and the resulting ashes act as fertilizer, invariably launching new green growth. Many varieties of antelope prefer this younger, more tender vegetation over the taller, dried grasses. It also enables the grazing animals a better view of predators while they feed. The fires are a win-win for most creatures. Snakes and predators, maybe not so much. When researching this further, I found, like everything, there is a delicate balance that must be maintained. Both savanna and forest habitats are critical to support wildlife. Grass fires keep forests from encroaching into those critical open areas while replenishing themselves quickly. Forests, on the other hand, take much longer to recover, if ever, depending on the habitat and circumstances. Therefore, if fire destroys too much forest, that is not a good thing. Human activities and climate change can, unfortunately, knock the equilibrium between forest and savanna out of whack. Another crucial consideration for bushfires is the time of year. It is best to burn during or immediately following the rainy season. Blazes set at the end of the dry season can burn too hot, sometimes killing the roots of the grasses. This can not only lead to soil erosion, but it can also destroy important plants that wild populations rely on for food. Spending a couple hours with Andrew was fascinating. Aside from covering management areas, fires, and snakes, we touched on a dozen other things that reminded me to keep my butt anchored to the safety of Chewy Camp. No leisurely walks on my own. No way, no how. Not that the staff would have let me anyhow. By the time I was done picking Andrew's brain, the camp came alive with preparations. It was time for Rick to truly start his leopard hunt. Along with setting up camp, Andrew and Thomas had set up several bait trees, one of which showed signs of a promising male. For several reasons, we decided it was impossible for me to go along. First of all, Rick didn't want to have to worry about my sorry butt if something went horribly wrong. Plus, the cramped blind would already be plumb full, with Rick, Raphael, Magogo, Andrew, and Lillian. Another derriere was something they could do without. Most notably, I was nowhere near insane enough to subject myself to that kind of tedious agony for hours at a time. As I said, hunters are a different breed. The pain and torment they are willing to endure for their hunting pursuit boggle the mind. Not only was I smarter than my husband in this capacity, and not willing to expose myself to such abuse, but quite honestly, I wasn't capable of it even if I wanted to. There was about a snowball's chance in hell that I would make it 1 hour in that torture chamber. By now, you've got the gist of my personality. Do you think I can stay quiet for hours on end? Even so, the ultimate deal-breaker was the need to stay completely and utterly still. Never would I be able to go hours without flinching. Heck, even if the rest of my body agreed to cooperate, my bladder would have led a revolution. Leopards not only have great senses, but they are exceptionally clever. Recognizing that life rarely offers a free meal, they investigate thoroughly before giving in to the temptation. Even a wisp of something out of place will send him packing. Part of me ached desperately to be in the leopard blind with Rick. After all, it would be the only real chance I'd have to see Chewy in the wild. The odds of seeing the elusive, clever feline while perched on the back of a vehicle were slim to none. Avoiding the torture chamber mission was also surrendering my opportunity to watch the magnificent spotted feline in person. As the hunters gathered supplies and jumped aboard the land cruiser, there was electricity in the air. Hunting leopard was a big deal. Everyone was excited, especially Rick. He wasn't jumping up and down, doing cartwheels, or performing a happy dance. That's my style, not his. Nonetheless, his face said it all. Finally, after years of preparation, his leopard hunt was less than an hour away. As the hunting ensemble rumbled away from camp, heading towards the blind, 4 of us stood waving, shouting words of encouragement. Good luck, be safe, shoot straight, come back with Chewy. Then suddenly, they were gone. As the dust cleared, I felt heavy-hearted. It was the first time I hadn't been with Rick on a hunt since we'd arrived in Africa. Although I knew I'd be no good in the blind, I also didn't want to miss even 1 second of this magical environment. A giraffe's graceful exit, a baobab's towering magnificence, umbrella trees silhouetted against an orange sunset, or Chewy slinking across a branch. Every animal, every tree, and every new adventure was priceless. Saying goodbye to the crew was also saying goodbye to unrealized experiences, as well as sharing firsthand in Rick's possible fulfillment of a dream. The preparations had been made, the wheels set in motion, expectations were high. Still, it also takes a smidgen of luck. All I could do was wait and hope that Lady Luck, skill, and calm coincided. After the hunters had disappeared, Kayomba ambled off to busy himself with dinner, while Thomas hustled about in the dining hut. With Hillary and I the only 2 remaining on the patio, our small talk soon turned into a continuation of the lessons I'd started with Andrew. As the owner of the outfitting business, Hillary was kind enough to explain the financial details around hunting management, including sharing the actual dollar amount. Each outfitting company must purchase a license to operate the hunting operation. For instance, the license fee paid to the government by his safari company was in the thousands of dollars. On top of that, another huge portion of money is paid for the sole use of each designated hunting block. Although I won't share it here, I'm not talking about some piddly amount. I'm talking about a jaw-dropping amount. Other outfitters, of course, pay similar fees for each of their hunting concessions. The above expenses don't count the individual trophy fees paid by each hunter, part of which goes to the government and part of which is kept by the outfitter. On top of all those expenses, each outfitter for each hunting block is required to contribute a specified amount of money to projects for the betterment of local communities. For instance, providing funds to dig a well for a village, enhance their education system, or initiate health programs. Hillary reminded me of the hunting industry's other benefits that are just as important, if not more so: the trickle-down effect on the Tanzanian economy and the small environmental impact hunters make on the landscape, along with much larger payoffs. He also repeated what Lillian had stressed earlier. The hunting concessions are situated to create buffer zones around national park systems. For poachers to gain access to the animals in Ruaha National Park, for example, they must first navigate through miles of wild, rugged bush. That means no villages or communities to offer shelter and supplies. Plus, that ring of protection is loaded with game scouts, PHs, trackers, and camp staff. The concept made total sense. Every day, with no expense to the government, 2 land cruisers packed with skilled, gun-toting entourages of anti-poachers more or less patrolled every corner of Rungwa West Game Reserve's 540 square miles. This, of course, may not stop all the poaching, but it offers one more line of defense against the illegal killers who don't give a hoot about quotas or animals' pain and suffering, young or old, male or female. Hillary also affirmed that even with all these benefits, the most important aspect of hunting is the protection it gives to the habitat that most tourists would shun. Making wildlands valuable for the wild populations that exist on them is imperative to stop human encroachment. Hillary has lived in Tanzania his whole life. He has seen the country's growth and has watched habitat disappear where hunting was minimalized. Unsurprisingly, since Rick was hunting leopard, our conversation drifted to leopards. More specifically, the threats against them. Instead of using Hillary's words, I'd like to share with you a public guidance position statement entitled The Leopard and Its Endangered Species Ranking, aimed at the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. The article, written by True Green Alliance, a South African conservation group, captures the leopard's predicament. Quote,
In rural areas, African villagers persecute leopards, killing them indiscriminately at every opportunity. These big cats are of no value to rural folk. On the contrary, they're a great liability because they become adept at killing domestic stock. Few rural Africans possess a firearm, so they kill leopards with poisons and cable snares, which cause horrible and inhumane deaths. Most rural people in Africa, however, have no other choice. Furthermore, when a man is fighting for his survival in a harsh environment and looking after the well-being of his domestic stock, how the leopard dies is of no consequence to him. Commercial farmers in Africa, on whose domestic stock leopards also prey, kill them with poisons too, and/or they trap and/or shoot them. And because it is illegal to kill a leopard in most parts of Africa, the farmers avoid conflict with the authorities by simply applying the triple S solution to their perceived leopard problems. They shoot, shovel, and shut up. The vast majority of leopard deaths in Africa today are the result of these kinds of killings. By comparison, the numbers of leopards killed by hunters is minuscule. What is abundantly clear is that declaring leopards to be a so-called endangered species and registering them as such on the American Endangered Species Act listings will have not one iota of effect on the behavior of indigenous rural villagers in Africa or well-to-do commercial farmers. They will still kill leopards, as they've always done for the same reasons. On the other hand, it has been the experience of professional hunters and wildlife managers that if they work with Africa's rural folk and with Africa's commercial farmers, convincing them that it is in their own best interest not to kill leopards indiscriminately, but to make them available as huntable trophies to the professional hunting industry, they can benefit greatly from their sale for a very high price. It takes a little bit of extra effort on their part to protect their livestock from predator attacks, but the dividends they can accrue from doing so, by them becoming part of the wildlife industry in this manner, is well worth the effort. And preemptive killings, which are the most damaging to local leopard populations, stop. This approach works best for Africa's leopards. What will endanger the leopard is if the FWS declares it to be an endangered species and denies American hunters the right to take their African leopard trophies back home to America. Because then, the species will become totally valueless to Africa's people, who will slaughter it at every opportunity.
Unquote. Hillary may have used slightly different words on the patio that night at Chui Camp, but the meaning was the same. Knowing the love and respect that our Tanzanian hosts have for their wild creatures, I had no reason to doubt him. Still, as an owner of an outfitting business, he did have skin in the game. That is why it is even more impactful and relevant coming from an African in-country conservation group. While leopards face the same issues as other predators, they have fared better than most. The leopard is probably the most widespread and successful big cat in the world, thanks to its extreme adaptability, secretive nature, and indiscriminate diet. Leopards aren't picky eaters, helping them adapt easily to different environments and the delicacies offered at each. In Africa, carrion, fish, reptiles, birds, rodents, hares, warthogs, antelopes, cheetah cubs, baboons, domestic livestock, as well as dogs and cats, are all yummy tidbits to the leopard. For these reasons and others, the leopard population in every major national park in Africa is safe and stable. Even so, it is no time to rest on our laurels. Due to habitat loss, their numbers are declining. It is estimated that leopards have disappeared from nearly 37 to 40% of their historical range in Africa. Yet trying to learn the current population of sub-Saharan leopards is like trying to pull a genie out of a bottle. Even with Lillian's help, I was unable to find any kind of statistical data. Even so, it is abundantly clear that Tanzania is considered one of its remaining strongholds. It is easy to see why establishing an accurate count of the elusive feline would be a daunting task. It's kind of like trying to count ghosts flitting about in a graveyard. It is their very secretive, wispy character that gives the impression that they are so rare. While lions and cheetahs are easily spotted on the plains, lounging around in grand fashion, leopards are tucked away in a cave or hidden in the camouflage of a tree's leaves. Just because you don't see them, however, doesn't mean they aren't there. One thing for sure, the likelihood of my seeing a leopard while chatting with Hillary at II-Camp was slim to none. No self-respecting leopard was going to come slinking into camp in broad daylight with human activity around. While it made me sad that I was missing out on that opportunity to see a leopard in the wild, my time alone with Hillary was significant as well. Hillary was the perfect host. He could laugh, joke, banter, harass, schmooze, and tell stories with the best of them. As a young black Tanzanian, Hillary worked his way up the totem pole, spending many years as a camp helper, tracker, and PH, ultimately owning his own outfitting business. Hillary was not only a huge success story, he was a wealth of information. Speaking with him one-on-one allowed me to part from the typical entertaining tales and jovial banter to delve much deeper into the hurdles facing rural Africa and its wild inhabitants. Much of what I learned was deeply troubling. In some ways, I wish I had remained naive and completely oblivious. After all, ignorance is bliss. Nevertheless, to be a champion of wildlife, one must understand the reality of the situation, no matter how distressing, alarming, or unsurmountable the challenges seem. Although my time with Hillary shed light on truly important things, it also made me ridiculously aware of how spoiled I'd become. While II-Camp had most of the luxuries of Masimba Camp, it was indeed lacking a few of life's simple pleasures. The first became excruciatingly apparent as I tried to drink lukewarm Diet Cola, not a frosty one with the ice cubes I had been anticipating. Masimba Camp had an ice maker. II-Camp did not. Water, albeit warm water, became my drink of choice. Even more than ice, I missed the four-legged parade at the waterhole. Even though the riverbed ran right past camp, there were no pools of water in view of the patio area. Hillary assured me that animals were nearby. The waterholes were just a few hundred yards up the riverbed. Since it was too dangerous to go alone, he promised someone would escort me the next day. Dinner was quiet compared to the liveliness of a table filled with spirited people, riveting stories, and plenty of laughter, but it certainly wasn't lacking in tastiness. Even with limited supplies at a more remote location, Thomas and Kayumba whipped up a to-die-for pumpkin soup, followed by eland steaks from the animal Rod had harvested the day before. As dark began to set in, the foodstuff was stored away to deter any nocturnal visitors. Soon after, the generator sputtered and died, ending its ceaseless hum for the night. Just like Masimba Camp, only a few solar-powered lights remained to light the darkness. Within minutes, the camp was eerily quiet as each of us retired to our respective sleeping areas. Hillary's shelter was only 30 yards from ours, but as I entered our tent alone, it suddenly seemed like hundreds. Kayumba and Thomas slept in the kitchen hut area about 30 yards in the other direction. With the aroma of eland steaks still wafting through the air, I didn't envy their sleeping quarters one tiny bit. After crawling into bed, I couldn't bring myself to turn off the light hovering overhead. With darkness in full bloom and camp silent, the African symphony began its nightly serenade. Screeches, cackles, grunts, squeaks, guttural cries. The ghostly but seemingly distant babble of hyenas was going strong. Missing was the gurgling sounds of nearby elephants and the bellowing of the hippos. Thankfully, Simba, too, was quiet. As much as I looked forward to the beastly compositions, the eerie vocals were much easier to enjoy when Rick was in the bed beside me. Lying wide awake, reading a book, under the reassuring glow of the light, I waited for Rick's return. I knew it would be a while. The hunters would stay in the blind until dark, then they had to radio the crew, wait for pickup, and make the 45-minute jaunt back to camp. After a time, I heard the distant rumble of the engine. No honking, no yelling and screaming, only the sound of a motor grew louder as the seconds passed. The lack of noise told me everything I needed to know. No leopard. Success would have meant a celebration much like the lion celebration for Rod and Sue. We were sure to hear the triumph long before we caught sight of them. That night, there was only silence. Expecting Rick to be disappointed, I was surprised when he came into the tent excited and smiling. Although no huge males had come to the bait, 2 other leopards had. He watched a female drop onto the branch from out of nowhere to feed for a while. Then, a few minutes later, a young male chased her off, taking his turn. Not one but 2 leopards had come to the bait, offering him a peek at one of Africa's deadliest animals in their natural environment. Neither were mature males, but it didn't matter. Rick was thrilled just the same. Surprisingly, he raved about Raphael, Andrew, and Magogo almost more than the leopards. Even knowing the stillness that the blind would require didn't prepare him for their level of immobility. If it hadn't been for the occasional blinking of an eye, he'd have sworn that they were all dead, insisting they never moved a muscle the entire time. Meanwhile, his whole body ached from fighting the instincts to react to the tsetse flies and sweat trickling down his face. What a day it had been. Saying goodbye to Masimba Camp, a 4-hour trek across a new landscape, lion sightings, elephants, giraffes, and so much more. Most importantly, Rick had been on his first official leopard hunt and had been graced with the privilege of seeing 2 of the elusive felines. Of course, we had no way of knowing what the next day would bring, but we were full of promise. Hillary's claim that the Mozambique riverbed woodland was a leopard mecca seemed to be right on the money. It was sure to be a part of the African experience that we would never forget. Welcome to Chewy Camp. Chapter 23. Savage Cries and Ghastly Giggles. Terror-stricken, I hid underneath the covers, alone, frozen in fear. The screened windows on my side of the tent were only a foot away, but there was no way I was peeking in that direction. If ravenous eyes were peering through, I didn't want to know. Instead, I stared straight up, seeing nothing but blackness. After surviving the previous night in Chewy Camp with no 4-legged intruders, I idiotically turned off the solar light. In all the nights listening to the African Symphony, I had never heard so many hyenas, so close, belting out their savage cries. Their insane giggles, along with roars and whoops and screams and growls, seemed closer than ever before, like they were prowling within Chewy Camp itself. Lying petrified on my cot, our staff's stories came flooding back to me, especially the tales of villagers falling asleep near campfires and having their faces eaten off by hyenas. It was a ghastly thought, but one that had some merit. While performing my pig-in-a-blanket impression, I tried to convince myself that the stories had been grossly exaggerated, simply attempting to enhance the thrill and danger of living in the bush. With that said, our hosts weren't the only ones to tell of such savagery. Ernest Hemingway in The Green Hills of Africa wrote, quote, "Tsetse, the hyena, hermaphroditic, self-eating devourer of the dead, trailer of calving cows, hamstringer, potential biter up of your face at night while you slept, sad yowler, camp follower, stinking fowl with jaws that crack the bones that lion leaves, belly dragging," unquote. While it is apparent that Hemingway was no fan of hyenas, the words that thoroughly got my attention were potential biter off of your face at night while you slept. An equally vivid description by Robert C. Rourke in Horn of the Hunter attests to the same reality. Quote, "You will come upon natives with a portion of their faces chewed off, with horrid scars and welts healed over into grotesque masks. You ask them, how come? The answer is always Simba, lion. It is seldom true. The truthful answer is tsetse, hyena," unquote. Hemingway, Rourke, and Masimba Camp's staff weren't the only ones to stake such claims. Even when later researching hyenas on the internet, it was a fairly common theme. The descriptions, however, were far less explicit. Most material skillfully disguised it by saying they are known to attack humans sleeping in the bush. Some writers have even suggested that the hyena is a greater man-eater than the lion and leopard put together. Not a comforting thought. Fortunately, much of the human flesh that scholars are referring to was long dead before any hyenas scarfed it up. Let me remind you that the Maasai people of Kenya and Tanzania purposely leave the bodies of their dead to be eaten by hyenas. Hyenas are also very good diggers, grave diggers to be exact. Any shallowly buried remains are simply inviting a feast. Feces, understandably, became a walking symbol of the graveyard for many African cultures. It is no wonder there are countless myths and legends about the carnivores, including stories of witchcraft, grave robbing, and sexual deviance. The hyena's ghastly deeds are made even more ominous by their ungainly, sinister-looking appearance. Visions of the menacing creature filled my brain as another cut through the darkness. Their maniacal choruses were a part of every single night, but it was several days before we spotted one. Before that, they had been like ghosts in the darkness, always there, but never seen. Only their voices told of their presence. "Fisi," Raphael whispered, pointing across the savannah just minutes into our morning trek. Following his finger, I spotted the peculiar-looking animal 100 yards away. Being only a few miles from camp, it was exciting to think that we might finally be putting a face to the primary voices we heard each night. While the hyena didn't stick around long, I was still able to absorb its unpleasant, almost repugnant features firsthand. He wasn't beautiful, graceful, or elegant like so many species. Neither was he cute and cuddly with an endearing personality to fall in love with. Rourke describes him a bit more colorfully. Of course the hyena is a ridiculous beast. God's mind was absent the day he built Fisi. He gave him a dog's face and a lion's ears and the burly body of a bear. He permanently crippled his hindquarters so that his running motion is a slope-spined, humping shuffle. He goes on to say, Fisi is such a terrible creature that he almost isn't true, an arrant coward nearly always, and anything whole and brave can chase him. The unflattering portrayal of hyenas in books, along with their displeasing looks, psychotic banter, and penchant for eating the dead, whether fresh or withering in a grave, doesn't bode well for a beast's reputation. Essentially, Fisi's standing in the animal kingdom is in the gutter. Even Walt Disney's The Lion King movies had them wallowing in the sewer. While most members of the realm were portrayed as regal, cute, beautiful, brave, and wise, the hyenas were thrown under the bus. Not only was their appearance distorted and freaky-looking, but they were also depicted as gluttonous, brainless, and sinister. As Scar's evil sidekicks, their greedy behavior led to the collapse of the entire Pride Rock ecosystem. As it turns out, however, Fisi has a huge public relations problem. Many of the traits associated with them are completely off-base. Not just a little bit, I'm talking way out of the ballpark. Their appearance leads to the first fallacy. Hyenas may have some dog-like features, but they are not related to man's best friend or even wild dogs in any way. Incredibly, it is almost the opposite. They are more closely related to cats and therefore fall under the scientific classification of cat-like carnivores. The misconceptions don't end there. Although hyenas are personified as simple-minded, a study done by Duke University showed just the opposite. Their intelligence, along with their loving nature towards clan members, allows them to form intricate social bonds rivaling that of primates. In addition, the study found that captive hyenas were better at problem-solving and social cooperation than chimpanzees. Even more amazing, the hyenas solved the issues in total silence, using only nonverbal signals. Hyenas are therefore considered the most socially complex carnivores in the world, surpassing even the beloved lion. The hyena Raphael spotted was alone, apparently a male. I say apparently because determining the sex of a spotted hyena can be a bit tricky. Not only do they not have horns to announce their maleness like so many species, but the most obvious method, looking for the male organ, is also null and void. Both sexes have penises, or at least pseudopenises. The female has dangling genitals that can be up to 7 inches long, appearing to be the real thing. If that doesn't muddy the waters enough, then flip-flop almost everything you know about gender in the animal kingdom. Female hyenas, almost 5 feet long and weighing up to 190 pounds, are typically 10% larger than males. They are also more muscular, more aggressive, and loaded with up to 3 times as much testosterone. Spotted hyenas are strictly matriarchal societies. Even the youngest females dominate ruthlessly over mature males. In the hyenas' female-dominated world, the males are literally at the bottom of the totem pole, thereby living a brutal existence. While still cubs, they are treated a little less severely. When they reach maturity at age 2, any niceties come to an abrupt and bitter end. Young males are forced to leave their clan to search for an unrelated group, an extremely violent and vicious process. When and if a new clan's alpha female accept him, he is faced with constant harassment and forced into struggling for food and sex his entire life. Mating is essentially the only reason males are tolerated. The clan size depends largely on prey availability. Desert-dwelling clans may have only 10 members, while others can be huge, having up to 120 individuals. These supersized groups exist only in a few resource-rich national parks. The clans are tight-knit family groups led by an alpha female whose cubs inherit the rank immediately below her, similar to a monarchy. The rest of the clan is made of lower-ranking females, the young, and then the males. Like lions, mothers share the responsibility of nursing the cubs whether it is their offspring or not. Some members also act as babysitters, while others wrangle dinner. While hyenas may not look the part, the females are doting mothers who invest much more time raising their offspring than most other carnivores. They wrestle and play with their cubs for hours at a time. Maternal clan members will even allow the young to drink milk until they are almost 2 years old, long after they began eating solid foods. With that said, a cub's entrance into the world is not so cushy. It is downright horrendous. The cytopenis making up the female hyena's reproductive system is also used for urination, copulation, and birth. Quite simply, that means newborns must enter the world through that tiny tube-like organ. Understandably, that makes the birthing process extremely difficult. Many cubs die from suffocation before they even take their first breath. Incredibly, an estimated 60% of newborns are lost this way. The process is also hazardous for the mother. The lining of the birth canal is sometimes torn, killing her as well. Litters typically consist of 2 to 4 cubs. If more than 2 survive the grisly birthing ordeal, they must overcome other hardships. Hyenas only have 2 nipples, forcing the offspring to fight for survival. The weakest ones, unable to obtain enough milk, die slow deaths of starvation. The cubs who pull through grow into powerful hunters, a fact that blows the illusion of hyenas as lowly scavengers to smithereens. The hyena's beautiful sandy-colored coats, highlighted with dark spots, blend easily with the landscape, offering the perfect camouflage. Yet the killing machines genuinely take shape when studying their heads. Wide-set eyes allow excellent night vision. Large rounded ears provide superb hearing, and powerful jaws with 1,100 pounds of pressure per square inch make crushing bones a piece of cake, even the bones of elephants. Their massive upper chests sloping to stubby hind legs may give them an awkward appearance, but the design increases energy efficiency, allowing them to lope 37 miles per hour flat out or 25 miles per hour carrying a 40-pound antelope in their jaws. Unlike the lion, Fisi has strong lungs, a large heart, and wide nostrils, allowing them to pursue prey for long distances instead of counting on short bursts of speed. Their indiscriminate palate is another great asset. They are ready, willing, and able to devour almost anything and everything in the animal kingdom. Antelopes, buffalo, elephants, hippos, rhinos, birds, lizards, snakes, and even insects, including the flesh, hooves, horns, bones, hair, and feathers of each. In certain situations, they will even eat their own kind. Once bones are shattered and eaten, the hyena's highly acidic stomach breaks down the skeletal remains into small shards expelled effortlessly, creating easily recognizable strange white dung. The hyena's most lethal trait is their ability to work effectively as a team. Just like their arch-enemy, the lion, clans work effectively to isolate a member of a herd and pursue it until death, allowing them to take down prey much larger than themselves. Though their reputation portrays them as scavengers, almost 95% of their food is from their hunting. You may remember, the hyena's kills are much more likely to be stolen by lions than the other way around. Hyenas are, therefore, the most successful hunters in all of Africa. While clans have a sophisticated social structure, mealtime brings out the beast in them, causing feeding frenzies the minute the prey hits the ground. Amid fierce squabbling, ripping, clawing, and fighting, a group of hyenas can finish off an entire zebra, bones, hooves, hair, and all, in under half an hour. They, of course, also clash over kills with other powerful carnivores, including lions, wild dogs, and leopards. These hardy predators can live between 10 to 25 years in the wild, much longer than Simba. Hyenas, like lions, are apex predators crucial to controlling prey populations. Also, as the best-known members of Africa's sanitary squad, they are vital to maintaining a healthy ecosystem, effectively eliminating every single morsel of decaying or disease-carrying flesh. Hyenas are facing the same threats as all African wildlife: loss of habitat, human encroachment, bushmeat poaching, yada yada yada. Like other large predators, their tendency to enjoy the easy pickings of domestic livestock also gets them into trouble. Retaliatory and preemptive killings are therefore an adult hyena's primary cause of death. Since trapping and poisoning are the most efficient killing techniques, other living things are harmed as well. The hyena's bad reputation and PR problem certainly doesn't help their conservation status. Less attractive species lacking endearing qualities tend to be overlooked when it comes to wildlife preservation. These negative perceptions are something I had to confront myself with. Like most of society, it is easier to rally behind the furry inhabitants that speak to your heart: adorable lion cubs, gentle giants, elegant leopards, and roly-poly hippos. The thoughts of a rather displeasing-looking predator gorging on a beautiful zebra or antelope while it is still alive don't instill much affection. While writing this chapter and facing my prejudices, I recognized an interesting fact. My low opinion of tsetse was largely based on their reputation as thieving scavengers, supposedly lazy animals stealing the booty of others to survive. A light bulb went off in my head. Minus the thieving part, I was a scavenger myself, the very thing I detested most about hyenas before I learned that nearly all of their food is a result of their skill and painstaking labor. The hamburger I eat is long dead flesh from a cow, eggs are unborn chickens, and a halibut sandwich is a dead fish on a bun. All this stuff was dead as a doornail long before I ate it. I didn't have to kill anything myself. Heck, even my vegetables, grains, and fruits are typically the result of someone else's sweat. Truly, few of us in today's society, other than farmers, ranchers, hunter-gatherers, and subsistence hunters, are eating directly from their own elbow grease. Of course, people, including me, work their butts off to earn the money needed to buy food for their tables. I'm not disrespecting that. Each person has their skills or specialties to contribute to the world at large. Even so, the concept of our dependency on others for nourishment hit a nerve with me, especially since I was judging hyenas poorly on the same premise. A dead wrong assumption. It seems a predator with such great hunting prowess, who weighs diddly squat, should be placed on a pedestal rather than in the gutter. While the public may never fall in love with a hyena or treasure its every breath like we do so many other species, hopefully we can give them the respect and protection they need. With all this said, I was petrified and alone, lying in the African bush listening to hyenas in a murderous-sounding collaboration, seemingly just outside our tent. True, I wasn't sleeping out in the open alongside the fire. Heck, I wasn't sleeping, period. Still, at that moment it mattered not that the hyena's wicked reputation was unjustifiable and their role in the ecosystem was critical. Not when all that lay between me and the unsightly predators was mesh screens and a few milliliters of canvas. Doing my best not to become an appetizer, I tried to determine feces movements by focusing on their ghostly serenades, trying to decipher the meaning of each cry. Hyenas have up to 14 distinctive calls that communicate specific information to the clan. As you might have guessed, one of the most notable vocalizations is the strange whooping call. Each individual has their unique whoop, an equivalent to us signing our names, making them easily identifiable to their clan. This loud vocalization is typically used to call for reinforcements, coordinate movement, and keep track of clan members, especially during a hunt. As I lay paralyzed listening to the haunting dialogue, I was hoping they were just in a chatty mood and not getting themselves worked up for a hunt, at least not of the two-legged variety. Aside from whooping and lowing, there are shrieking squeals, grunts, rumbling, bass growls, chortles, chuckles, giggles, purrs, and howls. Heck, they can even mimic a lion's roar. Probably the most notorious of all hyenas' calls are their hee-hee-hees, or high-pitched cackles resembling a human laughing hysterically. Hearing this maniacal giggle makes it easy to understand where their nickname, laughing hyenas, come from. Surprisingly, this iconic call is no laughing matter, at least not for the hyena. The eerie chuckling is used when a hyena is deeply stressed, possibly being attacked, chased by another predator, or even assaulted by a higher-ranking member of their own kind. Low-ranking members lacking food also show their anxiety this way. The intensity and volume of the sounds are thought to correlate to the distress or excitement that a hyena is feeling. Clang, ting, clunk. Suddenly new sounds surfaced from the other direction. Not primal sounds. As an amateur sleuth, I quickly realized the metal objects had banged together in the kitchen area. Either Thomas or Kayumba had caused the clamor, or varmints were raiding the food. With my stomach in a knot, I waited for new clues, but none came. The clanking ended as abruptly as it started. In my role as a detective, I assumed that no noise was a good thing. If it had been a result of furry visitors, the ruckus would just be starting. Affixed to my cot in heightened awareness, every sound seemed amplified. Hoping that Rick would return soon, I tried distracting myself by retracing the day's events. Since no mature male leopards seemed to be hitting the bait they had set on the previous night, they decided to try another blind a bit further away, meaning they had to leave practically in the middle of the night to get there at least 1 hour before dawn. The African Symphony had been in full force when Rick left, but it hadn't mattered. Adrift in my morning haze, the primal music hadn't seemed any more threatening than normal. Waking up just briefly, I mumbled, "Good luck," rolled over, and fell back into a deep slumber. Hours later, they returned. No honking, no yelling, no celebration. Again, no leopard. Sitting on the leopard blind during the midday hours was pretty much fruitless. The hunt hadn't been uneventful. While they hadn't seen hide nor hair of a spotted feline, on 2 separate occasions one had skulked directly behind the Mashan. 2 different cats, yet both had been too wary and too clever to take the bait. According to Rick, it wasn't so much a sound that announced the leopard's presence, it was instinctual. Suddenly Rick's hair stood on end and his gut twisted in a knot. Then moments later, the intuitive awareness faded, telling him the deadly presence was gone. Once they were back, Hillary sent the whole crew, including me, back out on safari to concentrate on harvesting an impala, another species on Rick's quota and plentiful in the area. The meat would be a welcome addition to Chewy Camp, since most of that had been left behind. No one had to tell me twice. After missing out on the previous evening's adventures, I was raring to go. We had pursued 2 different groups of impalas. Each herd had a different mature shootable male, but Rick wasn't able to get a clear shot on either one before they vanished into the brush. Later, we crossed the path of a mature warthog boar whizzing across the savannah with his tail pinned in the air. Soon he, too, was just gone like the wind. We'd also crossed the paths of 2 separate Duggaboys, each a lone bachelor. One's tracks were only 4 hours old, the other's 2 days old. Apparently, the tracks in the dirt were time-stamped. Trekking through the bush, slinking behind Raphael and Magogo, kept me totally and utterly captivated. Even as a non-hunter, I found that part of hunting exhilarating. If I denied it, I'd be lying through my teeth. Like it or not, it is thrilling to spot game, track its almost imperceptible spoor, and dart from cover to cover, trying to get close enough for a shot without being seen. Then if we made it that far, the shooting sticks had to be set in place and the shot set up. That means determining the precise distance and factoring in the wind to aim the appropriate inches high, low, left or right, all of which I knew little about. Then another waiting game, holding your breath until any non-targeted prey clears the line of fire. Sometimes animals are standing in front of the quarry, other times they are behind the intended target. Hunters can't take a chance that a shot will hit the wrong one or worse, strike multiple victims. There are also branches, trees, leaves, and rocks that must be worked around. Once everything falls into place, the target must offer the correct profile, allowing a good clean shot, hopefully killing him instantly. Sometimes all of this happens in just a few seconds. Sometimes it takes many long minutes, hours, or even days for all the stars to align. The whole process of stalking and pursuing creatures on their turf, whether we succeeded or not, was challenging, fascinating, and slightly intoxicating. Recognizing my complicity helps me understand the why of hunting. Essentially, I piggybacked on the adventure and excitement of the hunt without needing its culmination. It's only that last step, pulling the trigger, that separates the two of us, as hypocritical as that is. After a few hours, we rolled back into camp so the guys could squeeze in a siesta before the afternoon Chewy hunt. No meat was brought home to add to the coffer, but still I enjoyed every second. As soon as nap time was over, the entire crew, minus me, headed off for the afternoon leopard hunt. Again, only Hillary, Thomas, Kayumba, and I remained at the camp. Anticipation was again in the air as we shouted words of encouragement and waved our goodbyes. Once they were off, Thomas accompanied me to the waterhole's viewing platform. It was certainly a weird experience having my movements so restricted. In America, we can stroll pretty much anywhere without the threat of a wild animal ruining a perfectly good day. That wasn't the case here. Even so, after a few days with no life-threatening incidents, I found it a little hard to stay cooped up. Luckily, the chat I had with Andrew the day before, with its ample warnings of dangers, came flooding back to me. This time, an escort to the waterhole seemed like a great idea. Thomas and I walked about 100 yards, just out of sight of camp, to a log platform nestled in a grove of trees above the riverbank. Very quietly, we snuck into a position, already seeing plenty of activity. A troop of baboons and a flock of guinea fowl were skittering all over the opposite riverbank and between several waterholes. Some of the baboons were scrambling up trees or swaying on the edge of limbs. Others seemed to be keeping vigil over the waterhole. Younger ones were frolicking as mammals rested with little ones clinging to their stomachs. I could have watched them for hours, but that didn't seem fair to Thomas, who had more to do than babysit the likes of me. New sounds joined Feces' sinister-sounding choir, startling me from my reflections of the day's event. Though my mind was reeling, my body remained paralyzed, hidden under the covers of my cot. Still not daring to glance out the screen, I focused my ears on a deep rumbling outside my tent. Gradually, awareness dawned on me. Human snoring, coming from Hillary's tent 30 yards away. With that realization, I let out a huge sigh of relief. Seemingly, the hyena clan's proximity and intense dialogue were nothing to get in a tizzy about. If hyenas were about to storm the compound, surely Hillary wouldn't be contentedly sawing logs. Although slightly relieved, I remained plastered to my bed on high alert, listening to every spine-tingling sound of feces uproar. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, I heard the din of a motor in the distance. The racket I didn't hear, however, was equally as telling. No horn blowing, yelling or screaming. Chewy again had won the day. While part of me was saddened by Rick's lack of success, the petrified part of me was thrilled that he had returned, even if that meant no leopard. A few minutes later, Rick dragged himself inside. His demeanor was less chipper than the night before. Sitting immobile in the confines of a blind for hours on end was not as physically demanding as elk hunting, but mentally it was grueling. For a second time, a leopard had come to investigate but was too smart to approach the bait. Just like the morning hunt, they sensed more than heard a cat prowling behind the Mashan. Rick's gut had announced the cat's presence clear as a bell. Shortly after they intuitively knew that Chewy had left, darkness set in. Raphael radioed for the crew, but the transmitter was unable to make contact for some reason. Moseying through Africa on foot in the black of night when a leopard is nearby is not a bright idea. Raphael and Magogo made the trek to reach the waiting crew, while Andrew and Rick waited in the relative safety of the blind. You may remember it's bad business to send a client home in a pine box. As Rick recounted his escapades, the fear that had gripped me for almost 2 hours largely faded. Suddenly, the hyena's vocal crusade sounded more distant and less menacing than it had only moments ago when I was alone. Funny how that works. Ironically, feces on the prowl taught me that I, too, was capable of remaining motionless for hours. The key was to be solidified in fear. The hyena's otherworldly chorus may instill dread, but without it the bush would not feel like Africa. Each evening's composition was a unique blend of primitive voices, a primal symphony that never repeated itself exactly. Every single time we crawled under the covers in our tent, we did so with the anticipation of the melodies that would unfold. Often the arrangement lacked the elephant's distinctive trumpet or their soft gurgling sounds. Other nights, although rare, it was the hippo's deep bellow that left a huge gap in the chorus. Even Simba, from time to time, refrained from adding his chilling vocals to the melody. But the hyenas never let us down. Always, their maniacal voices were present, loud and clear, varying from rhythmic choruses to explosive crescendos. More than any other creature, it is their savage songs that remind us of the beauty, the horror, and the reality of life in the long grass. Peter Capstick's vivid description of the hyena's chorus embodies the words that elude me. Quote, "The sound of Africa is not the thundering rumble of a distant lion, nor is it the hollow trumpet of a bull elephant. If Africa has a voice, it is the hyena's. Deep in the blackness of night it gropes through the bush in the rising and falling echoes that come from nowhere, yet everywhere, insane choruses of whoops, chortles, chuckles, giggles, shrieks, and howls that have a way of reaching out into the guts of a man as he sits by a lonely, dying fire and of raising the hackles of ancient, long-forgotten apprehension. From the first far-away whoop of the pack gathering to the sniggering chitter of the kill, the hyena is telling you something you don't want to be reminded of. You're just meat after all, and your day will come." Unquote. There is no doubt that Feces, an unwieldy, ridiculous-looking ghoul who is loathed, shunned, and laughed at by all, is as synonymous with Africa as the mighty lion or the beloved elephant. Their squeals, roars, growls, and insane mirthless hysteria is fused with what makes the continent so extremely special. Their eerie nocturnal serenades, even when they chilled me to the bone, became treasured memories. Savage cries and ghastly giggles will forever remain entrenched deep in my soul, a vital, visceral part of a magical, exotic, harsh, troubled land. Chapter 24. We Are the Bait. "You've got to be kidding," I exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "They dropped you off in the middle of the jungle for 2 days and nights, all by yourself, with nothing but a knife, sleeping mat, and mealie meal?" Lillian flashed a brilliant smile. "Well, they stopped by to check on me once a day." With a look of incredulity plastered on my face and my jaw almost hanging to the floor, I must have looked like a character from a comedy show. The concept of sleeping alone in the wilds of Africa, basically unarmed, was beyond ludicrous to me. Heck, I'd barely survived the previous night's hyena extravaganza without having a heart attack, even with Hillary sleeping only 30 yards away. Until Lillian's last revelation, we'd been sitting atop the Land Cruiser with our noses buried in our cell phones like two schoolgirls. There was no internet connection, but thanks to solar power phone chargers, the digital record of our lives was still intact, enabling us to take a peek into each other's lives. Each photograph sparked a story, taking us to another time and place half a world away. "Weren't you afraid?" I asked anxiously. "Oh yes, I was very afraid," she admitted. "At night, I huddled in my shelter and prayed." The acknowledgement that she prayed didn't surprise me one iota. It made perfect sense, especially since her dad was a Lutheran minister. Besides, where better to ask the Creator for a little extra support than amid a solo expedition module at the base of Mount Kilimanjaro? While the solo outing she described struck me as an insane, hellish suicide mission, she had no choice in the matter, not if she wanted to earn her technician certificate in wildlife management. A mandatory part of her training was to spend time alone in Kilimanjaro National Park, build her own bivouac, a small safe waterproof nest made of natural vegetation, start a fire, cook her meals, erect a toilet, and forage for food. Of course, staying alive was also a prerequisite of the exercise. Reeling in amazement, I flung questions at her like a pitcher at a baseball game. "What about snakes?" I queried. She assured me that the training was done in an area with no venomous snakes. Frankly, I found that hard to believe. Rather than obsessing over serpents, she had been focused on staying warm and dry. Lillian grew up in the scorching climate that covers most of Tanzania. The Kilimanjaro area was much rainier and colder than what she was used to. The waterproof bivouac she built was not only to provide safety against night visitors, it was critical to keep her from becoming a sopping wet, shivering piece of humanity. Between foraging, building, and cooking, her days went by pretty quickly. The nights, on the other hand, dragged on endlessly as she huddled in her nest, shivering, scared, and praying for daylight. The conversation, of course, moved to lions, leopards, and hyenas. I couldn't imagine being so utterly alone, with only grass walls as shelter, hearing oomphs and whoops just outside. Yet she had heard neither. Lions are now very rare in the park, and surprisingly, spotted hyenas and their ominous banter are completely absent. Surprisingly, most of the larger mammals we would expect to see, lions, rhinos, elephants, giraffes, buffaloes, zebras, and antelopes, no longer exist in Mount Kilimanjaro National Park in any significant number. Some four-legged inhabitants still live on the fringes, but sightings are few and far between. Gone are the days of huge herds of these species grazing at the base of Africa's tallest mountain. Instead, its lowest section, referred to as the cultivated zone, is a ring of mainly coffee, avocado, and mango plantations. As the fertile belt of the mountain's base was overtaken by humans and wild habitats dwindled, wildlife numbers plummeted. At 19,341 feet, Mount Kilimanjaro is the world's tallest freestanding mountain, as well as the tallest peak in Africa. For years, conquering this mountain was loosely on my bucket list, specifically because a normal person can do it without dangling on the ropes from ice cliffs or scaling a ladder across glacier crevices. Read John Krakauer's book Into Thin Air, detailing his account of a disastrous Mount Everest climb, and if you have even 1 ounce of sense, that killer mountain will be crossed off your bucket list. Anyway, I figured with preparations I could handle Mount Kilimanjaro. Just imagine the animals I would see in the process. At least that was my thought process at the time. It turns out the jaw-dropping wildlife pictures that I equated with Mount Kilimanjaro National Park were taken in Amboseli National Park about 50 miles away, with the towering mountain presenting a breathtaking but distant backdrop. Since Lillian's solo expedition took place in Kilimanjaro's rainforest zone, she had little to fear from predators. She did hear a leopard's distinctive bark from her shelter and was fortunate enough to spot a Cape buffalo grazing in the distance. Even with a lack of lions and hyenas, sleeping utterly alone in the cold, wet wilds of Africa had to be utterly terrifying, not to mention miserable. Lillian was, no doubt, an impressive young lady. At 23 years old, she had already accomplished what I would never have the inner strength and bravery to do. Her success is even more impressive when you learn that she didn't grow up in a rural village accustomed to such remoteness and the sounds of the night knocking at her door. She grew up in Moshi, known as the gateway to Kilimanjaro National Park, a city of approximately 200,000 people. Lillian is the oldest of 5 siblings. While her dad was a Lutheran pastor, her mom worked from home taking care of their family while also growing coffee, bananas, and maize. Also, 1 cow made up part of their little homestead. Lillian's parents struggled to give each of their children a higher education as money on a pastor's salary was always tight. For her early education, essentially the equivalent of our elementary school, she went to the city of Arusha. After that, she advanced to what is called higher education, more or less an equivalent to our high school from what I gathered. You may remember that Lillian took the position of Tanzanian Game Scout after the money needed for her ultimate goal of becoming a lecturer or teacher in wildlife studies at the university fell short. Game Scouts are the front line against poaching, so much of Lillian's time is spent in that endeavor. In addition, these scouts train and equip community members to protect and monitor animal populations, collect ecological data, generate and distribute environmental information to enhance awareness, promote community participation, work to minimize human-wildlife conflict, and, of course, accompany hunters to ensure regulations are followed and the harvesting of animals is documented. Typically, their duties focus on non-protected areas since the park systems have their own law enforcement officials. Lillian had been a Game Scout going on 2 years before she received her first hunting assignment. Lo and behold, Rick was that hunter, enabling our fates to become intertwined. Time whizzed by as Lillian shared pieces of her life with me. In what seemed like no time at all, hours ticked by as we huddled on the Land Cruiser's bench seat, soaking up the precious shade as the rest of the crew sweated under the sweltering midday sun. Only a few yards away, their effort was transforming a barren tree into a torture chamber in the sky. Our 3rd day at Chewy Camp had started almost 9 hours earlier. By 6 a.m., we had already been motoring through the scrublands. Hillary thought it best to skip the morning leopard hunt and instead concentrate on something a little less elusive. Pure and simple, we needed meat. All eyes were peeled for any harvestable species on Rick's quota. Needless to say, I was thrilled to be on safari again. While traveling through sparse woodlands with clumps of trees interspersed here and there, we passed giraffes, impalas, steenbok, and warthogs, but no shootable males worth pursuing. Suddenly, we lurched to a stop without Magogo or Raphael even signaling. While still looking around in confusion, we heard a tap on the window from the inside. Lillian anxiously pointed to a tiny black blob hundreds of yards away in a patch of shade partially hidden by the shadows. The crew exploded into activity. They knew exactly what the mass of darkness belonged to. Cape buffalo, or more specifically, an old duggaboy. Since the herd animals rarely hang out on their own just for the fun of it, It was most assuredly an old bull who'd been booted from the herd. Although a nyati wasn't the animal we expected to replenish our meat stores with, Rick's quota did contain a third Cape buffalo. With no discussion, we jumped into our serpentine formation and dashed to the first clump of trees, then the next, and the next. You get the point. Somehow, with the wind working for us, we got within about 120 yards before the old boy sensed something was wrong and scrambled to his feet. Magogo quickly arranged the shooting sticks. Rick placed the gun on the tripod, and I assumed my position. The massive horns, thick dull boss, and the buffalo being alone left little doubt that he was a harvestable male. Even so, Rick waited for Raphael's word. Seconds later, it was over. The Duggaboy was a spectacular aged bull with massive horns. Although he was old, he had no lion scars to tell a bit of his story. His teeth were in better condition, more hair remained on his body, and his horns were not ragged and broken off at the tips. Even to me, it was apparent that he was a bit younger and had more recently been forced to go it on his own. Still, he was past his breeding age. He would no longer father future generations of the hardy beast. Henceforward, his life would have been a downward spiral. That didn't matter. The typical emotions swirled through us. That is the thing. The harvesting of wildlife may be a worthy undertaking for the good of all, but that makes it no easier, no matter how many times it's done. There was one aspect of the buffalo's death that no one was conflicted about. His death had been nearly instant, with minimal pain and suffering. Only adrenaline had carried him the 10 feet to where he fell. There was also no wounded buffalo to pursue. Magogo looked down at the inert body of once powerful flesh and rattled off some Swahili, causing Raphael to smile. Raphael looked at Rick to translate Magogo's words. Rick, American Army, 1 shot, dead. It sounds ridiculously stupid, but those simple words coming from our head tracker's mouth made me proud as a peacock, not only of my husband, but of America's armed forces. Apparently, even in Tanzania, the skill of our military is held in high esteem. After the moment of levity, we knelt and offered our thanks for the buffalo's sacrifice. Soon afterward, the crew jumped into action. Processing a carcass of approximately 1,500 pounds is no small endeavor. Fortunately, Mago had also accompanied us from camp, so we had one extra person to help with the massive undertaking. It is a wearisome task even for men who perform it consistently. Some of the meat would be used at camp, some made into jerky, and some used to make new leopard baits. Once we were on the road again, we paralleled a tributary of the Masimba River while scouting for a location to create a new leopard bait. A perfect tree offering plenty of cover, with huge leopard tracks just yards away, was spotted on an embankment above the riverbed. So began the laborious task of hanging a bait. Although part of me felt bad watching the crew work their tails off, I loved the hour of friendly banter, even though much of the Swahili still escaped my grasp. Besides, the whole process still fascinated me. By then, I felt little need to yell, "Uzianguke, Magogo, don't fall." The last step, dragging entrails in a huge circle around the bait as enticement, was done a little differently. Instead of Magogo making the jaunt by himself, Raphael accompanying him with his rifle. Not only were there fresh leopard tracks in the area, but there was also a waterhole only a few hundred yards away. That meant lions could also be nearby. While the rest of us waited for the two of them to get back, Lillian and Abdallah strolled to the edge of the opening, peering over the rocks towards the riverbed. A minute later, we saw Abdallah pointing and Lillian grabbing her rifle, which had been hanging loosely in a sling across her shoulder. The rest of us rushed over to see what had attracted so much attention. We weren't disappointed. Only 30 yards down the embankment, partially hidden by the rocks and scrub trees, was a young lioness. Presumably, one meant there could be others as well. As our entire group kept an eye on her, Mike tried to warn Raphael by calling him on the radio. After all, the two men were dragging tasty entrails through the forested area. That's simply asking for trouble. Just like the previous night, the radio failed to transmit. Mago began whistling loudly, hoping to draw their attention to warn them. The lioness continued skulking in the trees below us. She'd briefly disappear and then show up again a few seconds later under a different tree. She heard the whistling and knew she had a human audience, but she didn't leave, not when the smell of fresh meat lingered. About 20 minutes later, both men returned without incident. Whether the young lioness was alone or not was irrelevant. Once Raphael learned of her presence, his shoulders slumped slightly as he uttered a few words in Swahili. The crew jumped into action. Back up the tree they went, detaching the camouflaging greenery, untying and lowering the bait to the ground, and loading it back into the cargo hold. Within minutes, the previous hour's efforts were completely wiped out. Baffled, I looked at Raphael. "Chewy will not come with Simba here," he explained. The bait had been placed high enough in the tree to deter the larger cats, but that didn't mean they wouldn't make a gallant effort. Few lions would pass on such an easy meal, especially when it was their favorite cuisine. Besides, leopards would avoid the lion-infested area like the plague. We continued on our safari, basically weaving in and out of sparse scrubland forest while remaining parallel to the riverbed. Less than an hour later, just as we were approaching the location of the next leopard bait, a mixture of impala, kudu, and roan was spotted grazing together several hundred yards away across a section of the river, still containing several pockets of water. One of the impalas was a large mature male. While it was a perfect specimen to pursue, Raphael felt it was too near the leopard bait and our activity would scare away any of the elusive cats that may have been in the area. Minutes later, none of that mattered. The trackers again found signs of a lion, another lioness to be exact. Even though the lure had been situated high on a limb, she had quite successfully made the little spot her personal diner. It appeared that she'd been coming and going for several days. Score 2 for Simba, 0 for Chewy. We drove off without even adding a fresh bait. Again, any leopard that fancied self-preservation was unlikely to approach once Simba had staked his or her claim. Barely had we regrouped and taken off when the huge impala was spotted again. Now that the area was useless for hunting leopards, the firing of a rifle wouldn't matter. Into our serpentine formation we went, descending into the riverbed, leaping across pockets of water, and scrambling over boulders to reach the other side. From there, progress became slow, advancing from tree to tree. After we had pursued him for a couple of miles, the impala entered a thicker grove of trees. Although Rick was set up several times, a good shot never presented itself. Either non-targeted animals were in his line of fire, or the impala was partially blocked by a branch, tree, or rock, effectively impeding his shot. Once the impala disappeared in thick cover, Raphael decided it wasn't worth the time and energy to pursue him further. The most scorching time of day was about to hit us head-on. The game plan was to check one last leopard bait, return to Chewy Camp for lunch, and squeeze in an afternoon siesta, and hunt leopard in the afternoon. With that said, the best-laid plans of mice and men often go awry. Raphael changed his mind within minutes of arriving at the next bait tree, the one they'd been sitting at for the past 2 hunts, where they felt a cat skulking nearby. While Magogo, Mago, and Abdallah refreshed the lure with some buffalo meat, Raphael investigated. Finding and following the leopard's spoor, he concluded that the leopard was much too cunning for a typical ground blind. That was a good thing. It was indeed an aged male. The hunters, therefore, had to up their game. Literally. The Mashan had to be in the trees, not under the trees. The cat's keen senses were less likely to pick up the scent, sight, and sounds of the hunting party if they were nestled like chicks in a roost high above the ground. Without skipping a beat, the crew flew into action. Raphael searched out the perfect tree while the crew's machetes hacked at branches. Within minutes, Magogo was scooting up the pole-like trunk of a 30-foot-tall leafless acacia tree about 60 yards from the bait, the preferred maximum distance for harvesting a leopard. The tree's wide, V-shaped canopy essentially became the bones of the skyscraper Mashan as Magogo cleared any interior branches. The leafy vegetation gathered by the rest of the crew was hoisted up to him one by one. Equipped with only his supersized knife and manila rope, Magogo tediously weaved each branch into the tree's framework, like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, until a sturdy platform was formed. The Mashan's floor was no itty-bitty flimsy thing. It was large enough and strong enough to hold 5 people: Rick, Raphael, Andrew, Magogo, and Lillian. Next, he built a bench seat for the 5 derrieres that would soon be lying in wait, hoping Chewie would make an appearance. While Magogo was plugging away, the rest of the crew fashioned a 10-foot-long ladder to climb into the airborne structure, being that it was at least 18 feet off the ground. The Tanzanians might have been able to shimmy up a tree with guns in tow, but it was unlikely Rick could master such a feat. The ladder was also helpful in getting oodles of leafed branches up to Magogo to complete the finishing touches of camouflage. After all, if the leopards saw them, it was game over. Covered with meticulously woven together greenery, the blind was entirely hidden. When the elevated Mashan was finished, its concealment was so complete that it was hard to spot from just a few yards away, even knowing it was there. Indeed, 3 weeks later, when I was going through my African photos, I almost deleted pictures of it. Seeing an indistinct landscape with no wildlife, people, scenic beauty, or instructional value, I couldn't for the life of me figure out why I had taken the photos. Intrigued, I studied the pictures until the mystery unraveled. In that line of nondescript trees was the perfectly camouflaged Mashan. In fact, both Mashans, the original ground blind and the new monstrous nest, were expertly hidden in the landscape. Rick and I were little help in the amazing fabrication, although we did try, briefly. Mostly we were useless compared to our crew. Mike had strategically parked the vehicle under a shade tree so that we could sit atop and hide from the sun's brutal rays. Still, there was no breeze to turn our sweat into cooling relief. In addition, the buffalo in the cargo hold acted as one giant tsetse fly attractant. Our netting and insect repellent did little to protect us from the angry little devils. Quite simply, we were miserable. Yet we had little to complain about. While we hid in the shade, our crew toiled non-stop under the sun's blistering midday rays. It may have taken only 4 paragraphs to describe how the blind was built, but in reality it took 4 sweat-drenched, tsetse-fly-bitten hours. Plus, they had already processed and loaded a Cape buffalo, as well as built and replenished several bait trees. Every once in a while, Rick and I would brave the sun's fierceness to watch in fascination as the branches, rope, and leaves transformed into a human birdhouse. Then we retreated to what little relief we had. For me, there was one saving grace: Lillian. As a law enforcement officer, she was about as involved in the blind building as Rick and me, giving us plenty of time to visit. Time with Lillian was always a gift, one that I never took for granted. Although one of us was young and another slightly seasoned, we were able to share our worlds and unite in friendship. A friendship that started the moment she answered my first question with a smile. A friendship that grew as the days on safari grew. By the time the shelter was complete, it was almost 4 p.m., time for the afternoon leopard hunt. Since there was no time to take me back to Chewie Camp and get Andrew, another plan emerged. Raphael, Magogo, Lillian, and Rick would stay to hunt, and the rest of us would mosey several miles down the road to find a cozy spot to wait until sunset. 20 minutes later, Mike pulled into a small clearing with a lone shade tree, offering shelter from the sun. After the guys' jam-packed, grueling day, I figured Mike, Malgo, and Abdallah would want nothing more than a little nap. I was wrong. Instead, they gathered firewood and dug a shallow pit between 2 fallen logs. Once the fire was crackling, they sliced off a hunk of buffalo meat, cut it into smaller strips, and draped it over sticks strategically placed across the logs flanking the fire. Within minutes, buffalo meat was roasting over open flames. Evidently, their empty bellies spoke much louder than the heat and their weary bones. We were all starving. Since the plan was to return to Chewie Camp for lunch, no afternoon meals had been packed. The smell of sizzling meat made my mouth water in anticipation. Besides, what an opportunity, eating fresh Cape buffalo cooked over an open fire in the wilds of Tanzania. It was surreal. How could I be so lucky? Then, just a few minutes later, just one bite after tearing into the meat, the wind blew out of my cells. The no-frills wildness, mixed with a little old-fashioned grit, threw me for a loop. While I've eaten wild game my entire life, never have I eaten it straight off of the hoof without spices, marinades, or being sautéed in gobs of butter. For those of you unfamiliar with wild meat, it has a distinctly different taste than beef. While I'm clueless about how to translate this into words, it might help to remind you that wild species contain almost zero fat compared to fattened domestic livestock. That in itself makes a huge difference in taste. In addition, farm-raised animals are butchered when they are young and tender, whereas a lot of wild game is harvested when it is older, producing tougher meat. Simply put, cooking wild meat calls for a lot more finesse than cooking domestic stock. With the right ingredients, skilled cooks can transform wild meat into delicious organic protein, much healthier than anything you'll find in a grocery store. Inferior cuts are often ground up into minced meat, concealing its gaminess within sauces, chilies, or stroganoffs. Cooked right, you will never know the difference. Heck, I'm even culinary challenged, and I can make a delicious deer meat spaghetti sauce or a scrumptious elk backstrap sautéed in butter and onions. One bite of the buffalo was all it took for me to realize that hiding the gaminess was a little more challenging in the middle of a dusty clearing equipped with no more than Bowie-type knives and a pile of sticks. Our trio of impromptu cooks had done the best they could with the little they had to work with. Quickly, I learned that while my stomach was rumbling like a bowling alley on lignite, I wasn't truly starving to death. If I had been, I would have appreciated the life-sustaining nutrition instead of wrinkling my nose. To lessen my guilt, I'm going to blame my reaction on Moses and Kayumba. After all, they had me completely spoiled. Each night, they turned our wild protein, whatever species it was, into unbelievably delicious dishes. Even the soup, my favorite part of each meal, was a byproduct of each harvest. Although each broth-filled creation was made with vegetables, leek, pumpkin, green pea, zucchini, cauliflower, carrot, and even cucumber, the type of vegetable mattered little. The key was the bones and the marrow used for making the soup's base. Never in my life, before or since, have I tasted any soup nearly as tasty. Moses was even kind enough to invite us into his kitchen to share his soup secrets, but after one attempt at home, we threw our hands in the air. Our concoction didn't hold a candle to his. Maybe Moses left out a few secret ingredients. One thing is for sure, while home in Idaho, there was no way to duplicate cooking over hot coals of an open fire in Tanzania with antelope-based bone marrow as the foundation. Anyway, I took that first huge bite of pure, unaltered, straight-off-the-hook barbecued buffalo expecting the same flavorful yumminess that I had enjoyed at dinner each night. Typically, my facial expressions read like the words in a book. Hopefully, for once that wasn't true. After all their effort, I didn't want my squeamish reaction to insult the impromptu cooks. Once I choked down the first healthy-sized piece of meat, I altered my bites into delicate nibbles. With each piece, I did my best to brush off the bits of sand and dirt that had affixed themselves to the meat. It also helps to remember that we'd been hauling that carcass around in the African sun since 8 a.m. There was nothing wrong with it. Meat is supposed to age for a time. Still, it was hard to forget the tsetse flies who had also enjoyed the feast. Psychologically, it messed with my head. I nibbled down just enough to quiet the rumbling of my stomach. Besides, it was important to save room for the evening's version of soup. Only when pigs fly would I pass on that treat. After eating the buffalo, the guys sprawled out on the ground for a much-deserved nap while I stayed on the Land Cruiser's bench seat reading a book. Eventually, the sun drifted beyond the canopy of trees and the bright, scorching sun faded into the hazy glow of dusk. With the loss of light, the quaint little clearing lost a little of its luster. It would soon be dark, time for the afternoon hunt to end. That also meant it was time for the critters of the night to begin their nightly shenanigans. Chewy, Simba, Fisi. Like honey flowing from a tipped jar, awareness slowly dawned on me. Less than a foot behind my rump were hundreds and hundreds of pounds of fresh buffalo meat. Simba's favorite. Heck, probably every carnivore's favorite. Like a giant invitation, the aroma of barbecued nyati drifted in the air. Finally, with mind-numbing recognition, I thought to myself, my gosh, we are the bait. The hunters, equipped with all the firepower, were attempting to lure Chewy with a few pounds of protein while we sat within inches of an entire carcass. On top of that, we added further enticement by cooking it over open flames. That realization put a new spin on things. Instead of burying my head in a book, my eyes began scanning the tree line surrounding us. It was eerie, but somehow enlivening as well. Surprisingly, I didn't spiral into a state of terror like the previous night when the hyena clan had been causing such a ruckus. It certainly helped that 3 capable men, with machete-sized knives, were dozing nearby. Soon the haze of dusk turned into the pitch black of night. Stars began appearing, first slowly, then manifesting into a sky saturated with glowing embers. My eyes alternated between peering into the blackness for the glow of hungry eyes and gazing up at the stars. Sitting there near the dying embers of a fire in the wilds of Africa, spellbound by a foreign land, gratefulness washed over me. A scratchy sound from a radio interrupted the peacefulness. Darkness had set in and the hunters were ready for pickup. There was no excitement in the voice, just tiredness and hunger. Chewy had again won the day. Though, in all honesty, that didn't surprise me. For once, Raphael had it all wrong. Why would a leopard go after a tidbit of meat when the whole kit and caboodle was a few miles away? Off we went, retracing our drive to pick up the hunters. An hour or so later, we rolled into camp to be greeted anxiously by Hillary, Andrew, and Kayumba. While the day's events were related to Hillary, the camp flew into a flurry of activity. The buffalo still had to be unloaded, further processed, and dinner prepared. You didn't have to be a psychic to know that buffalo would be the protein on the dinner menu. What did knock my socks off was learning that the brown, roast-like cut of meat resting on my plate was in fact the Duggaboy's tongue. While gaping at the chunk of meat, my stomach transitioned from hunger pangs to flip-flops. Meanwhile, our hosts were beaming with pride. To put it bluntly, I was in a pickle. No way was I turning up my nose with all eyes glued on me. Fortunately, the grilled organ didn't look nearly as icky as I had expected. It looked like a normal oblong slab of meat. Working up courage, I reminded myself of my hesitation when a slice of buffalo tail had been served in my soup. The bizarre-looking broth had been scrumptious. I therefore daintily took a bite of the delicacy. Shockingly, its taste was not unpleasant. Its weird spongy texture, however, was a deal-breaker for me. The look on my face must have told the story because amid chuckles, I was soon passed a good old piece of grilled buffalo steak, minus sandy grit. Now that was yummy. After dinner, we crawled into our cots, recognizing that another day of our safari had slipped by. Rick had yet to fulfill his dream of harvesting Chewy, but still, it was a day full of new adventures and further insights into a foreign land. Every moment of our journey was special, but there was something exceptional about our drive back to camp as the sun dipped towards the horizon that night. Gazing into the blackness, I watched as each star, one by one, materialized to light up the night sky. Automatically, I'd search for the Big Dipper, as I've done for hundreds of times in the past. But on the other side of the globe, it was nowhere to be found. Instead, the Southern Cross and Orion the Hunter were visible. That small recognition filled me with awe. Hours earlier, I had shared stories with Tanzanian friends. I had eaten Cape buffalo meat, straight off the hoof, roasted over open flames. And all of this had been done while scanning the blackness for lions and hyenas. Only in Africa is any of that possible. Truly, I was fulfilling my dream, far beyond anything that I could have envisioned on my own. A dream that turned into a journey towards awareness, perspective, and insight. Ultimately, a journey that changed me. Chapter 25. A Dream Come True. The camp was quiet. Everyone not on the leopard hunt was tucked away in their little slice of Chewy camp, probably sound asleep. I, for one, had done little to warrant exhaustion. A grueling day on safari, pursuing animals in the blistering heat, had not been a part of my day. There had been no Simba sightings or treks through the bush, no studying the stars as the smell of roasted buffalo meat wafted through the air, no grand adventures whatsoever to wear me out. The never-ending cries of Fisi and his pals of course still haunted the darkness, but I had learned a lesson from the other night's ghastly performance. Every solar light in my tent remained on. The illuminating glow hovered above me like a guardian angel, making that evening's rendition of the primal chorus seem more distant and less threatening. Snuggled up reading a book, I listened for the telltale sounds of a land cruiser in the distance, waiting. Rick had left for the morning leopard hunt, seemingly in the middle of the night. By mid-morning, he returned with drooping eyes, slumped shoulders, and aching muscles. Luck was not on his side. A large spotted feline had not shown up to make his day. The minute lunch was over, he and most of the hunting crew disappeared into their hideaways for some shut-eye. Lillian skipped the afternoon siesta to act as my chaperone to the waterhole for an afternoon of baboon watching. Thanks to my bungled attempt at getting closer for a picture, they scattered into the brush amid a flurry of ooh-ooh-oohs, ee-ee-ees, and ah-ah-ahs, and a host of other grunts, screams, and cries of alarm. The primates are noisy little buggers. By 3 in the afternoon, the hunting crew was again off to the skyscraper Mashan. While they battled the heat, cramped space, tsetse flies, and immobility, I propped my feet up with a good book, visiting with Hillary and Thomas periodically, until it was lights out. As the hyenas began their nightly clamor, my mind drifted back to the troop of baboons, or nyani. More specifically, I was reflecting on the scarlet booties on some of the females. Their behinds looked like they had been dunked in a bed of hot coals, giving the impression of utter rawness, making me cringe in empathy. Having Lillian as a personal wildlife expert was pretty handy. She explained that the red puffy condition occurs in females for up to 10 to 20 days each month during ovulation. I'm not talking about just a smidgen of swelling. I'm talking about some major inflammation. Their bottoms can supposedly swell to 4 to 6.5 inches larger than normal, reaching a peak when they are their most fertile, apparently as a way to say, "Come hither," to all the potential baby daddies. Eventually, their rumps do return to normal, but in my eyes, not for nearly long enough. Typical for many species, if I do say so myself, the males get off easier. Baboons spend most of their time on the ground, mainly using trees for sleeping, eating, and scouting for trouble. That was fairly obvious as I watched the troop frolic at the waterhole with a few always camped in a tree appearing as lookouts. It was probably one of those primates that discovered my less than graceful picture-taking attempt, causing the troop to erupt into rowdy chatter while fleeing. 20 baboons in one troop seemed plenty big to me, especially when you hear the racket they make. But the group at Chewy Camp would have been considered small. In habitats with plentiful vegetation, some groups can support up to 300 individuals. Friendship in a troop of baboons can't be underestimated. The females spend their entire life, up to 30 years in the wild, basically within 100 meters of the same group of baboons. This group dynamic also means they spend their entire lives close to their rivals as well, putting a whole new spin on the saying, "until death do us part." For this reason, females take great care in choosing and maintaining friendships. Typically, they become closest to their maternal relatives, their mothers, aunts, and sisters. While the females stay with their families their entire lives, the males typically jump from troop to troop, living with many different groups throughout their lifetime. Baboons are governed by a complex hierarchy. Baboons higher on the totem pole can displace lower-ranking members from food and water sources and grooming sessions, and have more freedom in general to do as they please. Females typically inherit their mother's standing. Males, on the other hand, must earn their position, mainly by their size, age, and fighting ability. As omnivores and opportunistic eaters, baboons eat a wide array of meats and plants, including grasses, fruits, seeds, roots, bark, rodents, birds, young antelope, sheep, and even monkeys. This indiscriminate diet also means they are happy to raid the crops and steal any yummy morsels they can get a hold of. It is therefore no surprise that, like vervet monkeys, baboons can become quite a pest to humans. Unattended human food is fair game for any nearby opportunistic primates. Just like at Masimba Camp, at II-Camp food was never left unattended or unprotected, not only for the camp's protection, but for the protection of the animals themselves. Once an individual learns of an easy food source, they often become nuisances, ultimately leading to their death. Our host took great care to keep that from happening. Even worse than stealing a few scraps of food is the damage that the primates can do to crops. Depending on the species, baboons are about 20 to 34 inches tall, weighing an average of 33 to 82 pounds each. A troop of 100 to 200 nyani tearing through the neighborhood can do a lot of damage to crops that rural people depend on for their livelihoods. To make matters worse, baboons have sharp canine teeth and powerful jaws that they are not afraid to use when their troop or food source is threatened. In most cases, the primates prefer to warn humans away rather than attack, but when push comes to shove, they will assault anyone failing to heed their warning. The same theme dominating the rest of Africa is prevalent here as well. Any species that threatens the livelihoods of rural Africans are under threat of retaliatory and preemptive killings. The baboon's main cause of death is therefore human-wildlife conflict. Loss of habitat due to livestock farming and agriculture also plays a key role. Fortunately, baboon populations are still holding strong. Truly, there are so darn many of them that it's hard to know exactly how many baboons are in the wild. Only the Guinea baboon, because they have lost nearly a quarter of their homeland over the past 3 decades, is classified as near threatened by the IUCN. One thing for sure, the olive baboons that frequented Rungwa West game block seemed to be in no peril. Plenty of their scarlet booties dotted the savannah. As visions of scarlet butts danced through my head, a faint noise snapped me from my musings. Listening intently, I began hearing the muffled sounds of an engine. Yet there was more. It wasn't just the din of the motor. It was people sounds. As the noise grew closer, I suddenly recognized it. The horn was honking like a Morse code, blaring on and off intermittently. Shouting could be heard. Clanging of metal against metal added to the melee. The uproar could mean only one thing. Scrambling from my cot, I threw on my safari shirt, fastening just enough buttons to keep from embarrassing myself before dashing out of the tent. Like ants coming out of the woodwork, Hillary, Thomas, Kayumba, and Malgo appeared from their little enclaves. In seconds we were clumped together, laughing, crying, clapping, yelling, and waiting for the land cruiser and the cargo it held, knowing it would be more than just humans. Chewie would be on board as well. Rick had fulfilled his childhood dream. Overwhelmed by a whole array of emotions, the tears rolled down my cheeks. Seconds later, the vehicle, covered in greenery and toilet paper, pulled to a stop in front of us. Everyone leaped down to a tangle of hugs, handshakes, slaps on the back, and chatter. Without saying a word, Rick and I grabbed each other in a long embrace, quietly weeping, savoring the exceptional moment. Once we parted, the celebration continued. Rick, also draped in toilet paper like a half-wrapped mummy, was pushed into a chair and hoisted into the air as the camp erupted into a spirited celebration, with Kayumba leading the chant. Amid the rhythms, Rick was placed back on the ground in the middle of the circle of thrusting arms, gyrating hips, stomping feet, clapping hands, and whistling. Just like for Rod and Sue's line, Kayumba belted out the words, and everyone repeated them back. Rick is not one for being the center of attention, especially when it comes to dancing, but for once he didn't mind. Though not nearly as rhythmic as our friends, he did a pretty good job. I too was alternating between shaking my booty, snapping pictures, and brushing tears from my eyes. Just like the earlier celebration, I struggled for the words to convey the intense emotions I felt. Somehow the dancing and chanting took me to another time and place, more ancient, more visceral, more authentic. I felt deeply privileged and extremely grateful to be embraced in an African tradition of primal joy, ingrained camaraderie, and deep-rooted purpose with people of a foreign culture who we now call friends. Quite literally, the leopard celebration was again deeply stirring to the blood, sappy or not. They are still the only words that I can come up with to explain such intense emotions. Minutes later, the celebration died down and thoughts turned back to practical matters. With all the excitement, those of us at camp had yet to see the leopard. The entire group migrated to the land cruiser where we gazed upon the animal's elegant body curled respectfully in the cargo hold. Even in that position, I could see it dwarfed me in both weight and length. Reverently stroking the giant cat, I was filled with awe. The feline's fur was silky soft, like that of a house cat, but covered with large black spots resembling the shapes of a rose. The distinctive marks contrasted sharply against its light-colored hide. Underneath the cat's magnificent coat, I could feel its muscles, attesting to its strength and power. Lying there, it looked peaceful, its head mimicking that of a content, oversized tomcat. But upon studying its 4 nearly 2-inch-long canines and arsenal of razor-sharp claws, the lethal nature of the predator emerged, forcing me to see the deadliness that made his sacrifice so significant. With tear-cluttered eyes, I paid homage to the exquisite creature, thanking him for his gift of life. The leopard hunt started like most of the others, the men hiding motionless for hours, enduring relentless heat, incessant tedium, and voracious flies. The difference was the skyscraper Mashan. Nested high in the tree, the hunting crew fixed their eyes on the bait, waiting, hoping, and praying that their new perch would allow them to escape the shrewd cat's keen senses. As the moments ticked by, the harsh shadows of full sunlight transformed into the haze of twilight. The day's hunt was nearly over. Then suddenly, there he was, the magical sight of Chewy silhouetted against a sunset-lit tree. The leopard seemingly dropped onto the branch from out of nowhere, the bare limb unexpectedly holding a display of rippling muscles below a rosette-dappled hide. Everyone was caught unaware. Even the Tanzanians had not caught a whisper of his presence as he approached. Remaining noiseless, Rick slowly put his eye to his rifle scope and, as always, waited. The instant Raphael gave the word, the leopard dropped from the tree, disappearing into a bed of tall grasses. There was no more to be done but to crawl down to see if Rick's shot had made direct contact or if he had, instead, created one of the most dangerous situations in Africa, sending a wounded leopard into the bush. Slowly and cautiously, the men covered the 60 yards. Although Rick felt confident about his shot, he was unwilling to relax until seeing the motionless cat. Rick's aim had been true. He had not buckled under the pressure. The beautiful mature male feline had died the second the bullet hit its mark. There was no pain or suffering or wounded leopard to pursue through the bush. No worries that a hyena would ravage the graceful, exquisite being, destroying its essence forever. After a jaunt across the globe, a 3-week stint on safari, a wad of money, and 23 motionless hours smushed in a torture chamber Mashan, Rick's childhood dream came true. All the sacrifices, aches, pains, sweat, and risks were worth it once that magical leopard appeared on the branch. Here is the weird thing about hunting. The more grueling, miserable, and dangerous the hunt, the more treasured and memorable it becomes. This concept still baffles me. Rick has dragged his worn, limping body home on more than one occasion, almost becoming food for worms several times, nearly drowning when his friend's jet boat hit sweeper logs on Alaska's remote Kuskokwim River hundreds of miles from help, surviving hypothermia from the same incident, rescued by native fishermen after 5 days surviving along the riverbanks, coming only yards from getting mauled by a furious mama bear who charged him in Alaska's Brooks Range. She finally backed down as Rick held his ground. hiking umpteen miles in ankle-twisting, energy-sapping tundra, carrying 80-plus pound packs, and having an Alaska brown bear shove his nose in Rick's tent on Kodiak Island, watching the fabric's indentation move as the bear moved. Some of these hunts had been the most miserable, frustrating, and physically taxing as any he had ever experienced. Yet, even coming home empty-handed 75% of the time, his common statement was, "I can't wait to do it again." While the leopard hunt was its own kind of agony, the Alaskan sheep hunts tested him to extremes. To this day, if you ask Rick which memory on our wall means the most to him, he will gaze up at the doll sheep without a doubt, each time reliving the misery, danger, and aching muscles of each attempt until he was finally successful. Hunters are literally gluttons for punishment. Quite honestly, most of us will never understand the drive to push ourselves to such extremes. While I love to join Rick, there is no way I could handle that amount of misery, nor do I want to. The next morning at 5 a.m., the entire camp was again alive, joyous, and posing for pictures with Chewy. A second celebration of chanting, singing, and dancing was triggered, including a slick move on my part, causing my camera to somersault from my hand. As if in slow motion, I watched the indispensable piece of equipment spin through the air until it plunked, lens first, onto the rocky riverbed. Videoing a leopard celebration, while also trying to join in, was not a bright idea. The camera was technically usable if I wanted each photo to have a big blurry smudge smack dab in its center. Thank goodness for cell phone cameras and solar-powered chargers. Me not having access to a camera when there is a sunset to capture or a warthog dashing across the savannah is equivalent to a hunter not having his rifle in elk season after hiking 10 miles when a monster bull grazes onto the skyline. It would have been devastating to be unable to capture the rest of our adventure. Granted, the pictures from my cell phone couldn't compare to the telephoto lens, but hey, beggars can't be choosy. After the morning festivities, we were off again with our normal hunting crew while the others took care of breaking camp. We, too, had work to do. Our routes from the past several days were retraced, undoing all that had been done. All the baits had to be removed and left for scavengers to eat. All the mashans had to be destroyed, partly to leave the environment in its natural state and partly to keep poachers from using them. During our rounds, the crew also discovered an older elevated mashan, not of their handiwork. Hillary's people are the only ones who have the legal rights to hunt in the area. Therefore, the blind had been built by trespassers during the off-season. It, too, was eliminated. The hours of toil and sweat from building each network of grasses and limbs were undone in a matter of minutes. The dried remnants of each shelter were piled into little clearings where they were set ablaze. The flames crackled and spit, furiously consuming the withered vegetation. With the flames still leaping in the air, we pulled away, already intent on the next mission. Quite frankly, the last maneuver had thrown Rick and me for a loop, even after Andrew's previous explanation of fires. Watching our Tanzanian crew purposely start fires in a place so arid and blazing hot, and then driving away leaving them unattended, left us dumbfounded and, quite honestly, a little skittish. When Andrew had told me about fires, I had assumed people would stand guard to oversee them like prescribed burns in America. As we drove away with flames leaping into the air, I peered over my shoulder repeatedly. Surely tiny embers would find their way to vast expanses of fuel, blowing up into infernos. Hours later, I still found myself searching the distant terrain for plumes of smoke. Despite that, I never saw any sign that the fires continued. That still amazes me. Even with my concern that outrunning a bushfire may be in the cards, spirits were extra jovial. The successful leopard hunt, Rick's primary goal, had taken a lot of pressure off of everyone. While traveling to destroy each bait site, we enjoyed sightings of kudu, impala, warthog, duiker, and a family of 12 elephants. We even spotted our first lizard resting on a big tree branch. The lizard was no itsy-bitsy Hawaiian gecko. It was a 6-foot-long monster. When I excitedly asked Raphael what type of lizard it was, he calmly answered with a smirk, A big lizard. Later, I learned it was some type of monitor lizard, of which there are over 80 species, some getting up to 10 feet long. Still, Raphael's description seemed to sum it up best. It was a big lizard. Upon approaching the third bait site, we discovered a large troop of baboons hanging out by the waterhole. We were close enough to watch their antics, but far enough away that they didn't feel threatened. Front and center was a huge harvestable male. We watched him sit regally as baboons of all sizes and ages scooted nearby. A few played sentries in nearby trees. Females had babies clinging to their stomachs, and others had young ones attached to their backs, piggyback style. Watching Rick, it was easy to see the wheels turning in his head as he scrutinized the situation. Cringing inside, I remained neutral, although I recognized that it was just as critical for baboons to have a monetary value. Reason and emotion don't always coincide. After a few moments of deep contemplation, Rick shook his head and in resignation said, "I can't do it, not when he is just sitting there calmly with his whole family surrounding him." There is shooting and then there is hunting. There is a difference. Every ethical hunter lives by a code of ethics. That involves the rules of fair chase that I talked about early in the book. The ethical, sportsmanlike, and lawful pursuit of free-ranging wild game in a manner that does not give the hunter an improper or unfair advantage. While technically the baboon fit that definition since he was free to flee in the wide-open country, the situation did not feel right for Rick. Ultimately, hunting is an individual choice for every hunter, as long as it is legal and ethical. With that said, ethics can be highly subjective. What is ethical for one person may not be for another. Every situation is different. Every species is different. In the end, once the trigger is pulled, the hunter must be able to sleep at night. As far as the baboon goes, Rick not only had trouble with the species' humanistic features, but the situation had muddled the rules of fair chase. It didn't seem right or fair. In another situation, in another time, he might make a different decision. Giraffes, too, are another animal that Rick struggles with in respect to his personal choice of hunting them or not. The creator pulled out all the stops when designing the distinctive species of the African continent. Yet even with so many incredible species, there is just something extra special about the giraffe. Not only for me, but for Rick as well. We were both mesmerized each time we were blessed with their presence. Since it is illegal to hunt giraffe in Tanzania, it was a non-issue. The exquisite, long-legged creature is one of the country's national symbols, and therefore, according to Lillian, hunting one is punishable by life in prison. Even if it had been legal, Rick was unsure whether he would feel comfortable harvesting the species. That being said, it is just as important that a monetary value be placed on the giraffe as it is on any animal. Like all species, habitat is their biggest threat. They are also slaughtered for bushmeat, pelts, bones, hair, and tails. In addition, they can acquire diseases such as anthrax and rinderpest because of sharing habitat with domestic ungulates who carry the disease. Thankfully, the long-legged ruminants do have one distinct advantage over many wild species. Since they pose minimal threats to the life or livelihoods of humans, human-wildlife conflict is of little concern. Also, their food source, primarily the canopy of trees, seldom competes with domestic livestock. The rules of fair chase and personal choice apply to fenced hunting areas as well. When wild species are kept confined in small areas that offer no real challenge to the hunter, most hunters do not consider that ethical hunting, and therefore are opposed to it. Nevertheless, it is important to distinguish the size of an area that is fenced. There are many vast game ranches in South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and other countries that are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of acres. Large acreage like this, especially with varied terrain, allows the free movement of wild species, offering what most would consider an ethical hunt. As noted earlier, large fence ranches managed specifically to safeguard and increase game populations have been instrumental in precipitating the drastic comeback of many wild species. Managing wild species suited to the terrain was found to be far easier and more lucrative than raising domestic livestock or growing dismal crops, both ill-suited for Africa's hostile climate and its predators. Since wildlife ranches are operated with the underlying intent of making their land profitable, some people begrudge them. Yet the system works. It not only increases the owner's bottom line, thereby offering an incentive to continue their efforts, but it also safeguards large and growing populations of wild species. If the ability to harvest the mature males on these ranches was terminated, preserving species would no longer be viable and the land would return to other uses. Hunters, like all humans, do make mistakes. At a charitable auction, Rick won a bid for an affordable stag hunt in New Zealand. Although he knew it was a fenced area, he didn't take the time to research it before bidding. The fenced area turned out to be much smaller than he anticipated, offering little challenge for the hunt. Rick came home disheartened. While he would someday love to hunt stag again, he would do so in a wide-open, free-range area. Once the last bait was lowered to the ground for the wild critters to feast on, we said goodbye to the family of baboons and headed back to Chewie Camp one last time. By noon, we were packed and en route to Masimba Camp. 4 hours later, we arrived to see Joel and the others excitedly running to greet us, just like they did each time we returned from safari. It was a joyous occasion, especially once word spread of Rick's success with Chewie and another Cape buffalo. Our evening meal reverted to a packed table, spirited banter, hilarious stories, camaraderie, and friendship. We missed the lively dinners, along with our entertaining host and the rest of the staff. We were also happy to hear the bellowing of hippos from the hippo pole and to return to our tent sitting along the riverbed with our aquatic neighbors just yards away. We missed our Masimba Camp Shangri-La. It was home. Having said that, Chewie Camp would also hold a special place in my heart. It was full of new adventures, different sights, and special moments with our hosts and friends. Most of all, Chewie Camp is where skill, opportunity, and lady luck coincided. A place where Rick and I had been welcomed into an ancient, visceral celebration of primal joy for the harvest of a dangerous predator notoriously feared by rural people. A place where friendships and deeply rooted traditions coincided, allowing us the privilege of participating in a ritual deeply stirring to the blood. A place where Rick's childhood dream came true. But far more important than one person's successful quest was that the leopard's sacrifice would allow many more of the magnificent felines to live. Chapter 26. The Goofball Award. Yet again, I found myself scooting from tree to tree in our typical semi-crouched formation. Another eland bull had been spotted in the distance. While the jumbo-sized antelope wasn't a primary species on Rick's wish list, it was an impressive but kind of strange-looking beast. The large ungulates had been taunting us for days, with mature bulls popping up any time we crossed large patches of open savannas. With another potential target located, our hunkered-down sprints had already gained us about a mile, but still, he was too distant for a clean shot. The bull was absorbed in his pre-twilight meal with a mixed herd of eland doing the same, making the task of evading his detection more difficult. Instead of one set of eyes and ears, there were multiple. Again, Raphael, with his train-like cluster of humans hot on his heels, darted forward to the last tree, offering any kind of cover between us and the attentive herd. The bull, immersed in a cocoon of watchful eyes, was no easy target. The common eland, or pofu, is the world's largest antelope, being slightly larger than its northwestern relatives. The common eland is taxonomically divided into 3 subspecies: the East African eland, also known as the Patterson's eland, the Livingston's eland, and the Cape eland. The Central African giant eland, commonly known as the Lord Derby eland, and its highly localized cousin, the West African giant eland, are both longer in the headgear department but are slightly smaller in body mass. The 3 common subspecies, as their name suggests, are prevalent throughout most of the southern half of the continent. The eland is considered one of the most adaptable of all ruminants because it can survive in a variety of different habitats. In general, they prefer drier savanna and grassland areas. While elands are very common as the name implies, they seem to be lesser known. I was clueless that the humpbacked, ox-like herbivore even existed until traveling the grasslands of Tanzania. This presumably may be because they lack the graceful aesthetics and iconic nature attributed to many of Africa's grazers. Surpassing almost all other antelopes in size, it will not surprise you that elands are big, really big. The males can be up to 11 feet long, stand 6 feet high at the shoulders, and weigh up to 2,000 pounds. Females, only reaching 1,300 pounds, are not exactly delicate little creatures. Eland calves are born tawny-colored, but over time evolve into a bluish gray. Also when young, the eland has slight white vertical stripes on their sides that fade considerably as they mature. Both genders of eland have tightly spiraled horns, dwarfing in comparison to many of the long-horned species. The male horns tend to be shorter but thicker than the female counterparts. The pofu, don't you just love that name? Is quite an odd-looking duck if you ask me. As stated, they lack the graceful elegance of most varieties of antelopes. Their ox-like impression stems from the hump on top of their front shoulders, combined with their very bulky torsos. Aside from the bulge on their back, the bulls have a rather large dewlap, or fattened skin, hanging down from their necks. To add to these rather peculiar traits, the bulls have a large clump of bushy hair, called a ruff, on their foreheads, which increases in length and density with age. In all honesty, the wad of tresses affixed to such a stout, ungainly-looking animal does little to help their rather bizarre appearance. Because of the eland's size and brawn, speed isn't an asset that will win them a Kentucky Derby. Able to run only 25 miles per hour for very short distances, they are the slowest of all antelopes. What they lack in speed, they make up for in endurance. Their powerfully built physique allows them to maintain a 14-mile-per-hour trot indefinitely. Their size also doesn't hinder their athletic abilities. Jumping a 4-foot fence from a standstill is a piece of cake. When frightened, 8-foot leaps are just as feasible. Eland might not have the speed of their fleet-footed relatives, but they don't have to. Their might is a pretty good equalizer. Rarely do they flee from four-legged predators. When attacked or threatened, the females will typically stand their ground protecting their young, either alone or in a united front. Groups will often create an impenetrable circle by bunching all their heads together, forming a lethal ring of kicking back legs. Male elands also rarely flee, but instead go on the offensive. In a mixed group, large males will sometimes take front positions to help protect the calves and pregnant females. Outfitted with almost a ton of flesh and thick spiral horns, even lions tend to think twice about including them in their dinner plans. The same can't be said for their calves, the young and the sickly. Simba and his pride happily pick off any weak links. Fortunately for the eland, their defensive strategy changes regarding humans. Experience has taught them that flight, even at only 25 miles per hour, is a better alternative. Our witnessing their hindquarters fading into the savanna on several occasions proved that point fairly well. The social organization of the eland is somewhat different from that of other antelopes. Typically, the herd lives in groups of up to 60 individuals, significantly larger than other types of antelopes. In the wet season or resource-rich areas like the Serengeti of Tanzania, eland herds can grow much larger. The herds we saw, however, typically numbered closer to 20. While elands only exist in about 50% of their historic range, their population overall remains strong. The IUCN therefore lists their current status as least concern. Fortunately, many countries enjoy populations that are considered stable, and some countries are even showing increases in numbers, mainly Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Malawi, Zambia, and Tanzania. About half of their total population lives in protected areas, while another 30% live on private lands, largely due to their value as trophy animals. It should be noted that eland populations decreased dramatically in the 1970s due to civil wars and their aftermath in countries such as Uganda, Rwanda, Angola, and Mozambique. This is not a unique concept. Where there is conflict and war, wild species suffer catastrophic consequences. right along with human populations. Four-legged inhabitants are slaughtered to feed armies or desperate citizens. They are also poached to raise revenue for funding wartime operations. Hostilities often force existing park systems to crumble just when wildlife protection is needed most. Regrettably, but understandably, outside conservation efforts rarely exist under such hostile conditions. Assuming that animals existing in Africa's national park systems will always be protected is wrong. If hostilities arise in their locations, for whatever reason, they too are at risk. According to a study by researchers from Yale and Princeton universities, more than 70% of Africa's national parks have been affected by war in recent decades. With 54 continental African countries, each with its own system of government, issues regarding conflict and governing properties are utterly complex and discombobulating. While I can't begin to explore this in its entirety, according to African Renewal article, African Democracy Coming of Age, development experts sum up the solution to Africa's social, economic, and political problems in 2 words: good governance. According to the article, Africa is showing steady progress overall, despite hiccups, with data showing that good governance is trending in the right direction. While I'll never truly grasp the intricate, convoluted issues facing the African nations, it is absolutely clear to me that peace and wildlife conservation are inextricably mixed, just as the lives of rural African people and the creatures they live amongst are mixed. While it is encouraging that the population of elands in many countries are holding firm or even slightly growing overall, their populations are still gradually decreasing. It's the same song and dance time and time again. Aside from habitat loss, elands suffer a much greater risk from bushmeat poachers compared with many of the slighter species. Its massive size provides a large useful hide as well as an abundance of meat. To make matters worse, their protein is superior in taste. Rick and I can vouch for that. An eland was harvested by rod early in our safari, making it the protein on our plates, cooked in various ways, for several days. Indeed, tofu was Rick's favorite of all the wild game we ate while at Masimba Camp. Lump those 3 qualities together, tastiness, lots of meat, and large hide, and it's easy to see why the unique-looking antelope is a prime target for illegal bushmeat slaughter. In addition to legalized hunting, some countries have even begun domesticating the eland as a way to place a monetary value on the animal. The wild species are better adapted to the African environment than cattle and evidently are easily domesticated. In addition to their highly prized protein, they offer a large amount of nutritious, long-life antibacterial milk, far superior to a cow's. Currently, the eland is being farmed in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Russia, and Ukraine. The eland may have been domesticated in a few countries, but it was obvious that no such thing was occurring in Tanzania, at least not in Rungwa West. We'd pursued tofu at least 3 times already. On one occasion, we'd stalked a bull eland 2 miles before determining he was too young. Another time, we followed a small herd for over a mile until we were able to get within 300 yards of a shootable bull. Although the shot was doable, it wasn't feasible with several other eland grazing in front of him providing a living shield. As soon as one animal moseyed on, another one parked right beside his torso. A bullet would have taken out both. So we waited, then we waited some more. Suddenly, the herd picked up their heads and trotted off into the sunset. Maybe they winded us, or maybe something else told them to skedaddle. Either way, it was late afternoon and too late to continue a stalk, so the hunt was over. There was also a third eland pursuit in the mix somewhere, but that adventure is nothing but a highly telling note, went after tofu again, scribbled in my journal. The entry did little to jog my memory. It would seem that the pursuit was either too uneventful to commit to memory, or it whipped my butt, making me capable of only jotting down 4 words. We were hoping the 4th tofu attempt would end with better results. While we could easily see the mixed herd, the lack of cover offered quite a challenge. There was still approximately 400 yards of wide-open savanna between the attentive herd and our human brigade. A 400-yard shot typically is not difficult for Rick. Nevertheless, the chance of wounding game increases with distance, no matter how skilled or prepared a person is. The memory of the elk Rick wounded in Idaho, which he was unable to track and finish, still twists a knot in his gut. I would guess that 100% of hunters have taken that gut-wrenching, regrettable shot at least once in their lifetime. But if they are true hunters, great pains are taken to avoid such mistakes in the future. A few moments later, the quandary over a 400-yard shot didn't matter anyway. From a distance, the bull's large body gave the impression that he was older than he was. With further inspection, Raphael decided that Eland's less dense horns told a different story, indicating the stout bull was closer to 7 or 8 years old. Considering common elands can live to 15 years old in the wild, he was still in his prime and spreading some pretty incredible genes throughout the ranks. After the eland stalk, we headed back to Masimba Camp. Another day of safari under our belts. While the eland pursuit had been a bust, we spotted hyena, giraffes, a jackal, waterbucks, impalas, hartebeest, roan, oribis, 3 families of elephants, and a pair of lions. A 4-year-old male and a young lioness were resting under a tree with a zebra herd grazing nearby. Thankfully, the resting felines were more interested in shade than zebra steak. Believe it or not, we also spotted more dugaboys, 2 old bachelor bulls, beside a thicket of scrublands a few hundred yards from the road. As the Cape buffalo jumped up, barreling into a thicket of dense bush, Rick excitedly asked Raphael, "Are they harvestable?" With surprise and worry plastered on his face, Raphael asked, "For you?" Rick had already used his quota of 3 buffalo. Rod and Sue, however, had been striking out when it came to Nyati, even though it topped their wish list. So when Rick answered, "No, for Rod and Sue," relief washed over Raphael's face. It was irrelevant anyway. Our American counterparts were off on their safari in another sector of Rungwa West. The bulls we saw did them 0 good. As luck would have it, we continued to see harvestable dugaboys again and again, so many that the staff gave Rick the nickname the Buffalo Whisperer. Though every sighting was exciting for us, our good fortune was a little disheartening for Rod and Sue. On their first trip to Tanzania, they hiked over 90 miles throughout 10 days before Sue harvested her bull. She was so spent from exhaustion, stress, and fear from so many extended and tense pursuits that she burst into tears upon success. On this trip, unlike us, buffalo seemed to elude them no matter what they did or where they went. Their last 9 days at Masimba Camp were dedicated almost exclusively to the pursuit of the old boys. Multiple times they chased herds through sections of long grass, producing some pretty hair-raising stories. They could hear the huge beasts grunting and snorting just yards away, catching glimpses of their shadowy blackness from time to time, but never getting a clear view. Another time, much like our earlier experience, they lost one when it crossed into the national park. While they had many close encounters, not once in 3 weeks of our safari did they have an opportunity for a harvestable bull, a testament to the fact that hunting is not just about skill and perseverance, it is also about luck and being in the right place at the right time. Again, that is why it is called hunting, not killing. The morning after our 4th unsuccessful Pofu stalk, we were again bouncing along at a snail's pace through a section of road that looked as if a herd of elephants had done a jig amid the rainy season, drawing it into a sun-baked obstacle course. Footprints cemented into the ground were prevalent everywhere, but some sections of roadway were worse than others. At the lightning speed of 5 miles per hour, we were making our way through an open expanse of short-grass savanna littered with a few sporadic trees, when lo and behold, a gray dot, all by its lonesome, was spied in the distance. That anything could be spotted amid the rocking and rolling of the vehicle was a miraculous feat in itself. Through the binoculars, the gray dot transformed into an eland bull. While he wasn't as big-bodied as the previous bull, his thick-set horns and his being alone indicated he was much older. The hunt was on. Jumping into our crouch formation, we scrambled from scrub tree to scrub tree. There was little vegetation to conceal our approach, forcing us to belly crawl 70 yards to reach the last tree, offering any kind of concealment. Since I was fourth in the line, the sparse vegetation was smashed to smithereens, offering me an easier go of it, as well as ensuring slithering serpents were long gone. Other than an occasional poke up my nose by a wayward blade of grass, worming my way forward proved to not be as horrendous as I had anticipated. Once we reached the lone tree, the unsuspecting bull was still 220 yards away. As a loner, he didn't have the added protections of dozens of eyes and ears on high alert. Slowly, we wriggled from our 12 inches of cover into a shooting position. A few seconds later, Raphael whispered, "Shoot." The bull dropped to the ground. Everyone sprinted to the fallen eland. Upon arrival, I froze in horror as the bull lifted his head slightly, turned towards me, and peered into my eyes. With our focus locked on each other, another shot exploded in my ear. As the Pofu's huge dark eyes closed, my body melted to the ground in anguish. Of all my hunts with Rick, never did I approach a creature that wasn't already lifeless. Earlier on, I tried to explain how some deaths affect me more emotionally than others, and sometimes there's no rhyme or reason for it. Well, on that occasion, there was no mystery why the eland hit me so dramatically. Looking into his beautiful eyes, even for just a few seconds, tormented me in a way that I had never experienced before. It crushed me. Even putting this in words, tears rolled down my cheeks, partly because it reminds me of other deaths. I remember my dad's larger-than-life presence and the gaping hole in my life after his passing. I remember my brother Mike, his shitty grin, sarcastic humor, selflessness, courage, and zest for life until the bitter end. Not a day goes by that my heart doesn't ache for them and others, wishing they were in my life again. Death sucks, period. Whether it be human or fur-covered, no matter how it occurs. While I still get teary-eyed remembering the eland's sacrifice, it does bring me some comfort knowing that the last thing he saw were eyes filled with love, respect, and thankfulness. That had to be better than the many fates that awaited him, possibly getting eaten while life slowly drained from his body. Processing the eland for transport back to Masimba Camp was no easy task. The bull weighed approximately 1,600 pounds, close to the weight of each Cape buffalo, making it too large to load in one piece. The eland had to be cut in half and some of its entrails and stomach contents left behind. Only the choice organs were scooped up, placed in a metal pan, and taken to camp. What remained would become a feast for the scavengers. Once the eland was processed into 2 chunks, it took every trick in the book, plus all 7 of us lifting, to get it into the cargo hold. Several people lifted from the vehicle. Several positioned themselves on each side of a log placed underneath to help lift the weight. I, too, pocketed my camera/phone to help. After a lot of grunts on our part, the first half was heaved into the cargo hold with a plunk. Suddenly, it occurred to me that I should be documenting the process. Pulling out my camera, I backed up, not knowing the guys had laid one of the lifting branches behind me. Just as I gained momentum, my feet hit the obstacle, pitching me into a backward swan dive, one that landed me smack dab on top of the monstrous heap of eland guts. Let me assure you, the viscera of a 1,600-pound antelope holds a lot of gooey nastiness, plus a whole lot of partially digested muck. For a few seconds, everyone just gazed at me in shock, trying to determine if it was okay to laugh at the klutzy American. When I burst into hysterical laughter, that opened the dam. Everyone joined in. My wonderful husband just shook his head with a huge smirk on his face. He was used to my lack of grace. Anyway, other than my pride, I wasn't hurt in the slightest. A pile of sloppy intestines, slimy organs, and digested greenery make a pretty cushy landing zone. While the fall itself was irrelevant, the smell was not. I stunk, big time. Thankfully, I had a tank top crammed into my pack, enabling me to remove at least the first layer of stench. Still, the foul-smelling slime had oozed through my safari shirt onto my bra. While I wasn't entirely obnoxious, I still smelled like something the cat dragged in. My klutziness wasn't all for naught. It earned me a highly valued prize, the Goofball Award, presented to me by the one and only Lillian Marimi, Tanzanian Game Scout Extraordinaire. The award was a rather scrumptious lollipop she found stashed in the bottom of her pack. Honestly, I was quite thrilled with the unique trophy. I just wish I hadn't eaten the treasured memory. After the rest of the eland was loaded, we all piled aboard for the sluggish trek across the pocked landscape. We hadn't rocked and rolled even 50 feet before white-backed vultures began dropping upon the gut pile amid a frenzy of goose-like hisses and cackles. With few trees dotting the section of grasslands, it initially appeared as if they had come from nowhere. When we turned our eyes to the distant skyline, however, we saw the birds approaching from miles away in every direction. Rick and I watched the swirling spectacle in awe. It felt like we were in a version of the Alfred Hitchcock movie, The Birds. Greedily, they dove upon what was left of the eland. By the time we were 200 yards away, the ground was alive with squabbling, grappling, scuffling, and gorging vultures. Oodles of them. We've seen plenty of vultures circling kills in the States, but nothing compared to this. Spellbound, we watched the ghastly but gripping display play out in front of us. Within 10 minutes, Raphael assured us the entrails would be completely and utterly gone. Reading or hearing about it is one thing. Seeing the display unfold in front of your face is quite another. Quite simply, it is a sensational phenomenon to witness. Most of Rick's quarry had been loaded whole or harvested in scrublands, hiding the entrails from immediate view. The eland was our first experience with the vultures storming upon remains. It also reminded me of poachers. We saw firsthand why the illegal killers despise the winged advertisements of death and why they are poisoning them in droves. Once the original birds had taken flight, every bird from miles around had been alerted, pinpointing death like a beacon of light in the darkness. Any government patrols within miles would have spotted the birds, drawing them to investigate. If we had placed toxins in that carcass, 50 to 100 vultures would now be dead, with very little effort. What a wretched reality. No wonder the IUCN put them on the critical endangered list. Even so, the fact that we did see hordes of the winged scavengers filled me with hope for the future. When we pulled away from the whirlwind, it was only 9 a.m. The 5-hour trek back to Masimba Camp delivered a fresh whiff of my foulness with each gust of air. As the stench swirled around me, so did my thoughts. Life is fickle. One minute I had been tormented with tears flowing, looking into the eyes of the eland. 30 minutes later, I was laughing hysterically after flopping onto a cushion of entrails. Another 15 minutes, I was entranced by a scrum of vultures in a voracious feeding frenzy, a testament to the web of life. Pondering the eland itself, it was hard to believe that until just a few weeks earlier, I didn't even know the magnificent animal existed. Yet now the Pofu is forever planted in my memory. Although the look in his eyes still haunt me, his death was not in vain. We preserved his grandeur. Our family and friends now know his magnificence as well. People who, like me, never even knew there was such a creature. His eyes no longer have the sparkle of life, but I am still taken back to that morning in Africa, crawling on my belly across the crusty, pitted grasslands. The devastation when he looked into my eyes. The absurdity of falling into a bed of intestines. The wonder of a sky crowded with winged scavengers descending to recycle the Pofu's remains, and laughter and camaraderie with friends. And yes, I remember the Goofball Award. Another day in Africa, etched in my memory forever. Chapter 27. Pela Hela. The vehicle stopped as Raphael pointed through the haze to a thicket of sun-scorched trees. Blending seamlessly with the dried-up ravine were 4 lions, 3 younger males and 1 female. Like toddlers quarreling over a toy, The snarling quartet slashed and lunged at each other while swatting a doomed guinea fowl back and forth. From our vantage point, the squabble appeared more playful than fierce. The young lions took a short break to study the strange-looking meadow elephant that had stopped 25 yards from their tussle. Fortunately, they showed no desire to move the skirmish in our direction. Once their curiosity was satisfied, they resumed their scuffle over the morning's appetizer. Not long after the dueling felines, we passed a mama hartebeest nursing her offspring just off the side of the pathway. The maternal Congoni was so occupied with the baby greedily ramming her in the tummy that she hardly noticed us rolling by. The calf, too, was oblivious, its tail wagging a mile a minute during the hungry assault. The delight of such moments made the days tick by much too quickly, bringing us to the end of our safari. Our focus, therefore, centered on harvesting a kudu and a sable, the two primary species remaining on Rick's bucket list. As Murphy's Law would have it, specifically searching for one particular type of wildlife often presents you with a whole host of other opportunities. We were seeing plenty of shootable males, just not the ones we were looking for. Typically, we just enjoyed the sightings and moseyed on. With that said, once in a while an animal presented itself that tempted Rick's resolve to pursue only those two species. On that particular day, the temptation came in the form of a roan. The roan, or korongo, is a close relative of the sable, and like its cousin, is one of Africa's most attractive antelopes. It is also one of the largest, exceeded in size only by the eland. Males typically stand about 5 feet high at the shoulders, weighing close to 620 pounds. Females are only slightly smaller. The korongo is a member of what is often referred to as the horse antelopes. It won't surprise you that they have horse-like builds, long sturdy limbs, and thick necks with an upstanding mane. The similarities in appearance end there. The roan's head is shorter with a striking black and white face. White patches highlight its eyes and nose, giving it an almost clown-like appearance. His unique face is framed by long, elf-like ears tipped with tassels of black hair. As their name suggests, their coat is tawny reddish-brown, or roan-colored. While both genders sport sickle-shaped horns, the male's horns reach approximately 26 inches on average, being slightly thicker and longer than their counterparts. Even with a clown-like face and elf-like ears, roan are strikingly beautiful. Once a roan grows to maturity, its survival is made easier by a rather aggressive and courageous temperament, making them a formidable foe. When threatened, they will confront predators rather than flee. In some parts of Africa, they have even earned the nickname lion killer due to their tendency to gore any attacking lions with their curved horns and sideways stabbing technique. They are ill-tempered with competing bulls as well. When two adult males meet up, it is common to fight for dominance, often using an interesting method of getting down on their knees to battle with clashing horns. Recently, while watching a YouTube video, I witnessed a roan's tenacity. Two lionesses had a bull on the ground, raking his hindquarters. Suddenly, the roan began striking the felines with its horns, driving off the attackers with his pointed weapons. Each time the cats lunged, the roan spun his body, facing them head-on, forcing them to retreat temporarily. The bull stood, appearing as if he had rebuffed the deadly encounter. Nevertheless, after several steps, his damaged legs crumbled to the ground. The lions were watching and waiting. Seeing weakness, they moved in for another attack. The roan kneeled onto his front legs, slashing at the predators with his horns, driving off several more assaults. Its courageous fight could not overcome the initial injury. Bearing witness, even on video, to the struggle was heartrending, even knowing that the roan's death meant life for the lions. The roan's will to survive may save them from some predators, but carnivores aren't their only threat. According to the IUCN, the roan's conservation status is currently listed as least concern. Even so, it is now one of the most threatened antelopes in many parts of Africa, despite its rapid breeding rate. Roan are particularly vulnerable to habitat degradation due to their picky grazing and their calves' dependence on the same optimal conditions. A pregnant female gives birth in a secluded place, leaving the calf hidden for most of the day for the first few weeks of its life. This makes the roan a telling indicator of an ecosystem's health. The loss of korongo from large areas of their original range serves as a tragic reminder of diminished ecological qualities in those areas. As noted earlier, South Africa's Kruger National Park is one such place that suffered disastrous consequences in recent years by trying to provide artificial water sources throughout the park. Along with the moisture came many more predators, but just as deadly were the water-dependent grazers that were drawn to the new water sources. Species like zebra and Cape buffalo tend to act as mowing machines, leaving a swath of sheared grasses in their wake. The resulting loss of taller grasses, the roan's essential diet, destroyed not only their food supply, but the cover needed to conceal their calves. Roan populations in Kruger National Park plummeted to below 40 animals. While the installation of the additional water was done with the best of intentions, it upset the ecosystem's natural set of checks and balances. Most conservationists now support managing habitats for preserving all species, not just the favored few. The manufactured water holes have since been closed, hoping to regrow the populations that were detrimentally affected. Aside from the water debacle and habitat loss, roan face the typical threats of bushmeat poaching and agricultural expansion. Although roan are considered least concern, most now survive only in protected areas, thankfully one of which was Rungwa West Game Reserve. Our treks through higher grass terrain blessed us with many sightings of the fussy eaters. While we stalked korongo several times, weaving eerily through the blinding walls of long grasses, they outmaneuvered us each time. The herd Raphael had just spotted in the distance offered another opportunity. If the roan was a mature harvestable male, it also offered a huge dilemma. Earlier in the safari, we had budgeted for roan and pursued them when the opportunity arose. Nevertheless, the trophy fees associated with the eland and the additional Cape buffaloes blew Rick's hunting budget out of the water. Since kudu and sable topped Rick's wish list, we left money in the budget for those two only. If he successfully harvested a roan, he would have to forego either the kudu or the sable. Sure enough, lowering his binoculars, Raphael confirmed the roan was an aged bull. Kudu and sable were less prevalent than other wildlife, so there was no assurance that Rick would have the chance to pursue either one. If we had a crystal ball, the decision would have been easy. Since we had no gadget to foretell the future, the choice became pursue the roan in front of us or wait, hoping an aged sable or kudu crossed our paths. Making that kind of decision after traveling so far for such an experience was no small thing. With a conflicted heart, Rick chose to forego the chance for a roan. It was time to head for sable habitat. Unlike the roan, sable tend to avoid wide-open savannas, preferring light woodlands instead, especially the Mayomba woodlands, a mixture of bush and grasslands. The sable, or pela-hela, is a close relative of the roan, but slightly smaller, averaging closer to 500 pounds. They also have a horse-like sturdy build with a short neck, longish face, and dark mane. While there are several subspecies in small numbers, the most prevalent is the common sable. The older males are characterized by glossy black coats with white underparts and white facial markings similar to the roan, but less clownish-looking. Calves are born reddish-brown with virtually no markings. As they age, the white markings appear while the rest of their coat turns darker. The older the animal, the more striking the contrast, ultimately creating the black coats they are known for. While in many ways the pela-hela looks similar to the roan, its ears are brick red at the back, significantly shorter, and lacking the tassel and elf-like quality. Both sexes also have horns that are ridged, curving drastically backward, creating almost a complete semicircle. Essentially, they look like a roan's sickle-shaped horns on major steroids. With smooth and sharp-pointed tips, a male's horns can grow over 40 inches in length, creating very useful weapons. The female's horns are shorter and slimmer. While sable and roan habitat differ, they both hide their calves in tall grasses, drop to their knees to fight, and shun shorter grasses, preferring to eat taller vegetation. With that said, sables are even pickier. Sometimes it comes down to nibbling on just select parts of plants. Sable also rely heavily on water and rarely stray far from moisture. They also leave the herd to give birth. The sable in Kruger National Park also suffered from the installation of artificial water sources, leading them to plummet to about 300 individuals. The invading water-loving species not only cropped the grasses to short, undesirable lengths, but also changed the grass's composition in the process, eliminating some critical nutrients previously on the sable's menu. The story of sable in the country of South Africa is a contradictory one. The number of sable roaming in the national parks is currently minimal. However, because of their value as game animals, South Africa's game ranching industry has kept their overall numbers up. The sable's exquisite beauty, majestic curled horns, painted face, and sharply contrasting hide make it easy to see why it is one of the most iconic species in all of Africa, and why it is coveted by selective hunters. Once Rick decided to pass on the roan, sable became our focus. We spent 2 more days bumping along from one sable hotspot to the next, searching for the elusive Pela-Hela. Finally, 3 days later, a herd of bachelor bulls was spotted in the distance. As is often the case, the herd of sables was grazing alongside a herd of hartebeest. The additional sets of eyes, ears, and noses were a win-win for both groups of prey animals, but were a major impediment for any predators. Fortunately, being in sable country meant we were in a light woodland area with a mixture of bush and taller grasses. After hiding the vehicle and staying downwind, we darted from cover to cover until getting within 150 yards. Standing amid the herd was a harvestable bull, offering a perfect profile view. Rick set his rifle on the shooting sticks. It was a dream shot, with one exception. Another sable grazed directly behind him. If the bullet passed through the bull, it would also hit the other. He waited. The younger bull took a step forward. Raphael whispered, "Get ready." Then, just as the young sable cleared the targeted animal, another one strolled in front of him. Again, with bated breath, we waited, and waited some more. Finally, the younger bull ambled forward. The second it cleared the mark, Raphael whispered, "Shoot." As Rick pulled the trigger, animals exploded into action. Most of the sable and hartebeest charged to the left, but the targeted bull bolted to the right. We burst forth from our hiding spot, lagging only feet behind Magogo as he dashed into the woodlands. 40 yards away, partially concealed in a thicket of trees, lay the powerful, strong-willed sable. The hunt was over. The Pela-Hela was magnificent. His beautiful horns curled almost as far back as his shoulder blades. The white of his belly and painted face contrasted sharply against his deep ebony coat, a sure sign of a mature bull. Again, we felt sadness for the loss of such a regal creature while also being excited that Rick had accomplished his goal of harvesting such an exquisite species. We felt the guilt of taking a life, the wonder of experiencing its beauty, and gratitude for its sacrifice. There was even disappointment and regret that the pursuit was over, knowing that Rick may never again have the opportunity to hunt such an animal. Swimming in emotion, we progressed to hugging, handshaking, and congratulations from the rest of the crew. While embracing Lillian, I tearfully muttered, "Finally, Hela Pela." She smirked and corrected me one more time. "Sue, Pela-Hela." Hopefully, the majestic animal forgave me jumbling his name yet again. One of Africa's most iconic antelopes made the ultimate sacrifice so that others could live. It was time that I gave the sable, Pela-Hela, the respect he deserved, never screwing up his Swahili name again. Like the eland and the buffalo, his magnificence and beauty did not die when his body hit the earth. He was preserved. Each time we look at him, we remember the hartebeest grazing nearby, the tension waiting for other sables to clear, the camaraderie of hunting with our Tanzanian crew, and the sable's strength and determination fighting for survival even after a bullet pierced his heart. His soul may no longer be present, but his aesthetic splendor is preserved so that our grandchildren, friends, and family can know the beauty, elegance, and grandeur of Pela-Hela. Chapter 28. Kwaheri Rafiki Zangu. Finally, I spotted another smudge in the powdery dirt. For almost 2 hours, we'd weave through sparse woodlands intermixed with patches of grasslands. Making eye contact, Rick and I silently acknowledged that we had both seen the telltale sign. Slightly different than our typical human train, Magogo and Raphael were both up front with their eyes glued to the ground, seeing details that escaped our eyes. Typical of our many stalks, minutes would pass, leaving us feeling as if we were on a wild goose chase. Then, miraculously, a partial print or scuff would triumphantly materialize. While spying the dead giveaway of an animal's trail was always oddly satisfying, as well as exciting, it meant even more on that particular day. The hoof prints belonged to 2 large male kudus. After days, another opportunity had come for Rick to pursue the tandala, the magnificent spiral-horned antelope that topped his priority list. Time was running out. In less than 24 hours, we'd be on the bush plane back to Arusha, our first stop before the final legs of our journey taking us back to the States. Sadly, that also meant saying kwaheri, or goodbye, to our friends from the opposite side of the world, and in an adventure unlike any we had ever seen or would likely ever see again. With that realization, Rick and I crawled aboard the Land Cruiser for our last safari with a heavy heart. 21 days had passed by in a blink of an eye. With kudu as our main focus, we headed straight to their preferred territory. An hour later, we were rewarded by spotting 2 of the magnificent species on the edge of a clearing, both with horns spiraling to the heavens. For a few seconds, we stared in wonder before their elegant bodies were but ghosts in the wind. But fortunately, a glance was all Raphael had needed to know both were harvestable males. The hunt was on. The kudus had hightailed it for the forested scrublands and were a mite faster than our snake-like entourage. Even after 3 weeks on safari, Raphael and Magogo's tracking skills thoroughly captivated me. It simply never got old. Stealthily, we'd zig to the left 30 yards, stop to study a twig or piece of grass, then zag to the right for 40 yards. Another stop to read some minute sign in the dirt, forcing us to head through a stretch of tall grass. Minutes later, we'd be slinking through another grove of scrub trees. Not only did I relish the slow, meticulous games of follow the leader, I felt a touch of pride each time that I spotted a revealing detail for myself. After 2 hours, we came to a large expanse of open savanna. As Raphael peered across the grasses, we could see the wheels turning in his head. He knew how badly Rick wanted an East African greater kudu. He also knew we had other plans for our final day. After a few moments, he matter-of-factly informed us that if we stayed on the kudu's trail, we should be able to catch up to them in 6 to 8 hours. On any other day, we would have jumped at the chance. However, we had made different plans for our final day on safari. Chewy Rock, the monstrous cathedral of stone jutting from the flatlands mentioned in an earlier chapter, had practically screamed, "Climb me," each time we passed under its shadow. Fulfilling that beckoning was a special treat we had saved as a kind of farewell tribute. There was not enough time to pursue the kudu and scale Chewy Rock. My heart sank. We had to scrap the climbing adventure that tugged at my heart, or scrap the pursuit of the kudu, which tugged at Rick's. It was decision time. Rick looked at me momentarily, then informed Raphael that the kudu would have to wait. Just like that, the hunt was over. The spiral-horned wonders had again won the day. Even so, the mesmerizing pursuit and watching the expertise of our crew was the perfect ending for our last on-the-ground trek through the savannah. A couple of hours later, we were standing at the base of the colossal mountain of stone. With Raphael and Magogo leading, we were soon scrambling over the huge boulders forming the outside perimeter and lower level of the stone tower. Easy peasy. Next, we formed our way through a network of stone tunnels formed over eons by boulders splintering from the main outcropping. Still no problem. Then, as I enthusiastically cleared the last stone passage, my heart skipped a beat. Before me stood a rather steep 100-foot stone face to reach the top. While I love rock scrambling, scaling a sheer wall of rock was something quite different. Put me in an airplane, no problem. Stand me near the side of a cliff, fear grips my entire body. Anyway, with fright knotting my insides and Rick on my heels, I crawled on all fours, never looking down, until reaching the almost table-like crest. Lillian, too, was a little unsettled. In her 3 weeks of patrol, it was the first time she didn't carry her government-required machine gun. Have no fear, the weapon made the scramble to the peak in Raphael's arms. Once we reached the summit, I forgot all about the butterflies in my stomach. Chewy Rock towers above the savannah, offering a 360-degree view of the Rungwa West Game Reserve. The crown of the stone mountain was about the size of a football field, basically flat, but interspersed with crevices, dips, and bumps that formed caves, the perfect hiding spots for its namesake. Many of the chambers were large enough for the elusive spotted cats to slink into, but too small for Simba. Bones, even giraffe bones, were scattered about the rock, advertising the leopards' past meals. Porcupines also seemed to like the view, although instead of bones, they left behind their 8 to 12-inch quills. It's hard for the passionate hunter in a man to climb such heights without using it as a lookout. Rick and Raphael had their binoculars glued to their eyes, scouting in every direction. The rest of us roamed about exploring and taking pictures. Magogo even tempted fate by investigating a few of the crevices and cave-like openings, but thankfully we never saw hide nor hair of any elusive cats. After winning the Goofball Award earlier in the week, I decided I might as well keep the theme going. No way could I pass up the opportunity to perform my best King of the World impression from the movie Titanic. Fortunately, Lillian was a bit of a goofball herself. Both of us stood on the highest point, flinging our arms out wide. The problem with climbing up is, at some point you must come down. At a snail's pace, with my eyes glued to the rock in front of me instead of the savannah below, I climbed backwards down the escarpment. With all the nimbleness I could muster, the rock passages and hodgepodge of boulders were soon behind us, allowing Chewy Rock to return to the critters of the wild. Taking a long, winding loop back to Masimba Camp, we kept our eyes peeled for kudu, just in case the gray ghost offered Rick one last opportunity. Waterbuck, zebra, hartebeest, duiker, impala, giraffes, warthogs, and monkeys graced us with parting sightings, but the tandala eluded us. Our last elephant pothole-dodging miles across the savannah were bittersweet. Much too soon, we arrived at Masimba Camp, a much-altered Masimba Camp. Hillary and Andrew had returned to Arusha after our leopard hunt to attend to business. Their huts had sat empty the last few days, but when we pulled in that last afternoon, the hyenas weren't just vacant, they were gone. Toilets, sinks, water tanks, and tents rolled into neat bundles were bunched together, all waiting to be loaded on trucks and taken to Magogo's village for storage. The thatched walls had been torn down and stacked in the riverbed. All that remained of the huts was the framework of logs that had supported the grass panels. The transition was no surprise to us. We insisted they break down as much of the camp as possible rather than waiting until we left. The staff had already been there for months and were eager to get home to their own lives and families. Joel had his grandchildren pulling his heartstrings. Magogo had 2 wives, 4 kids, and crops to attend to. Each person had their version of family waiting eagerly for them to return. Knowing that camp would be partly dismantled didn't prepare me for actually seeing its mutated form. The transformation was a very visible reminder that our time was nearing its end. The next morning, as soon as we pulled away, the camp would explode into a flurry of activity, finishing what had been started. The remaining shelters would be stripped and the grasses added to the heaps already dotting the riverbed. The solar panels, generator, electric supplies, radios, tents, cooking equipment, tables, chairs, shelving, etc. would be dismantled and loaded on the trucks and land cruisers. The convoy, spilling over with cargo and Tanzanians, would then begin the journey to various villages, returning the staff to their homes and loved ones. While the destruction of camp was a major undertaking, Joel insisted that it was a piece of cake compared to building camp. When returning after the rainy season, the well-manicured, cozy little encampment would be a large expanse of overgrown vegetation and partially hidden walkways. All the supplies and equipment would be hauled back. New grasses would be cut, dried, and woven into panels for the huts, fencing, and work areas. Tents would be erected, toilets, sinks, water tanks, and bath fixtures reinstalled. Electricity, radios, generators, and solar panels reconnected. and food and other supplies brought in to provide for the workers and the next season's clients. While all of this was occurring, others would set upon clearing and improving the roads. Knowing that the camp's destruction would keep poachers from moving in, hopefully sparing the lives of many animals in the game reserve and bordering park system, made it a little easier to wrap my head around. Poachers, after all, don't respect boundaries, quotas, gender, or age. Seeing my melancholy, Joel also reminded me that its rebirth would provide many desperately needed jobs year after year as long as Masimba Camp endured and hunters continued to come. Even understanding all this, my heart ached. I loved our little slice of paradise and felt a deep connection to it, as well as the people we shared it with. While it would be rebuilt, it would never be exactly the same again. There would be different hunting clients and possibly different staff members. Each new hunting season would bring a whole new dynamic with it, one that didn't include us. Knowing that Masimba Camp would soon return to the creatures of the wild, however, did make me happy. The coming rains would allow the rising waters to swallow the thatching piled in the riverbeds as crocodiles and hippos took their place. The resident elephants, lions, leopards, and other wild creatures would soon be wandering through the shaded oasis with no human interference. The honey badger could go back to operating in daylight, no longer needing to wait until nightfall to go about his business. After adjusting to the altered Shangri-La, Joel ushered us to the skinning shed, which had exploded into a hotbed of activity. Harvested game doesn't just magically transform into tangible memories. It takes the time, effort, and skill of multiple layers of people to capture an animal's true aesthetic quality, preserve its glory, and allow its splendor to endure long after death. From the moment each harvested animal took its last breath, great care had been given to transport and respectfully process its body, keeping its beauty intact. After the meat is processed for use, the next phase begins. Any flesh remaining on the hide had to be meticulously removed without damaging the skin. It was then stored in a bed of salt to dry and preserve it. The skulls, too, had to be cared for. The brain matter was tediously removed from the cavity before being placed into a vat of boiling water to remove any remaining tissue. After each element was prepared, they were stored on scaffolding or behind the walls of the skinning shed to protect them from scavengers. Although these first steps in processing are critical, both for meat quality and aesthetics, it is probably the least recognized. Unlike in Idaho, all of the African skins, skulls, and horns had to be wrapped and prepared for shipping. Like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle, the hodgepodge of curled horns had to be loaded onto one of the safari vehicles for transport. With no room in the bush plane, the precious cargo would have to make the 2-day overland trek to Arusha. By the time the priceless memories reached the next phase of their journey, we would already be sleeping in our beds on the other side of the globe. Once they arrived in Arusha, the skins and horns had to be taken to a dipping facility where each item was dunked in an antibacterial solution to make them safe for export. After drying for several days, they'd be repacked, crated, and taken to a shipping company for transport to America. Upon arrival in the United States, U.S. Customs and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had to perform their inspections and clearances. Once deemed legal, the cargo was shipped to the prearranged taxidermy studio. Since few taxidermists do their own tanning, the skins were sent to be processed into leather, and the horns were stored for later use. After that was completed, the tan skins were returned to the taxidermist, allowing the real magic to begin. Taxidermy truly is an art form. Wildlife artists, having a deep knowledge of their subjects, essentially mold a piece of lifeless hide expertly over a piece of styrofoam, recreating the magnificence, elegance, and beauty of the original being. That said, all taxidermists are not created equal. Just like all artists, some are more talented or creative than others, or excel in different art forms. An individual in Montana, for instance, may recreate the essence of an elk, a species he is familiar with, beautifully. Yet, he may be less adept at capturing the spirit and elegance of a kudu, a creature he is less familiar with. For this reason, some hunters choose to have their taxidermy work done in Africa. There are also those who believe they are artists, but would be better off choosing another line of work. The time, effort, and stress that goes into choosing the perfect taxidermist can be a little crazy. For months, Rick scoped out the workmanship of taxidermists with expertise in African species before choosing the one he felt most comfortable with. One might joke that some hunters, including my husband, take more care choosing their taxidermist than they do their spouses. When hunting locally, most hunters deliver the hides and other components directly to their taxidermist, lessening the chances of things going south. With that said, retrieving animal skins, etc., shipped from Africa is a tangled web of government agencies, processing facilities, and shipping depots, essentially nightmares waiting to happen. With so many entities handling the prized memories, a lot can go wrong. For sure, it is a nerve-wracking time for hunters. Rick did not breathe a sigh of relief until his taxidermist had the shipment in hand. As it turned out, Rick had a good reason to worry. Several of Rick's hides were destroyed in the dipping process, literally falling apart in the taxidermist's hands. His leopard skin, Rick's most prized memory, suffered greatly. Thankfully, the taxidermist, with finesse and patience, was able to salvage it by using a different pose and making it smaller. Getting African game from the savannah to an American living room is a prolonged, elaborate process, one that makes my head spin. Depending on the circumstances, the undertaking can drag on for over a year or two. Although Rick handled all of this himself, companies can be hired to oversee the entire process. Since nothing is free, it gobbles up another wad of money, adding to the chunks already dished out for each step, much of which stays in Africa where it is needed most. After watching the flurry of activity at the skinning shed, Joel transformed the dining hut into a mini marketplace filled with Maasai souvenirs, relics, and keepsakes. The changing world has forced the nomadic tribal pastoralists to adjust their lifestyles. Tribal leaders are trying to find ways to preserve their traditions while balancing the need for education in modern society. While this has caused many members to move away from their nomadic lifestyles and find work in the cities, others have learned to survive by participating in Tanzania's economy by turning to farming and running tourist businesses. They sell their traditional medicines, meat, produce, jewelry, and other souvenirs to tourists. Tourists just like Rod, Sue, Rick, and I. Every available surface of the eating area was covered with an assortment of unique tribal pieces, providing us with our own private shopping spree. Our prized purchase was a talking stick, bought in tribute to Joel. You might remember that his dad carried one such stick with him everywhere, cradling his little buddy under his arm. In the retelling of stories, Joel had done the same. We knew that each time we saw the special piece of memorabilia, the memories would come flooding back to us, transporting us back to the messy, where Joel held us spellbound with one intriguing story after another. A few hours after our shopping spree, we headed to dinner, much more subdued than normal, our cheeriness and excitement missing. Thoughts of leaving clouded our brains. Then, just a few minutes after we'd taken our last bites of sable, the muffled sounds of tribal chanting could be heard. Soon the singing grew louder as every person at camp joined in the procession, half dancing, half walking, into the dining hut. In the midst of this, Moses placed a small cake in front of me, inscribed with "Kwaheri, Rod and Sue, Rick and Sue, Caribou Tina. Goodbye, come again." As you might imagine, that sent my already emotional state over the edge. Tears flooded my eyes. Even now, I can't put into words what that little celebratory treat meant to me. When in my life would I ever again have Tanzanian friends bake a cake over hot coals in a makeshift oven in the middle of the African bush? Few parting gifts, past or future, will ever mean as much. We were clients from a vastly different world, but they had adopted us into their world as friends, ones that I wasn't ready to let go of. Wanting to offer something, anything, to show our appreciation, my waitressing instincts kicked in. Jumping up, I grabbed a knife and cut the special treat into 21 bite-sized pieces. Sue, too, instantly joined in. Together, with nothing else to offer, we dispensed the small tokens of friendship to each member of Masimba Camp. After the festivities died down, most of the staff left to get ready for the next day's departure. Rod, Sue, Rick, and I decided we couldn't end our time at Masimba Camp without one last cocktail on the patio. After a few minutes of reminiscing, our nostalgic, sorrowful mood was rudely interrupted by those who gave a crap. Quite literally. Plop, plop. The resident bats began their nightly assault, swooping in and out of the branches above our head, gobbling up insects while we ducked below, keeping a protective hand over our drinks. Popo's parting gift caused us to erupt into laughter. As much as we wanted to prolong our last night, thoughts of iguana-enriched hair and excrement-laced clothing put a damper on things. Somehow, the bombardment felt right. Africa's supersized flying mammals had shattered our glum mood while saying kwaheri in their own unorthodox, rather slimy way. Although exhausted from a day crammed with adventures and intense emotions, I couldn't turn off my thoughts. As the cries of the savannah began filling the night air, I wondered if I would ever again hear the hippo's distant bellow, the hyena's eerie cackle, the elephant's gurgling, the monkeys chattering, and the lion's spine-tingling oomph. Primal sounds that somehow chilled me to the bone, while also making me feel more alive than I have ever felt. The beastly symphonies, possible only in the African bush, stirred me to the core, becoming forever anchored in my heart. The next morning brought a lot of teary goodbyes. First, we had to say goodbye to the staff who weren't taking us to the airstrip. That included Joel, Thomas, Michael, Moses, Kayumba, Mago, Emilian, and others. An hour later, amid hugs, tears, and laughter, we said our final farewells to Lillian, Raphael, Magogo, Abdallah, Mike, as well as Rod and Sue's crew, Paul, Nico, Saloom, Ema, and Zephania. Sullen and hesitant, I climbed the steps of the bush plane, a plane that would take us back to our reality, away from so many people that will forever hold a special place in my heart. Saying goodbye is never easy, but saying goodbye to people you may never see again is heartrending. Instead of loading up and hurrying back to camp, our Tanzanian friends fanned out, waiting to wave a final goodbye as the pilot went through his checklist. A few moments later, with tears streaming down my face, I watched as the waving arms and smiling faces became smaller and smaller, ultimately disappearing completely as we taxied down the makeshift runway. Peering out the window, I wistfully soaked up every detail of Rungwe West, knowing that I may never see it again. As we gained altitude, the umbrella acacia trees, woodlands, and vast stretches of savanna transitioned into a faraway blur of brownish, nondescript terrain. The drab, lifeless-appearing landscape had not been the Africa I had envisioned since childhood. It hadn't even been a footnote on my bucket list. Yet paradoxically, I was already mourning its loss. Africa, with all its immenseness, magnificence, magic, wonder, brutality, and harshness, has a way of grabbing you and never letting go. Kwaheri, Rafiki Zangu. Goodbye, my friends. Hopefully one day we will meet again. Chapter 29. Wildlife Saviors and Greedy Villains. Africa has become very personal for me. It is no longer just an intriguing distant land. It is umbrella acacia trees silhouetted against the sunset, the Medusa-like baobab jutting its twisted limbs into the African skies, and scant pools of water waiting for the rains to begin. When I picture the continent's wild species, I see giraffes gliding gracefully across the parched landscape, warthogs darting for their burrows with tails hoisted in the air, and Dugga-boys scarred by Simba's quest to survive. Most importantly, the people are no longer anonymous. I see Raphael's kindness in explaining the spike-covered medicine tree, Lillian's smirk as she presented me the Goofball Award, Magogo's gifting me tufts of lion hair, and Joel holding us spellbound with story after story. Each person at Masimba Camp remains a fixture in my mind that I will forever hold dear. Yet too often, these amazing people and their day-to-day struggles are overlooked in the world's view. To say that I understand their daily lives after just a few weeks in a bush encampment is ludicrous, as well as arrogant. No way can I pretend to know their reality. Their hard work and oversight kept us in the lap of luxury, relatively speaking, largely shielded from harm. Having a bathroom inches from our tent was not just a convenience, it was a safety net. If nature called, we did not need to exit our cocoon and chance a run-in with things that go bump in the night. Most villagers don't have that luxury. Food also wasn't an issue. Wild game and stashes of vegetables purchased in Arusha kept us well fed. There was no livestock to protect from hungry carnivores, hankering for easy pickings. No crops were planted to tempt mountainous, unpredictable herbivores. Therefore, scaring off jumbo with beehive fencing or sentries armed with pots and pans wasn't necessary. Any time I wanted a little hippotherapy, an armed escort took me to the pools of stagnant water because even that nasty bit of liquid was a lure to predators. Many villagers must go to such perilous places every day with no such protection. Now that the people of Africa are no longer nameless and faceless, the small-time farmer losing his entire crop to an elephant may very well be Magogo. A game scout injured while in pursuit of poachers could be Lillian. I found myself juxtaposing their children with my grandbabies, Harper and Trigger. The thoughts of our munchkins exposed to opportunistic predators and territorial hippos on their way to school or to access water made my blood run cold. It could have been one of them who had accidentally invaded Willie the hippo's domain, causing his 2 tons of fury to launch at them instead of that warthog. Imagine having to teach your children that the safest time of day to travel was in the heat of the afternoon because Simba would most likely be napping. With my eyes open to the perils that the rural, often food-insecure people of Africa must face daily, it became utterly clear why, from their viewpoint, life would just be easier and safer without having to deal with the dangerous, destructive creatures we adore from afar. Agriculture could expand into previously wild territories. Livestock herds could be increased with few predators to threaten them, and daily living would not pose the risk of getting steamrolled by a hippo or mauled by a carnivore. Once this reality is understood, it is easy to see why rural Africans must have a say in the management of wildlife resources. Besides, isn't that only fair? Africa's unforgiving lands are home to them as well, and have been for thousands of years. Yet too often, their needs are disregarded and injustice is thrust upon them by the global community. Conservation in Africa has a dark history. In her book, Nature Crime: How We're Getting Conservation Wrong, Rosalind Duffy contends, quote, "The war to save the planet is commonly presented as a just war, motivated by the highest morals and waged by dedicated conservationists," unquote. But when examined more carefully, it is clear that the crusade to protect wildlife is often used to justify harsh and threatening policies against the world's most marginalized and vulnerable people. In other words, the need to save wild species takes priority over the rights of the people who live with them. Africa has been sustaining indigenous people for eons, but the creation of national parks and protected areas suddenly made the continent's vast resources unavailable to them. Not only were many people forcibly removed from their homes, but their everyday practices and methods of survival were also redefined as criminal behavior. Suddenly, hunting and fishing were construed as poaching, grazing livestock and foraging for food as trespassing, cutting timber as theft, and setting fires as arson. With these activities outlawed, the rightful stewards of the land were characterized as criminals and small-minded, selfish villains, while those in the conservation movement were characterized as heroes. During colonial rule, most trapping was deemed cruel and unethical. As a result, it was often outlawed, essentially criminalizing subsistence hunting practices even outside of protected areas. Hunting by Europeans was defined as legal and acceptable on the premise that a quick kill was much more humane. How we draw the line between hunting and poaching is still based on these past ideas and fraught with ethical and practical difficulties. According to Duffy, quote, "White men have been portrayed as sports hunters and committed conservationists who were keen on defending wildlife. Black men as greedy and cruel poachers, blamed for destroying wildlife." Unquote. Don't think that I don't discover my hypocrisy in that last tidbit of information. Throughout this book, I have repeatedly referred to primitive traps and snares as inhumane, causing indiscriminate, slow, painful deaths. While those methods still turn my stomach, I can't help but see the other side of the equation. After all, primitive snares were an accepted norm used throughout history as part of human survival. As you know by now, I have become passionate about well-managed hunting's role in saving wildlife. With that said, my observations weren't made to portray native Africans with any negative undertones. They were made with my understanding of trophy hunting's value in protecting habitat and wild populations in today's world. It is simply much more profitable and better for local communities to allow foreign hunters to pay large fees to harvest animals rather than return to past practices. A statement made by a rural villager in Tom Opree's documentary, Killing the Shepherd, really drove that point home for me. What's wrong with them taking the skins and leaving the meat for us? With that said, if an African nation decides to end all foreign hunting and allow their people to return to legal, sustainable harvesting or eliminating hunting entirely, that should be respected as well, as long as it is their decision. It is also worth noting that the anti-hunting world often uses colonialism as an argument to attack trophy hunting. We must acknowledge that the current conservation model has deep colonial underpinnings, including land set aside for both phototourism and trophy hunting. But that makes it even more important to respect the decision-making and rights of African countries and their communities. Powerful countries trying to force their wishes and values on less powerful nations is modern-day colonialism. While Duffy's book touched on trophy hunting, that was just the tip of the iceberg. She explores conservation in depth and how many of us, totally unknowingly, have a hand in making things worse. Tourists, with no concept they are doing anything wrong, illegally export endangered species as souvenirs, especially trinkets made from turtle shells, seashells, and some hardwoods. The use of young animals for photographs at tourist destinations also encourages the illegal wildlife trade, while being devastating to the creatures involved. Many times these adorable photo opportunities are the result of baby animals trapped in the wild with their mothers sometimes killed. The furry attractions are often drugged with their sharp teeth and claws removed to make them more docile for the constant handling of tourists. Other times they are captive bred in horrible situations. Aside from all these ways we can unknowingly harm wild species, there is the world's love affair with precious gems, mobile phones, game stations, and numerous electronic devices. Colorful jewels and coltan, a key raw material needed for mobile technologies, are mined in some of the world's poorest countries and areas rich in wildlife but torn by conflict. While gold, coal, diamonds, sapphires, and coltan are highly coveted assets, that also makes them a curse. The high value of these industries draws crime syndicates, illegal mining, and conflict. The intricacies of this boggle the mind and go far beyond what I can detail here. But let's just say that regulations on such businesses are hard to enforce and easy to get around, often causing horrific human rights abuses, wildlife trafficking, and destruction of animal habitat. For example, coltan is a prime target for illegal activity because of its high value in the international market. Since most of the world's supply of coltan comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the clearing of forests for mining operations is responsible for the major destructions of gorilla habitat within their country, resulting in drastic decreases in eastern lowland gorillas. Madagascar is another example. Illegal sapphire mining on reserves is destroying habitat and threatening the 38 endangered lemur species. While blood diamonds mined in Africa war zones often by forced labor, no longer make the headlines, there is still a vibrant illegal market in conflict diamonds, causing enslavement, torture, rape, and murder. The international certifications put in place to reduce the number of illegal diamonds are riddled with loopholes that allow conflict diamonds far too easily to get mixed in with clean diamonds. If we blame the local people of Africa for the problems facing gorillas, lemurs, elephants, and rhinos, we are pointing the finger at the wrong people. The threats are not caused by the local communities. They aren't wearing jewels, decorating with ivory figurines, or buying rhino horn to cure ailments. The demand for these things comes from the wealthier communities of the world, and the high value associated with them draws organized crime and other unsavory characters into the mix. Many people tend to believe that when wildlife is in trouble, nonprofit conservation organizations can save the day. But these groups must compete in a global market for our attention and, more crucially, for our money. Therefore, it is difficult for them to find solutions if it means blaming their supporters for their role in creating conservation problems. Doing so risks losing donors and supporters who may not be willing to accept their own choices as part of the problem. Truthfully, reading Duffy's book blew my socks off. It opened my eyes to many things, especially our part in making things worse for conservation, even unknowingly. One thing is for sure, when one looks closely at African conservation, the illegal wildlife trade, and poaching, the roles of wildlife warriors and greedy villains become quite blurred. Nevertheless, Africa needs us to explore their nations, learn about their cultures, book safari adventures, purchase their souvenirs and trinkets, wear their diamonds and sapphires, and pay to hunt its game species. But we need to do these things with awareness, ensuring items are harvested or produced legally. For instance, demand gorilla-friendly mobile phones, conflict-free diamonds, and sapphires that are produced under the highest ethical and environmental standards. The money we spend should empower the people of Africa, elevate their human condition, and give them hope for the future, not drive them into poverty, food insecurity, or worse, create victims of human rights abuses. We can do this by supporting conservation organizations, tourist enterprises, and mining industries that work with local people to create income opportunities and fair wages, especially when their livelihoods have been detrimentally affected by conservation efforts. While there is no one simple answer, Western views of conservation must change to treat Africans as equals, respect their opinions, and value their lives as much as animals. Wildlife management, whether non-hunting or hunting, must use strategies that are advantageous to both rural Africans and wildlife alike. If rural people are suffering as a result of well-intended activism and legislation, atrocities in the bush will continue to happen. The fate of Africa's wild species ultimately lies in the physical health and economic well-being of the African people. After all, they are the boots-on-the-ground stewards of these incredible creatures, not us. Chapter 30. Promises Kept. In 2019, the newest version of The Lion King made its debut across the world. As someone who has experienced all three versions of the wildly popular movie, cartoon, Broadway, and photorealistic, I find it impossible for anyone with a love of Africa to listen to its soundtrack without swimming in a sea of emotions. Spirit, Beyoncé's song from the latest movie version, is publicized by the artist as a love letter to Africa. It truly is a moving tribute to the magical lands of Africa that touches the soul. Well, to borrow that line, this book is my version of a love letter to Africa. My story, however, is based on reality, the hard truth and complexities associated with the magical, wondrous continent. While entertaining and incredibly moving, movies like The Lion King create a false narrative that draws people into a romanticized view of nature and their existence in the wild. Some people even live with a fantasy that nature is some kind of paradise where animals live happy lives, a place where premature miserable deaths are the exception to the rule. With so much misleading information circulating on social media, it is understandable where these unrealistic views come from. endearing wild creatures are shown contradicting their instincts, or so it appears. Recently, I saw a picture of an elephant cradling a lion cub in its trunk, supposedly carrying the baby to water. Two bitter enemies joining forces. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You bet the picture tugged at my heart, at least the idealistic part of me that would love to believe nature was one fur-covered utopia. Then reality hit. Upon researching, I found it was indeed photoshopped. On Instagram, there was a video of a leopard playing with a baby antelope. The endearing scene of predator and prey frolicking together was enough to make any animal-loving person's heart melt, evident by the comments. Most didn't question how the story ended. Their remarks left one to believe they had no idea what was about to happen. As you might assume, the calf was eaten only seconds after the video cut off. Believe me, I asked. With such charming, lovable depictions of wildlife on the internet, it's no wonder that many people living in cities, largely isolated from the natural world, have such vast misconceptions of nature, or nature deficit disorder, as some like to call it. There may be exceptions, but the reality is wild animals are at risk of dying continuously from the very moment they enter the world. The vast majority of babies never even make it to maturity. Some of their lives are so brief that their entire experience entails pain. Heck, many hyena pups don't even survive their mother's elongated birth canal to see the light of day. The risks continue for any animal lucky enough to survive the brutal trials of youth. Some suffer physical injuries, illness, malnutrition, thirst, or extreme weather conditions, often causing drawn-out, agonizing deaths. Many species, including many of our favorites, engage in cannibalism, infanticide, or fights to the death with siblings or rivals. Victims of predators, especially larger ones, also rarely experience a quick, torment-free execution. Their end of life is often a grisly, prolonged affair. Wildlife can even suffer psychological stress when an overpopulation of a species knocks an ecosystem out of whack, destroying resources that other animals need to survive. Nature is an indiscriminate, ruthless killer that spares no pain. That, unfortunately, is the hard truth. Many people are either oblivious to these facts or conveniently choose to ignore them. That is fine and dandy. Everyone has a right to believe what they want to believe. It only becomes a problem when one's unrealistic views are used to scorn others or shape policies. By glossing over the truth, many anti-hunters vilify hunting by claiming it causes pain and suffering to the animals. The million-dollar question is, as opposed to what? Being eaten alive? Dying a slow, torturous death of starvation, thirst, disease, or injury? For those who have witnessed both, death in the wild and death by ethical hunters, there is no comparison. Hunting is probably the most humane way for an animal to die. That is not to say that an animal's death is any less significant or sad. The po fu who locked eyes with mine for that brief moment still haunts me, even knowing his death in the wild would have been much more brutal. Also, in my heart, I know that the eland did not die in vain. His sacrifice paved a way for many others to live. Anyone lacking an understanding of nature's cruelty, choosing to ignore it, or clinging to the idea of a utopian existence, free of pain and suffering, is living in a fairy tale world. Much like the Lion King movies, its characters may have human-like qualities, but in real life, Simba, Nala, Rafiki, Pumbaa, Mufasa, and Zazu would not be working together to overthrow Scar, the evil villain, thereby bring peace and plenty to the realm. Nope, the kings would be eating their faithful subjects. If we truly want to save the kingdom, we must dispel the idyllic view of nature and recognize the harsh reality of life in the wild, especially in Africa, where the sheer size and ferocity of many species cause havoc, destruction, and even death to the people living amongst them. The Disneyization of wildlife, as it is often referred to, ultimately sabotages conservation efforts. In Glenn Martin's book, Game Changer, Animal Rights and the Fate of Africa's Wildlife, he talked with Lawrence Frank, a research associate of the Museum of Vertebrate Zoology at the University of California and one of East Africa's foremost predator researchers. According to Frank, the greatest problem is the, quote, growing disconnect between the ideal and the real, the sense that loving animals is the same as saving wildlife. As animal rights advocates gain influence in East Africa, it becomes harder to implement effective conservation programs because some of those programs may involve killing animals." Unquote. The key to saving Africa's charismatic wildlife, Frank believes, is the rejection of the Disney ideal. His conviction is supported throughout Martin's book, which, while evaluating the rising influence of the animal rights movement, finds that the policies championed by animal welfare groups could paradoxically lead to the elimination of the very species, including elephants and lions, that are most cherished. His scientific debate, told without sentiment and prejudice, vividly shows how, quote, "the world's last great populations of wildlife have become hostages in a fight between those who love animals and those who would save them." Unquote. The bias against hunters and hunting in general has been building for years, but until Tanzania, I had no idea of the true scope of it or how it was affecting conservation and the local people of Africa. Masimba Camp changed all that. Africa, its exotic animals, humble people, and unforgiving lands captured my heart and lit a fire in my gut. The issue has become personal for me, not to defend the hunters in my life, but because I fear for Africa, a wild, magical place that has seeped into my blood. Spirit, Beyoncé's song from The Lion King, starts with a Swahili phrase meaning, "Long live the king." This, too, is what I want with every ounce of my being. The thoughts of an Africa without the beastly choruses of Simba, Tembo, Fisi, Chui, Kiboko, or any creature for that matter is soul-crushing. This book is my attempt to comply with another line in her song, "Stand up and fight." Previously, when encountering anti-hunting sentiment, it was just easier to keep my mouth shut. But that tactic does nothing to help the animals and people of Africa. People will never understand hunting's value to conservation and human lives if we choose to avoid confrontation by burying our heads in the sand. Just as importantly, before leaving Masimba Camp, I promised Lillian that I would do what I could to help people understand. This book is my attempt to fulfill that promise. While social media has its pitfalls, it also makes the world a much smaller place. Sometimes, just moments after a few keystrokes, I will hear the phone's ping notifying me that I have a message from the other side of the globe. Not only did this allow Lillian and I to keep our friendship alive, but it gave me access to her knowledge, experience, and memory, all of which were invaluable in writing this book. Her young mind is like a steel trap. Anytime a detail escaped me or I needed clarification on something, she was there to fill in the blanks. She also reviewed each chapter to ensure the information was conveyed correctly. Lillian continues to be a game scout for the Tanzanian government and remains a wealth of information about Tanzania's wildlife and management. Much of her time is still spent occupied with anti-poaching and research work. Recently, she noted,
"And hunters are still challenging us, but we are trying our level best to explain to them with evidence. Maybe one day they will understand and allow us to do our work in peace."
Though Lillian's work life remains much the same, her personal life has changed drastically. Lillian is now the mother of a healthy, active, fast-learning 3-year-old son. Since much of her time is spent at work facilities or in the field, both of which lack schools and hospitals, raising a child is difficult. Consequently, Losarian, a name that means blessing in Maasai, currently lives with his grandparents in the city of Moshi, where he attends a preschool. Though Lillian finds it difficult to separate from him, she has no choice because of her difficult work environment. One day she hopes to be able to join her son in the city to raise him herself. She also hasn't abandoned her hopes of becoming a wildlife studies teacher. The internet's sorcery also allows me to stay in contact with Hillary. His life has also changed significantly. The anti-hunting sentiment, banning elephant imports from Tanzania, and the restrictions on lion imports have caused significant drops in hunting clients, especially since Hillary's hunting concession is prized lion and leopard territory. Not all hunters planning to hunt only plains game are willing to spend the extra time and expense to travel to such a remote location when there are less expensive, more accessible hunting areas. When marketing his hunting concessions on his own became difficult and expensive, he joined forces with a United States partner and dropped several of his hunting blocks. Thankfully, Masimba Camp remains. The changes allowed him to return to working as a PH, which he thoroughly enjoys. He also diversified by opening 2 small hotels near Arusha that cater to ecotourists. Hillary explained that there is no longer a good profit in the hunting industry. Even though it is legal to hunt lions, most hunters are not interested if they can't import the memory back to their own country. According to him, they now seldom hunt lions, employ 50% fewer people than before, have fewer camps, fewer areas, and less of everything by and large. In addition, he indicated that many of the hunting blocks now sit vacant, something that was never seen 10 years ago. When researching, I found that there are indeed 76 hunting concessions no longer being used as of September 2021. As Dr. Dickman indicated in her essay, vacant hunting blocks leave habitat prone to poaching and habitat conversion, ultimately killing far more animals while doing nothing to improve the welfare of local people. This is further supported by Ivan Carter, the conservationist and founder of the Ivan Carter Wildlife Conservation Alliance, on a September 9, 2021 Blood Origins podcast. He states that Cecil the lion and the resulting restrictions on lion trophies created such a loss of income from American hunters that Tanzanian outfitters started handing back their concessions. When that happened, the local communities wanted the land back to be utilized in other ways. The result was a resettlement of 15 million acres of wildlands. Carter emphasizes, quote, "The uncomfortable truth is that bans on lion hunting has killed or is in the process of killing 15 million acres of lion habitat, and with it, the lions as well." Unquote. Our little Shangri-La amid Rungwa West Game Reserve has also changed significantly since we were there. Last fall, Lillian had the opportunity to return to Masimba Camp to oversee 2 hunters. Upon receiving the news, I was practically crawling up the walls, wishing that I could go with her to visit everyone. For 2 weeks, I waited anxiously for her to report back to me with all the scoop. Her news, however, made me quite sad. Out of 20 people, only Magogo, Musa, Kayumba, Moses, Emilian, and Hillary remained. In addition to those losses, Chewy Camp, our second little piece of paradise, no longer existed because of a lack of water. Fortunately, a new satellite camp was built in a different location, thereby still allowing the employment of 20 people. Magogo, Musa, and Kayumba are reportedly doing well, still working in Rungwa West and maintaining small farms in the off-season. They were happy to see Lillian again and learn that we were still in contact with one another. Communicating with Joel and Raphael, who are largely off the grid, is difficult and very limited. For a while, we even lost touch altogether. Thanks to Lillian's network of friends and Joel's son, however, Joel and I reconnected this spring through WhatsApp. I can't tell you the joy it brought me to hear his cheery voice again. Fortunately, before heading into the bush for the 2021 hunting season, he had gone to visit his son and grandchildren, giving him access to the internet. Although I'm not clear about the circumstances, Joel no longer works for Hillary. He works for a different outfitter instead. The lack of hunters resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic made 2020 a very difficult year. He is praying that 2021, with the return of hunters, will be much better. Joel informed me that although Raphael and Andrew no longer work for Hillary, they still contract out as PHs with other outfitters whenever they can. All of them still farm during the off-season as well, mainly growing maize. In the few minutes that Joel became very solemn, he admitted that he is very worried and prays to God regularly about anti-hunting sentiment and what it means for his future and the future of Africa. After a bit of seriousness, he was back to his cheerful self. While his dad has passed, his mother is still doing very well and now lives with him. "Oh, she is so old. Oh, I'm telling you, she's 110 years old, but oh, she can still see. You get in front of her and she knows who you are." So evident by these bits of information, he still has his way with words. Since time doesn't stand still, the twins, whose antics Joel entertained us with many evenings, are now in school. Since they live nearby with his daughter and her husband, he still sees them often. His son also added 2 more kids to the mix since our time in Tanzania. As you might imagine, discussions regarding his grandkids typically ended with a joyous, "Oh, I like them a lot." Hopefully, by exposing you to these wonderful people and the challenges they face, you will keep them in mind when considering the conservation issues of Africa. Not only do they matter, but their lives are also inextricably linked to the welfare of wild species. In July 2020, Resource Africa published an open letter to the world entitled "Celebrity Campaigns Undermine Successful Conservation and Human Rights." It was signed by over 50 community leaders representing millions of people from the southern African nations. Since the words of the African people are more valuable than anything I can put on paper, I offer the following excerpts from the letter, narrated by my dear friend Lillian.
As representatives of millions of rural Africans, the majority of whom live below the poverty line, we are urgently appealing to you as celebrities with status to stop undermining our globally recognized conservation efforts and our basic human right to sustainably use the natural resources on which our communities' livelihoods depend. Successful conservation must start with those of us who live alongside dangerous large animals whose value is deeply ingrained in our cultures. During colonial time, European colonialists removed our right to manage and benefit from these animals, and in many instances, forcefully evicted us from our lands, often to make way for protected areas. This led to dramatic loss of wildlife and habitat, a disaster for conservation, our traditions, and our livelihoods. Post-independent government restored our rights, integrating wildlife into rural economies through inclusive conservation approaches. This provided socio-economic incentives to live with and sustainably manage our wildlife. The harsh reality is that if incentives for us to conserve and share our land with wildlife are removed, the future in Africa will be as bleak as that of wolves, brown bears, and other large carnivores that were once plentiful in the UK, Europe, and the US. You have every right to consider regulated, sustainable hunting abhorrent, and we appreciate that for those not familiar with the realities of rural Africa, it may seem a counterintuitive conservation strategy. But if your objective is conservation, not solely recognizing individual animal rights, we call upon you, before passing judgment, to understand the context of coexisting with dangerous wildlife. Consider our perspectives, evidence-based success stories from a conservation method that recognizes the basic human right of our people to manage and benefit from the sustainable use of our natural resources. If we cannot feed our families through humane and sustainable use of wildlife, we will have no option but to adopt land uses that will invariably destroy our beautiful natural landscapes and exterminate our treasured wild animals in all too familiar situations throughout the world. We are tired of people from elsewhere, far removed from our realities, talking on our behalf and undermining our successes. We are an integral part of the solution to illegal wildlife trade, poaching, and unsustainable use of biodiversity. It is disappointing that while animal rights campaigns to stop hunting have raised enormous sums of money, we have yet to see evidence of those funds conserving African wildlife or benefiting any of our communities in their role as custodians of that wildlife. What and who do these campaigns benefit? Their impact will be to remove our incentives to manage and live side by side with wildlife. imposing wild views and value systems from faraway places, amplified through your powerful, influential voices, results in disastrous policies that undermine our rights and conservation successes. We recognize and respect the right of Western celebrities and animal protectionist campaigners to discuss how best to manage African wildlife. However, these discussions must be informed by our voices as custodians of this wildlife. At the minimum of these should acknowledge both our conservation successes and our community's right to earn a livelihood through the culturally appropriate and sustainable management of our resources for the benefit of our people and wildlife. Anything less is to put the rights of animals before the rights of the Africans. We write this letter as the world is demanding the acknowledgement and righting of the past and present wrong in the form of historical erasure, plunder of resources, labor exploitation, structural inequalities, and imposing of unjust Western values and belief systems based on privilege. We want you to hear our voices. Our conservation successes and lived realities are not myth.
Reading this letter, which can be found in its entirety on the internet with all its signatories, gives a clear indication of why African nations may feel resentment, exasperation, and anger towards the Western world. A picture speaks 1,000 words. At Marina Lamfort's seminar last year, she displayed a slide with a group of African tribal leaders sitting in a circle on the ground. The caption read, "A meeting was held in Africa to discuss the management of white-tailed deer in the United States." Africa is a complex, unforgiving continent. It is also magical, wondrous, and intriguing, a land with sights that will take your breath away, exceptional people who will touch your heart, and wild species that will fill you with awe. Like the pieces of a puzzle, so many things fit together to make our African safari so much more than an adventure or hunting expedition. It was a journey of awareness. The people whose lives were meshed with ours were no coincidence. Experiencing their unique personalities, expertise, and friendships while immersed in a bush encampment enabled me to see Africa as it genuinely is instead of through rose-colored glasses. It allowed me to indulge my love of wildlife while also recognizing the need for sacrifice. The thought of losing the untamed land and its spectacular creatures crushes my soul. The words of Dr. Amy Dickman bear repeating.
It is a cause for celebration that so many people love lions, elephants, and other wild animals. But we should be extremely wary of basing decisions on emotion alone, in case we worsen their conservation outlook and effectively love them to death.
With all this said, I urge you, travel to Africa. Immerse yourself in a life-changing journey and experience the magical, inspiring, wondrous, yet harsh and dangerous land. Meet its fascinating people and witness the grace and beauty of its majestic species. It doesn't have to cost an arm and a leg, not even for a hunter. Plains game can be hunted for the price of a Hawaiian vacation. If you aren't a hunter, go on a photo safari to one of Africa's magnificent parks and see wildlife swarming by the roadside, largely unafraid, an experience that eluded me. If traveling to Africa isn't something you wish to do, help by sharing what you have learned with others and support organizations that advocate for the sustainable use of resources while empowering the African people. For recommendations, see my resources page. If you are up for more of an adventure, search for an experience that will place you in the bush where you can build friendships with the local people, a place where your sleep will be invaded by wild creatures conducting their nightly shenanigans. Listen transfixed to Kiboko's throaty bellow, Tembo's gurgling or distant trumpet, and Tambili's chatter. Lie chilled to the bone as Simba's guttural cries haunt the night. Let Fisi's ghastly laughter and whoop, whoop, whoops send shivers down your spine. Allow Africa's moonlit skies and its primal symphony to stir you to the very core of your being. Imagine something creating such a hold on you, you cannot imagine a life in which you won't return. I am not the same having heard the cries of the savannah, not only their savage songs, but their cries for the world to awaken, to understand the hard truth needed to ensure their cries forever remain a part of wild Africa, and not just ghostly echoes from a distant past. Dear listener, thank you for gifting precious hours of your life to journey with me to Africa and experience the cries of the savannah. If you enjoyed listening to the book or were touched by the people and wildlife of Africa, I would love you to share what you learned, refer the book or audiobook to others, and/or leave a review. In the book world, reviews and referrals are like rhino horn, more valuable than gold. And believe me, I read every single one. As you may have guessed, we did return to Africa. The land has a way of grabbing your heart, crying out for you to return again and again. To learn of more adventures and book updates, join my email list at Tidwell.com. Also, the print and ebook versions of Cries of the Savannah includes over 90 pictures and illustrations, acknowledgments, Swahili dictionary, resources page, endnotes, and of course the copyright page. Much of this information, along with the pictures, are available on my website at Tidwell.com, along with signed copies and my contact information. I love hearing from my readers and listeners, so feel free to reach out. Thank you, and happy adventures. Closing credits. This has been Cries of the Savannah, an adventure, an awakening, a journey to understanding African wildlife conservation. Written and narrated by Sue Tidwell. Guest narrators Lillian Moremi, Tanzanian Game Scout, and Bernadine Bornman, narrator from Namibia. The end.